Hello. Welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. 1DK. Chapter 1. A boy awakened in despair, with strange red eyes. Next chapter. Advertisement. Although there is no definition of true freedom and justice, I think they can never come from killing. On this vast sea, order should be more important than freedom. See Circle Calendar 1515. This was 5 years before Summit War. Now, North Blue, in an unknown small village, something that could happen almost every moment in this world, or even anywhere is happening. That's the massacre from pirates. Because when there is no strict law in a world, it will definitely be followed by ultimate killing. Why? Why do you want to kill us? The people in our village have always been indifferent to the world. A villager who had been stabbed in the chest grabbed the man in front of him who was smiling ferociously and roared unwillingly. Why? Because we are free pirates, and pirates want to invade. As if he heard something funny, the scar-faced man replied matter-of-factly, and then he drew his sword and chopped off the head of the man in front of him. And such scenes happen all the time in the village right now. You guys, kill everyone in this village, and their wealth will be ours. Ha ha ha, they were laughing ferociously while harvesting lives unscrupulously. Ordinary villagers were no match for them, so after a moment of stalemate, the older generation of young adults took the remaining children in the village and began to flee, because this was their only hope. At this moment, Helen, as one of the few remaining young adults in Conk Village, has taken on this responsibility. At this moment, he is leading several children to run desperately to the beach. Because only by running there can there be hope of survival. And several teenagers who looked to be 11 or 12 years old seemed to have been inspired to survive, and they just relied on their willpower to keep up with Helen, an adult. However, the eyes of several children were red, and they pursed their lips and tried not to make any extra noise. Looking at these strong children, Helen felt pain in her eyes and felt in her heart. How could these children have to endure such suffering when they are still so young? So he had to force a smile on his face to comfort them and said, "Little guys, follow me quickly, don't fall behind. There is a fishing boat from our village on the beach. As long as you can get on the boat, you will be saved." But it was okay if I didn't say it. Once I said it, it immediately exploded. Several children who were still running wild burst into tears all of a sudden, and their big tears couldn't stop flowing down. Woo, Uncle Helen, but our home is gone, the house is on fire, it's such a big fire. Why do those big bad guys bully us? I saw my uncle's blood. There was a lot of blood in his stomach. I heard from the old people in the village that if you bleed a lot, you will die. My uncle seems to be dying. Why do those bad guys want to kill people in our village? Several children took turns crying, but the black-haired boy running at the front still pursed his lips with a determined expression. He was the only boy in the room who did not cry, although his eyes were red. This young man with flowing black hair seems to be out of place with other children, and has a strength that does not belong to his age. Helen looked at the young man with fixed eyes, and looked at the black-haired young man with a distressed expression. Little Luo Xiu, don't hold back. You can cry if you want. Uncle won't laugh at you. Hearing this, the young man known as Luo Xiu just shook his head stubbornly and replied in a hoarse voice. Uncle Helen, crying is the most useless thing now. I don't want to waste time on this kind of thing. What I need now is strength. Powerful power. Hearing the young man say such words, even Helen was stunned subconsciously, and when he was about to say something else, a bright light suddenly appeared in the distance. Looking along the hazy night, it seems that there are several small boats lying quietly on the beach. The ship, I see the ship, everyone speed up. Helen's eyes suddenly burst into light. He wanted to lead the children to the sea immediately, but before taking a few steps, Helen discovered a rustling sound coming from the woods behind him. Helen's expression was ugly. It was obvious that the pursuers of the Paradise pirate group had arrived. Advertisement. After just a second of hesitation, Helen stopped immediately, and several children also stopped and looked at him with puzzled faces. Uncle Helen, why don't you leave? A little girl with a round head said timidly. Helen did not answer his question, but focused her gaze on the face of the black-haired boy with a determined look just now. After the two people's eyes slightly crossed in the air. Protect your brothers and sisters, can you do it? Luo Xiu. Can. The latter was silent for a while and then nodded solemnly. Helen smiled in relief. Without any hesitation, the young man known as Luo Xiu took his younger brothers and sisters and ran towards the beach. Helen, on the other hand, took out the big knife from her waist, rubbed the rust on it, and then rushed into the back of the woods with a determined expression. The man's back was facing the moonlight, like an unsheathed sword. On the other side, several children, led by Luo Xiu, finally arrived at the beach. But what was more embarrassing was that most of the boats had been destroyed, obviously by the pirates. After searching around, Luo Xiu found a small boat that was still intact. It's just that the boat is a bit small. It's a one-person boat. Even if children get on it, they can only squeeze in 2 or 3 people. But the problem now is that there are 4 children here. Looking at the small boat that was smiling but carrying the hope of life, Luo Xiu smiled with relief. Conan, you are a girl. You get on the boat first. Luo Xiu began to order several people to get on the boat in an orderly manner. Xiaohu, you are the second youngest. You are the second to get on the boat. Xiaolong, you are younger than me. You also come on board. By the way, take these rations. This is enough for you to eat for several days. Luo Xiu was still very prestigious among the children. In an instant, he arranged for several children to get on the boat. It was just a little crowded, but several people still squeezed in the small boat with all their strength. A position came out. Brother Luo Xiu, come up quickly. That's right, Brother Luo Xiu, come up quickly. There is still a place for Conan. Come up quickly, brother. Several people shouted anxiously to Luo Xiu, but Luo Xiu just smiled and shook his head, then picked up a broken sword nearby and cut off the fixed rope. The boat immediately began to move away from the sea, and several people suddenly panicked, shouting Luo Xiu's name, but it was of no use. Standing on the beach, Luo Xiu just watched them go away with fixed eyes, and he chuckled. A bunch of little brats. How can I run away with you? Escape. That is a right that only children have, and I am not a simple child. Yes, although Luo Xiu looks like a teenager now, he is indeed a time traveler from Blue Star. Adding in his age of 15 in his previous life, he is now in his 20s. As an orphan in his previous life, he did not realize what friendship and family were. Everything around him seemed to be targeting him, so Luo Xiu chose to commit suicide in his previous life. So Luo Xiu was very grateful that he had the opportunity to come to this world of pirates and let him experience these emotions in this world, especially Uncle Helen. He is actually half of Luo Xiu's adoptive father in this world. It was he who taught Luo Xiu everything he has now, and Luo Xiu really cherishes these things. So if these pirates want to take away everything that is hard won today, then, take his life away too. Seeing the boat getting further and further away, Luo Xiu slowly withdrew his gaze. The final destination of these friends could only depend on their fate, and Luo Xiu could only pray for them in his heart. And now, Luo Xiu's eyes were firm and he rushed deep into the forest. He was about to do his own thing. Uncle Helen, wait for me, advertisement. At this moment, deep in the forest, a one-armed man covered in blood was leaning on a tree with a knife in one hand. His chest was full of scars, even his intestines were exposed, and he fell crookedly next to him. Several corpses were found, apparently all killed by this man. Damn bastard, this guy actually killed so many of Laozi's brothers. Damn it, damn it. Cassius, the captain of the Paradise Pirates who came especially to defeat Helen, looked at the tragic scene on the ground and roared like a beast. He couldn't figure out how this man who seemed to have average combat power could explode with such strong combat power just now. Captain, what should we do now? The group of escaped children seems to have escaped on the boat. The crew member on the side reminded with a gloomy look, because they all know that the living children are the real value, and the supply exceeds the demand on the black market. What to do? Cassius laughed ferociously, walked directly to the dying man, and lifted him up with one hand. Asshole, you ruined a good deal for me, did you know that? Oh, really? That's really good. The dying Helen naturally understood what the other party was talking about, so, he smiled and laughed. And he spat hard on Cassius's face. Damn stinky pirates, you are just a bunch of dirty maggots on the sea. I just like seeing your angry eyes like this. Ha ha. Cassius stretched out his hand to wipe his face and said with a cruel smile. Very good, guys, please give this guy good reading. I want him to know what cruelty is. Okay, boss. Several pirates were about to torture this tough-talking man with a grin as they spoke, but Helen didn't show any fear at all. She was just facing him. His goal had been accomplished. Die, just die, you bastards. Doc put Uncle Helen down. But the next moment a familiar childish voice suddenly sounded, and Helen's expression changed drastically. She opened her eyes suddenly and saw that a black-haired boy appeared in front of him at some point, holding up a short sword and pointing at all the pirates. The boy's stubborn face is so familiar. Luo Xiu. Helen yelled with an extremely ugly face. What are you doing here, you stupid kid? Didn't I tell you to run away? Luo Xiu was silent when he heard the words, but looked at all the pirates with a firm look on his face. He said in a deep voice, lay down, interesting. After observing the expressions of the two of them, Cassius had a playful smile on his face, greeted a few of his men and rushed towards Luo Xiu. He folded his arms and watched with interest, but soon his expression changed, because he found that the child was actually 1 against 3, and Luo Xiu waved the dagger very fast. He is obviously an out-and-out fighting genius. A bunch of trash. Cassius cursed angrily and rushed towards Luo Xiu. He jumped up high and struck Luo Xiu with one blow. Luo Xiu secretly thought it was not good and quickly raised his sword to block it. But the next moment Cassius groaned. His right hand suddenly grew in size and turned into a huge bear's paw. Because he is a big pirate with wild bear fruit ability and a bounty of over 10 million. Boom. After a simple confrontation, Luo Xiu immediately felt a crisp sound of bone cracking coming from his arm, and then he flew backwards. Puff. Luo Xiu spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling that his internal organs were aching, but he still managed to stand up, but the corners of his mouth were full of bitterness. Damn, it's just one blow, and I can't even block it. God, why did you give me a chance to be reborn, and let me experience the most beautiful family and friendship in the world, but you didn't give me the power to protect it. I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the light. Laugh, laugh, advertisement. Before Luo Xiu could react, Cassius had already arrived in front of Luo Xiu and threw Luo Xiu out, directly in front of Helen. The latter immediately struggled to crawl towards Luo Xiu, his eyes filled with distress. You brat. How can you be so stupid and stubborn? Ahem, because Luo Xiu has nothing to lose. If Uncle Helen doesn't cry, I'm not afraid of death. Luo Xiu forced a smile on his face and started to crawl towards Helen. The two of them reached out at the same time, struggling to touch each other. One moment, even if it's the last moment, both of them are satisfied. But the next moment, there was only a flash of black shadow, and a big knife suddenly struck. Poof, the knife plunged directly into Helen's chest. The latter's eyes widened and kicked, blood gushed out from the corners of his mouth. He looked at Luo Xiu with a look full of reluctance. The corners of his mouth moved, but in the end his eyes lost focus and he fell down. Luo. Blood sprayed high and fell on Luo Xiu's eyes. Luo Xiu's expression froze on his face. In Luo Xiu's eyes, the world suddenly turned into a strange blood red color. Then it turned into a dead gray-white, and a strange voice sounded in his mind. Cassius stood between the two of them with a grin on his face, and his voice rang from Luo Xiu's ears. What a scene of deep love between father and son. It's a pity that this is the scene Laozi doesn't like to watch the most. Ha ha ha. Cassius laughed crazily, completely unaware that Luo Xiu on the ground had a hideous face and was talking to himself as if he was crazy. Dead. Hee hee. Uncle Helen is dead, and everyone in the village is dead. Everything about me is gone. No more. No more. All gone. Why, I did something wrong, Luo Xiu murmured as he stood up strangely, and finally showed a strange smile. Oh, here is hell. Damn kid, what's wrong with you? Feeling extremely uneasy, Cassius frowned. Plop, plop. Luo Xiu's heartbeat was beating like a drum at this moment, as if some power was about to burst out. Luo Xiu narrowed his eyes, and said to himself as if he was feeling something. Will you please give me power? The power to tear everything apart. Drop. The next moment, a cold mechanical sound sounded in Luo Xiu's mind. Open hollow lens bracket drop. Host's mood swings were detected. 3 Tomo Sharingan was awakened, and the Pirate's Revenge system has been bound to host. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket. The initial reward of the Pirate Revenge system, 10 times the physical fitness. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket. Bury this world with hatred. Close hollow lens bracket. Buzz. Next moment. Luo Xiu raised his eyes, staring at Cassius with his blood-red eyes, and 3 strange magatama slowly circulated. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Luo Xiu's mouth, and a hint of evil was revealed in his bright white teeth. I want you to fall into hell forever. Chapter 2. The powerful 3 Tomo Sharingan, Ultimate's Revenge. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. On the other side of the sea. Several boys and girls who had just escaped were still immersed in great grief. On the stormy sea, a few people sat in a small boat and cuddled together. They looked at the dark sea with dull eyes, and they didn't know what they were thinking in their hearts. The atmosphere was deadlocked for a while, but the youngest girl, Conan, still couldn't hold it back. She buried her head and started sobbing with her mouth closed. It's gone. Everything is gone. The village is gone. Mom and Dad are gone. Uncle Helen is gone too, and now brother Luo Xiu has gone to die to protect us. What should we do? Hearing the girl cry, Xiaohu, who was also young, subconsciously closed his mouth and started crying, but the next moment, Xiaolong, the oldest among the children, stood up. The little boy yelled at the two of them with red eyes. Cry, just cry. Is there any use in crying? Can you make brother Luo Xiu and the others come back? As the oldest one here, Xiaolong felt that he had the obligation to set a good example for his younger brothers and sisters, and he straightened his chest hard. Our lives are earned by everyone's lives. We are the last hope of the village, so we must not give up on ourselves and must work hard to survive. Only by surviving can there be infinite hope. And then there can be a chance for revenge, do you know? Xiaohu and Conan stared blankly at the boy who looked like a little adult, Kaido. I know. Soon both of them wiped away their tears, although their eyes were red, but their faces were full of stubbornness. Yes, they are the only hope, but it seems that God is deliberately targeting these children who come to this conch village. After drifting on the sea for a while, they encountered a big storm. Boom, boom. As several huge thunders fell, the sea surface immediately began to surge violently. How could their small boat withstand such a large storm? They cuddled together and let the wind and rain hit their faces, but it still had no effect. Damn it, we still have no blood revenge to avenge. Are we going to die like this? Several people said in a daze, with unwillingness on their faces, but just when they were desperate, a bright light suddenly came from the distance. And along with the dull rumbling sound, the light became louder and louder, and soon, a huge ship came in front of them at some point. Xiao Longchang opened his eyes and saw a black shadow flying down from the warship, and then hugged him directly. Sir, several children were found here. A loud voice sounded in the young man's ears. Xiao Long was stunned for a moment, then he smiled with satisfaction and passed out. Under the moonlight, on the deck, a man wearing a red suit and a cloak of justice, pronounced, Marine, slowly walked out, with a knife-like face standing out on his face. This man was like a sharp sword. Advertisement. Because his name is Sakazuki, known as Akainu, and he is an absolutely strong man who is famous at home and abroad for his absolute justice. One of the 3 admirals of the current naval headquarters. Because he was born in North Blue, he often goes back to North Blue to take a look. Akainu stared at a few skinny teenagers floating in the sea on a small boat. As a marine, his sixth sense told him, something bad must have happened. Bring it with you, he frowned and then said, then ask what happened to these children. As he said that, he stepped into the cabin, and several marines immediately came down and picked up the unconscious children and took them to the warship. After several hours of recuperation, several children woke up slightly, and immediately told them that their village was massacred by pirates, and begged them to go and save their village. The middle-aged marine who took the lead was immediately in trouble, because they had other tasks on this trip, and after so long, the village that was attacked should have fallen long ago. Those pirates should have also fallen long ago. Ran. Xiaolong looked at the middle-aged marine in front of him blankly, with an expression of disbelief on his face. You, aren't you Marine? Why don't you go help us? Conan also cried and said, that's right. The old man in the village said that Marine fights pirates and will protect us. You. Why are you different from what they said? The middle-aged marine looked extremely ugly. Just when he was about to scold these ungrateful little brats, a fiery red figure walked in. It's Akainu. He smoked a cigar and said seriously. Change sail and set off for Conch Village. Deal with those pirates first. Sir, what about our mission? How many heads of state are still waiting for us? The middle-aged marine persuaded. Akainu didn't even look at him and just said calmly. No mission is more important than killing pirates and saving civilians. As he spoke, he stepped closer to the children, caressed their heads with a big hand, and squeezed out some tenderness on his cold face. You can always rest assured that my duty as Marine is to eliminate pirates and protect innocent civilians like you. Xiaolong and others looked at the stern-faced man in front of them for a moment. For some reason, they just felt that this man who called himself Marine was different from others. Although the surrounding Marines were dissatisfied, they did not have the courage to contradict their immediate boss, so they could only nod in agreement. Buzz, chi. The warship quickly turned around and aimed directly at Conch Village. Advertisement, and Conch Murakami on the other side. I want you to fall into hell forever. Luo Xiu's devil-like low voice rang in everyone's ears, and Cassius was even frightened back several steps by Luo Xiu's terrifying blood pupils. At this moment, Luo Xiu had tears of blood streaming from the corners of his eyes. To be honest, he really looked like a devil crawling out of the abyss. Come on all of you. What are you losers doing in a daze? Kill this kid for me. Cassius, who was a little flustered, roared repeatedly. He was actually a little afraid of this young man at this moment, because the young man's eyes were really terrifying, as if he wanted to suck people in. Several pirates looked at each other, gritted their teeth and rushed towards Luo Xiu. Several long knives struck at Luo Xiu's head at different angles. Go to hell. Facing several attacking blades, Luo Xiu just tilted his head and glanced at them evilly, with blood-red pupils in his eyes. Their bodies instantly froze together. One of the special features of Sharingan is illusion. You. Get yourself into trouble, Luo Xiu said expressionlessly, and then walked directly past a few people, and after he passed a few people, these pirates directly took the knife to kill themselves. Blood splattered everywhere for a moment. Luo Xiu touched his eye sockets. It seemed that he was suitable for these eyes. Their abilities were simply for him, Luo Xiu. Looking at such a terrifying scene, Cassius really panicked. Damn, what's going on with you? Your eyes, do you also have the power of devil fruit? Luo Xiu did not answer this question, but slowly walked towards Cassius. He smiled miserably, tears mixed with blood flowing down. Why can you pirates be so hateful? Why did you destroy everything for me? Luo Xiu roared. He didn't want to be a killer. Is this the cruel world forcing him? Feeling that he had been frightened by a child, Cassius burst out in embarrassment and punched Luo Xiu in the head. You brat, don't pretend to be a fool for me. Lousy is a big pirate with a bounty of tens of millions. Isn't it okay to kill you humble civilians? Why do you resist? The huge bare paw that emerged directly struck Luo Xiu hard. But the next moment Luo Xiu raised his knife and rushed towards him, dodging his attack as if he could foresee it, and then stabbed him in the chest with lightning speed. Poof, blood splashed everywhere. Cassius grunted and continued to beat Luo Xiu to death, but his attack seemed to fall one step behind Luo Xiu every time. It was as if Luo Xiu could predict the future, and Luo Xiu's attack methods were extremely tricky. Advertisement. After a short while, hundreds of wounds of various sizes appeared on his body, and there was almost no good piece of flesh left on his body. Luo Xiu, on the other hand, was still attacking with an expressionless face, as if he was not tired, but he kept mumbling words that he couldn't quite understand. This knife was given to Conan's mother, and this knife was given to Xiaohu's father. This knife is for, Luo Xiu muttered to himself as he attacked. He controlled every attack that would not hit Cassius's vitals, causing him to die instantly. Damn it, is this guy planning to kill me? Cassius's face turned pale. At this moment, he finally felt what fear was, because he could not see a trace of awe for life in Luo Xiu's eyes. He is afraid. He doesn't want to die. He bent his legs and knelt down directly towards Luo Xiu, begging for mercy. But Luo Xiu put a finger in front of his face and said with a somewhat crazy expression. Shish, you must not ask for mercy, because this will make me lose a lot of the pleasure of revenge. Please let me be a pure avenger. And you are begging for mercy not because you know you were wrong, but because you know, you are going to die. Devil, you are the devil. Cassius looked at Luo Xiu's eyes that did not contain a trace of emotion, and his defense was completely broken. He completely lost the intention to fight, turned around and was about to run away. Luo Xiu, on the other hand, laughed wildly and chased him. After another half hour of the devil's pursuit, Cassius was finally overwhelmed and fell to the ground. At this moment, his flesh and blood were bruised, but his expression before that moment was actually one of relief, as if he was eager for this moment to come. Since then, Luo Xiu was the only living person left in the field. A boy of nearly 12 years old stood in front of a pile of corpses, with no trace of fear on his face, only a little sadness. Open hollow lens bracket dip. Congratulations to host for successfully killing a pirate with a bounty of 10 million Baileys, and being rewarded with 10 revenge points. The pirate revenge system will calculate the revenge points corresponding to the reward based on the strength of the enemy killed by the host. According to the pirate calculated on the world board, every 1 million bounties is equal to 1 revenge point. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket revenge points can be exchanged for anything host needs in the revenge mall. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket host. Luo Xiu close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket physique. Low level 20 times lower than ordinary people. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket mental power. Intermediate 20 to 50 times that of ordinary people. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket talent. 3 Tomo Sharingan close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket ninjutsu. None close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket revenge points. 10 close hollow lens bracket. The voice of the system soon rang in his mind, but Luo Xiu turned a deaf ear and slowly walked towards the body of a one-armed man. He slowly squatted down, and the young man finally put aside his previous stubbornness. He burst into tears. Chapter 3 The first encounter with a Kainu. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Boom, boom, click. Luo Xiu quietly held Uncle Helen's body. Suddenly, there was a burst of thunder in the sky, but in an instant, heavy rain began to fall. Tick, tick. The electric light flickered, one moment rendering the forest white as if it were day, and the next moment it was night again, but Luo Xiu just held Uncle Helen's body expressionlessly. Luo Xiu's mind gradually fell into memories. In fact, Luo Xiu had a really bad life in his last life. When he was only a few years old, his father was a gambler and an alcoholic. In rural areas, where legal awareness is weak, beating and scolding wives and children is commonplace. And Luo Xiu was also the unlucky one among the unlucky ones, because after his mother was beaten by his father, she turned around and took her anger out on him, as if he, Luo Xiu, was the culprit. The sentence Luo Xiu heard most often at that time was, "Why did you have to be born? Do you know that all you bring is suffering? It's all your fault, it's all your fault." So Luo Xiu had scars all over his body when he was just a few years old. He lived like this for several years without the love of his father and the love of his mother. His father finally got drunk one night and accidentally fell into the river and drowned, and his mother didn't either. He changed his marriage without even a second's hesitation. When Luo Xiu learned the news that night, he didn't feel the pain of losing his parents at all, but was just relieved. After everything happened, Luo Xiu was naturally sent to the orphanage and became an orphan. But the disaster that befell him seemed to never go away. The orphanage he was sent to was actually a ruthless orphanage. On the outside, it called for donations in the name of love, but secretly he put all the money into his own pocket. And the food he gives to the children in the orphanage is worse than that of dogs, and he often beats and scolds them when they don't go his way. Fortunately, there was an old TV series in the orphanage, and it happened to be a place where you could watch some anime like One Piece. Luo Xiu relied on these spiritual comforts until he grew up. He longed for the love, hatred and freedom inside, and envied the freedom and ease of those pirates. But in the end, after suffering injustice and betrayal again as he grew up, Luo Xiu chose to commit suicide one night. It seemed that he heard Luo Xiu's desire, and then he came to this world. The world of anime One Piece. He was also an orphan here, but he was lucky enough to be adopted by a man. The man was rough and uneducated, and often swore, but he taught him everything step by step. Learn to read and practice martial arts, and the people in this uncontested village seemed to be equally kind, so Luo Xiu almost grew up eating the food of hundreds of families, and here he experienced family affection and friendship that he had never had before. Little Luo Xiu, this sea is really big, and there are many magical things outside. You really must go and take a look. Advertisement. The sunset, a certain seaside, one day. The man happily told Luo Xiu some of what he had seen and heard, but the man had only left the village once, and not far. So he gave all his hope to Luo Xiu, hoping that the young man could go out and have a look for him, but he also reminded Luo Xiu. Little Luo Xiu, you can go out and see the world, but you must not become a pirate. Why can't you be a pirate? Not long after traveling through time, Luo Xiu, who was still a little boy, asked in confusion, because in his original impression, being a pirate seemed to be a fun and glorious thing. Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, the Straw Hats, these are some of Luo Xiu's good impressions of pirates. Hearing this, young Helen struggled with his expression, as if he was remembering some bad memories, and finally he said in a deep voice. Because pirates are the most hateful people in this world. They are just like those filthy maggots in the sewers, hypocritical and hateful. They claim they are all for freedom, but they point the butcher knife at innocent people who are weaker than them. These bastards should not exist in this world. When young Helen said this, her eyes were so angry that she almost burst into flames. Luo Xiu, who had never really come into contact with pirates, could only nod his head in confusion. Putting back his messy thoughts, Luo Xiu gently closed Uncle Helen's eyes and laughed to himself. I didn't expect that the first time I met a pirate in the pirate world would end like this. Uncle Helen, you were right. Those filthy pirates should not exist in this world. Luo Xiu's eyes radiated a dazzling red light, thinking of the innocent villagers who died in his broken hometown. He spoke word by word. I, Luo Xiu, swear by my life that I will destroy all pirates in the world. Boom, boom, boom. As Luo Xiu said this oath, huge bursts of thunder suddenly sounded in the sky, as if in response to Luo Xiu's oath. Listening to the rumbling thunder, Luo Xiu didn't say anything. He just picked up Uncle Helen's body and started walking deep into the forest. Because he was going to bury everyone in the village, Luo Xiu quickly walked into the village at night, but the village in front of him had long lost its original appearance. There were corpses everywhere. The fire that was soaring into the sky had long been extinguished by the heavy rain, so at this moment the village had no other smell except the strong smell of blood, and there was not even a sound. Luo Xiu looked at these familiar villagers who died tragically, and looked at this hell-like scene. There was no fear in Luo Xiu's eyes, but a silly smile. Don't be afraid, Luo Xiu is taking you home. Luo Xiu shed bloody tears, his face was full of smiles, the breeze blew. Luo Xiu's blood-stained clothes rustled. Advertisement. If you ask how long it would take to dig a pit big enough to bury hundreds of people, Luo Xiu will tell you that it only takes one night. One man shoveled all night long. Luo Xiu almost never stopped, he just kept waving the shovel. When it was dawn, Luo Xiu finally dug a big hole. Then Luo Xiu arranged all the bodies one by one and buried them in the pit. After everyone was buried, Luo Xiu erected a stone tablet from above and carved a few lines of words with a knife. The graves of all the villagers in Heluo village. Unworthy descendant Luo Xiu, stand up. At this moment, the heavy rain has stopped, and the sun has just risen. And Luo Xiu stood alone in front of this huge tomb, speaking indescribable words. Please rest assured, after I kill all the pirates, I, Luo Xiu, will come back to see you all. Don't worry, that day won't be far away, Luo Xiu said firmly, but not long after he said this, an inappropriate voice appeared. To destroy all pirates, is it just you, a little brat? Luo Xiu frowned and turned around. It turned out that a man had walked out of the forest at some point. He looked like he was wearing. Marine, who was sent to be the vanguard to explore the road, looked at Luo Xiu with a displeased expression, because he hated the kind of people who talked big without taking any responsibility, even if they were just a child. Destroying all pirates is something that even the Marines find difficult to do. After quarreling with Luo Xiu, the middle-aged Marine didn't seem to realize the seriousness of the matter. Instead, he asked Luo Xiu carelessly. Hey, kid, where are all the villagers here? Why did I only see the corpses of some pirates outside the village? Did a master suddenly appear here? That's really good. It saves me trouble. After all, fighting pirates is not a good job. The middle-aged Marine smoked a cigar and walked towards Luo Xiu. He was about to raise his hand and pat Luo Xiu on the shoulder, but the next moment he saw a black shadow flash. Click. Ah, the middle-aged Marine cried out in pain and fell to the ground, looking in disbelief as the boy pinched his arm with one hand and broke it instantly. Is this a power a child can have? What are you doing? I'm Marine. I'm here to protect you ordinary people. The middle-aged Marine looked at Luo Xiu with a puzzled expression, but Luo Xiu cursed with an unusually angry look. Protecting the people. Is this how you Marines protect the people? Yesterday when our village was massacred by pirates in despair, where were you? Now you, Marine, are going to point your fingers when you come here. Why? Advertisement. Luo Xiu was really angry. He thought that the late Marine would care about ordinary people like him who were affected by the disaster, but he didn't expect that he would be ridiculed. In addition, they are gesticulating, as if the survival of ordinary people depends on the gift of their Marines. Just after the first contact with Marine, Luo Xiu's favorability towards Marine dropped to the extreme. What happened? Hearing the movement here, a group of Marines came running from the edge of the forest in an instant. When they saw this scene, they all loaded their guns and pointed them at Luo Xiu. They frowned in unison. Young man, please stop attacking our Marine, or we will shoot. Looking at this group of uninvited Marines, Luo Xiu's chest heaved and his pupils shrank. 3-tomo Sharingan reappeared instantly, just when he was about to take action. A loud voice came from far behind. Stop. A stern man wearing a red suit and a cloak of justice rushed over from behind, smoking a cigar. Yes, the man who came was a Akainu who rushed here. They and the Marines rushed here overnight, and as soon as they landed on the island, they found something strange, because there were corpses of pirates everywhere, even the captain of the Paradise Pirates, but there were no corpses of the villagers. And it seemed like there was a fierce battle, so he lined up his Marines and started searching around the island. Sir, everyone saluted the stern man with respect on their faces, but Akainu turned a deaf ear and walked directly towards Luo Xiu. After briefly understanding the reason, Akainu slapped the rude Marine in the face. He said angrily, asshole, the most important thing as a Marine is to serve and protect the people. It's not for you to be arrogant among ordinary people. Starting from today, your military rank will be lowered by 2 levels. You can take the punishment yourself after you go down. Yes, the man ran away with an ugly face. Akainu's face is extremely ugly. Is his Marine a fool? Rubbing salt into someone's wounds casually is damned. Arrogant. He couldn't understand that the Marines under his command still couldn't eradicate that arrogant attitude when facing the people. Luo Xiu's expression softened slightly, but he still looked at the group of Marines with a livid face, including the cold man who had some impression of him in the original work. Sakazuki, the top strong man known as Akainu, a man who believes in absolute justice. Chapter 4 refused to join Marine and owe 2 favors to Akainu. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Along the way, Akainu has roughly figured out what happened in this village. Another incident of pirates maliciously massacred the village. To be honest, pirate massacres were nothing new in the chaotic waters of North Blue, but what made him more curious was that this time the pirates were actually wiped out by the group. You must know that their leader is a powerful pirate with a bounty of tens of millions, and ordinary Marine colonels may not be his opponent. And all these pirates died, and the death was extremely tragic, and there was no strong man nearby, so there was only one possibility left. Although this possibility seems a bit absurd, Akainu looked with burning eyes at the boy in front of him, who was only 11 or 12 years old. His smooth black hair, blood-stained clothes, and Lang Jun's face all proved that this boy was extraordinary. And when Akainu's eyes fell on Luo Xiu's eyes, he was stunned. What kind of eyes were those blood-red eyes? It seems to contain the ultimate killing, and it looks like it will drag people into hell. Then look at the tombstones and grave bags next to it. Akainu had a bad guess. Did this boy bury all the dead villagers? But Akainu still asked reluctantly. Any other villagers from Conch Village? They're all dead. Luo Xiu replied briefly and concisely. This simple answer silenced all the Marines present. Although some people in Marine are arrogant and may not be too friendly towards the people, most people are friendly and have a sense of justice. At that moment, several Marines stood up and apologized for the Marine who had just spoken rudely. I'm sorry, kid, it was this Marine who came too late, causing your village to be massacred. Feel sorry. Several people took off their hats and saluted Luo Xiu with solemn expressions, but Luo Xiu just looked at the group of Marines and remained silent. He is not too fond of Marine now. Although Conch Village was massacred because of pirates, Luo Xiu still has some complaints about Marine. In the end, Akainu broke the deadlock and said to Luo Xiu. Kid, I heard that you just said that you would eliminate all pirates. This is really a lofty goal. Even I am not absolutely sure that we can clear this sea. Because there are really too many powerful people in this sea. Under the growth of evil, they develop much faster than us. Advertisement. In response, Luo Xiu just frowned and said blankly. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean everyone can't do it. Kid. You. Marine present immediately lost his composure. Although you were a victim, you can't be so crazy. Do you know who is standing in front of you? That's Akainu, one of the 3 Marine admirals, one of the most powerful in the world. There's nothing he can't do. How can you do it? Ha ha ha. But what everyone didn't expect was that Akainu was not dissatisfied at all after hearing Luo Xiu's arrogant speech, but laughed out loud. Interesting. You are the most interesting young man I have seen in so many years. Young man, join Marine with me. If you want to eliminate pirates, then joining Marine should be your best choice. When Akainu found out that Luo Xiu dealt with the pirates alone and buried these innocent villagers, Akainu immediately felt a deep love for talent in his heart. And the look he had just made with Luo Xiu made Akainu understand that Luo Xiu was by no means a simple boy. Those eyes were really extraordinary. Hiss. Will Akainu Admiral personally invite others to join Marine? This seems to be the first time in so many years. This young man is really honored. Following Akainu-sama, he will definitely be great. When the Marines behind saw this, they immediately felt envious, because Akainu was the belief of many Marines. They looked at Luo Xiu eagerly, waiting for Luo Xiu to join them and become their compatriots. But in this regard, Luo Xiu just shook his head and said seriously. Sorry, I don't want to join you Marine. He opened his mouth with a decisive refusal. Not only Marine was confused, but Akainu also looked at Luo Xiu with a surprised look on his face. Why, is it just because the soldier just offended you and made you dislike Marine? That's why you refused to join Marine? No, Luo Xiu said calmly without changing his expression. I just don't think joining you Marine can achieve my goal of eradicating all pirates, because this has been proven for hundreds of years. That means you, Marine, are not qualified to manage all these sea areas. Do you think the current situation on the sea is good? Advertisement. The 4 emperors separated a territory, and countless innocent people were forced to fight under their rule. The 7 warlords of the sea is almost equivalent to the influence of one prince on an area of the sea. The entire sea is scattered. Is this what you Marines are going to do? Luo Xiu said loudly. He really joined Marine, and it was not the only correct answer in this era. In this somewhat absurd era, the existence of Marine can only maintain some clever balance, but cannot eradicate those problems, so Luo Xiu has no intention of joining Marine. Facing Luo Xiu's straightforward words, Akainu's face turned slightly ugly, but he knew that what the other party said was the truth. There are problems with their marine system itself, he knows this. But Akainu is still a little unwilling to lose this talent. But, kid, do you just want to eliminate all pirates with the power of one person? This is impossible. The power of one. Luo Xiu wiped his eyes in confusion, feeling the surging power in it, and a dangerous and cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Maybe it's enough. Luo Xiu actually had other thoughts in his heart. Maybe he could create a force, but this was something that happened in the future. Akainu on the side looked at Luo Xiu intently, hesitated for a while and respected the boy's choice, but he still spoke sincerely. If one day you change your current mind, Marine's door will always be open for you. Even Luo Xiu didn't expect that Akainu would be so insistent on him joining Marine, but he still shook his head. But hesitated and spoke. Can you help me take a look at this place? I don't want this place to suffer any damage. Luo Xiu pointed to the big grave at the back, and Akainu nodded solemnly. Certainly, he immediately raised his hand and asked several messengers to run over, and quickly issued several orders, asking the Marine branch stationed in the surrounding waters to send a special team to garrison here. Published with an A-level mission level, it can be said that it gave Luo Xiu a lot of face, because killing villages in the Pirate World Cup is really not something that should be too new. It is only for Luo Xiu's face that a Marine like Akainu should give such preferential treatment. Thank you, I owe you a favor and I will definitely pay it back to you in the future. Luo Xiu said sincerely, and then started to turn around and leave without looking back. It was obvious that he didn't want to have much interaction with Marine. Kid, can you tell me your name? In exchange, I can tell you something that should be beneficial to you. At this moment, Akainu suddenly spoke up. Luo Xiu stopped and said in a deep voice. Advertisement. My name is Luo Xiu, Xiu who will fight until death. The undying Luo Xiu is really a good name. The smile on Akainu's face didn't seem to fall off today as he continued. As far as I know, there should be a leader of the Paradise Pirates who massacred your village. That guy's existence should be the culprit of the attack on the village. Akainu put away his smile and said solemnly, that person's name is Doflamingo. Doflamingo. Luo Xiu suddenly froze and clenched his fists. He knew the identity of that man. He was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the super powerful group of people at the center of the new world. Luo Xiu muttered this name many times. He finally spoke out again. 2 favors. Now, after that, Luo Xiu strode away. All the Marines subconsciously gave in, just because the young man's murderous intent was so strong that even they, the old Marines who were used to fighting, couldn't stand it. 2 favors from one kid. This is really interesting. I really look forward to how you will repay my favor in the future. Akainu looked at Luo Xiu's leaving figure and shook his head and laughed. For a strong man of his level, ordinary favors were really not enough to help him. Akainu was really interested in Luo Xiu. He was still watching Luo Xiu until Luo Xiu's figure disappeared from the end of his field of vision. The soldier on the side hesitated for a while before interrupting to remind him. Sir, the children we rescued before seemed to be from this conch village. Should we catch up and warn that boy? Seemingly seeing his own parents' appreciation for Luo Xiu, the soldier reminded him that after all, this was also an opportunity to win the other person's favor. Hear the words. Akainu was silent. He didn't even bother to restrain a child. It's not a good thing for those kids to follow that kid, so after those kids have recovered, ask them if they are willing to join Marine. If they are willing to join Marine, then they can all follow me. Akainu said in a deep voice, and the soldier quickly replied. Yes, sir. After ordering all these things, Akainu looked at the boundless sky with faint eyes. He frowned slightly, and for some reason he felt that the decision made today might affect many things in the future. Chapter 5 Forbidden Ninjutsu, Double Target Kamui. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Luo Xiu on the other side did not hesitate at all. After repairing a ship, he left the island directly. As for the target, Luo Xiu already had a general direction in his mind. Sitting on the boat, Luo Xiu was blowing the sea breeze and looking at the boundless sea. Only then did his restless heart feel a little calmer. In one day, his whole world has been turned upside down. The village was destroyed, the uncle who raised him died in front of him, and he was separated from the little dragon, little tiger and Conan he grew up with. The latter's life or death is still uncertain. This means that Luo Xiu's heart is already very strong, otherwise ordinary people might have gone crazy. Is this the power I want? But the price paid for this power is a bit too high. Looking at the blood-red pupils reflected on the sea, Luo Xiu was smiling, but in his heart there was no joy at all from gaining power. Because the cost of obtaining this power was too high, he would rather not have it, but Luo Xiu was not a fool. Now that he had this power, Luo Xiu planned to make good use of it. After all, he promised everyone in the village to eliminate all pirates. Luo Xiu took a deep breath to adjust his mood, and then he began to study this sudden power in a real sense. Open hollow lens bracket host. Luo Xiu close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket physique. Low level 20 times lower than ordinary people. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket mental power. Intermediate 20 to 50 times that of ordinary people. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket talent. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket ninjutsu. None. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket revenge points. 10 close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket revenge points can be exchanged for anything host needs in the revenge mall. Close hollow lens bracket. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Advertisement. Luo Xiu touched his eyes subconsciously. As a time traveler, he happened to understand this thing, because this power came from a powerful force from another plane. Belonging to the powerful blood lineage of the Uchiha clan in the Hokage world, almost every Sharingan represents a powerful force. When you practice to the highest level, you can even rival the gods. Each pair of Sharingan has various magical powers. Even Luo Xiu's current Sharingan has powerful abilities similar to illusions. It can be said that with these eyes, Luo Xiu now has the potential to become a top powerhouse. Luo Xiu looked at other parts of the data panel, low-level physical fitness and mid-level mental power. Physiques in the One Piece world are generally quite pervert. The system rewards you with 10 times the physical fitness, but it is still low level. Luo Xiu shook his head helplessly. He knew that in terms of general combat power, the One Piece world was superior to the Hokage world. After all, the physique here was too pervert. But in terms of real high-end combat power, the Hokage world should be stronger. As for intermediate mental power, a trace of thought flashed in Luo Xiu's eyes. He probably guessed that it was his status as a time traveler that made his mental power different from ordinary people. But the power used in the Hokage world is chakra. Could it be? Luo Xiu's eyes lit up. He remembered that chakra is the embodiment of mental power and physical fitness, so it is the same in the world of One Piece. There should be no problem with using ninjutsu. As for seeing the last killing point in the shopping mall behind it, Luo Xiu seemed to have thought of something. His eyes brightened a little, and he quickly looked at the shopping mall mentioned by the system. He subconsciously looked towards the highest point and saw several blood-red scrolls standing at the highest point. Open hollow lens bracket forbidden items area close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket flying thunder god technique, a space-based ninjutsu from the Hokage world. It has the terrifying power to traverse space over long distances, allowing you to have a speed that ordinary people cannot match. Price: 1,000 revenge points. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket Hashirama cells. From a certain powerful blood inheritance boundary in the Hokage world, it can greatly improve the owner's recovery ability and provide a large amount of energy, and has a chance of birthing a unique special powerful ninjutsu. Price: 2,000 revenge points. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket 8 inner gates technique, a powerful physical training method from the world of Hokage. It is said that when practiced to the highest level, it has terrifying god-killing power. It is sold for 1,000 revenge points. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket reanimation jutsu. Close hollow lens bracket. Advertisement. One after another, the terrifying ninjutsu that came to this Hokage world were arranged on it. Even Luo Xiu's pupils shrank and his face was full of shock. Because he understands the power of these forbidden ninjutsu, if he can acquire any of them, he has the potential to become a top powerhouse, especially things like Hashirama cells. After obtaining it, you can also use the powerful wood style, which is also a bug-like power. Luo Xiu's heartbeat was beating like a drum. He finally suppressed the excitement in his heart but was immediately attracted by an object. Open hollow lens bracket Mangekyo Sharingan awakening qualification, a special benefit for Sharingan that cannot be upgraded due to different planes. After redemption, host can choose a powerful Sharingan with its complete power characteristics, such as Amaterasu, Kamui, distinguished heavenly gods. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket price, 2,000 revenge points. Close hollow lens bracket. Luo Xiu's mind exploded when he saw this item, and then a huge smile appeared on his lips, because this item was what he was looking forward to the most. Mangekyo Sharingan. This is one of the most buddy abilities in the Hokage world. It is something that can really cause a qualitative change, especially when there is a god-level skill like Kamui. Just one Kamui, Luo Xiu thought that he could stand at the top of this world. Because he means the most powerful space ability, the independent Kamui space. Hollow, Kamui, interesting. A rare smile appeared on Luo Xiu's face, but in an instant he had already thought about what kind of person he wanted to choose Mangekyo Sharingan, and giving him such powerful power, could it be God's will? But when Luo Xiu saw the price at the back, his face didn't look so good. 2,000 revenge points, this is not a small amount, converted into a bounty, it is 2 billion. How many pirates do you need to kill? And at the place where these forbidden items were exchanged, Luo Xiu saw another conspicuous sentence. Open hollow lens bracket basic conditions need to be met to exchange forbidden items. The host needs to kill a big pirate with a bounty of over 90 million alone. Close hollow lens bracket. Just one sentence made Luo Xiu feel a little bad, because it meant that Luo Xiu had to kill an extremely powerful pirate, and could not just rely on the number of weak pirates killed. In this era, pirates with bounties exceeding tens of millions are without exception some of the top people in the sea, let alone almost hundreds of millions. Luo Xiu's current normal version of 3-Tomo Sharingan, fully activated, may be equivalent to a big pirate with a bounty of 30 to 40 million. As for the target person with a bounty of 90 million, he naturally has to go to the new world. The target Luo Xiu has already made up his mind, that is to find one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo. Advertisement. His real enemy who was still alive, the real culprit behind the massacre of the village. However, Luo Xiu would not be stupid enough to seek revenge against one of the 7 warlords of the sea now. The most important thing for him now was to develop steadily. It seems I have to do it step by step. Luo Xiu thought about it for a moment. He was not a fool who liked to aim too high. Naturally, he knew that he could not become a fat man in one sitting, so Luo Xiu planned to save some revenge points and learn the basic ninjutsu first. For example, ordinary clone technique, body replacement technique, transformation book. Luo Xiu glanced at them all and found that the exchange prices for these low-level ninjutsu were not very expensive. And the source of these revenge points. Of course those pirates are here. Luo Xiu smiled slightly, his eyes full of confidence. He knew that the most indispensable thing in the North Blue he was in was pirates. Buzz, buzz, there was a sudden noise in the distance. Luo Xiu turned around with a smile and looked at a huge ship heading towards him. Although it was well hidden, Luo Xiu still saw some scenes on the ship with his terrifying eyesight. He frowned slightly, knowing that these people should be hidden pirates. After closing the distance, these pirates saw greedy smiles on their faces when they saw Luo Xiu, who was still wandering alone. Hey, kid, why are you wandering alone on the sea? A huge storm is coming soon. Why don't you come to our boat? It's safer. Yes, hurry up and get on board. We happen to be a transport team passing by here. You come up here to take refuge. We will send you back to the nearest port when we have time. Several pirates waved to Luo Xiu excitedly. A healthy child like Luo Xiu could be worth tens of thousands of belly if sold on the black market. Seeing that this group of pirates actually invited him, Luo Xiu on the boat quickly stood up, restrained himself, and Sharingan showed an innocent smile that should have been expected at his age. Okay, that's really, thank you. Luo Xiu smiled, showing his white teeth. Several pirates who had just waved shuddered subconsciously. They were a little surprised. Why did they feel a little cold in such a beautiful weather? Really weird. Chapter 6 Ninjutsu is beginning to become powerful. Luo Xiu's excitement. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Several pirates very enthusiastically invited Luo Xiu to board the ship. After Luo Xiu actually boarded the ship, they were eager to get on the ship and felt very happy in their hearts. On the contrary to them, Luo Xiu started to look at the ship after getting on the boat. When he saw a few cages in the corner, Luo Xiu's expression suddenly turned ugly. Because there are people in the cage. One group for men, one group for women. Luo Xiu glanced at them, and there were probably dozens of them. They were eating extremely dirty food, and everyone's expression was numb and desperate. Seeing Luo Xiu looking this way, the group of people shook their heads with sympathy on their faces, obviously thinking that Luo Xiu was as unlucky as them. Of course, some people's expressions were indeed gloating, thinking that it would be nice for Dorothy to be an unlucky guy like them. A pirate group that specializes in human trafficking. Luo Xiu frowned slightly. If we were to talk about which pirate group was the most hateful, it would naturally be the human trafficking pirate group, because a child can destroy a family. Thinking of this, Luo Xiu's chest rose and fell, and a red light suddenly appeared in his eyes. At this time, a man came forward. The man wore a black hat and was dressed a bit like a Western cowboy. His arrival made everyone on the boat stop what they were doing and look at him respectfully. Hello, boss, they said in unison. The cowboy man didn't take it too seriously but pointed at Luo Xiu and asked while smoking a cigarette. Hey, we actually caught another one. Is this the first one this month? Boss Chi, this is the 37th one. Is it the 37th one? It seems that this month's harvest is not bad. If we sell all these children, we should be able to get a good profit. By then, our pirate group's weapons can be replaced. Got it. The cowboy man laughed loudly, and the group of pirates who got Luo Xiu on the boat also laughed loudly. Apparently after Luo Xiu got on the boat, they didn't even bother to pretend. After all, they don't think a child has any ability to resist. Okay, let's put this unlucky little devil in a cage. Remember not to feed him too little food, otherwise he will starve to death. The cowboy man yawned and wanted to leave after giving the order. After hearing the order, several of the boys immediately walked towards Luo Xiu with their teeth and claws bared. Kid, you'd better not resist, or you'll suffer physical pain. The people in the cage closed their eyes in silence as they watched this scene. They had obviously expected what would happen later, but they were too lazy to care. After all, it was none of their business. Only an unkempt little girl in the cage suddenly raised her head and roared. Advertisement. Brother, what are you doing standing still? Run away. Obviously, she didn't want Luo Xiu to give up the hope of finally escaping, even if he was now in a vast sea. Escape was simply a delusion. But she still couldn't help but remind her, and the women beside her changed their faces and quickly covered their daughter's mouth, for fear that the pirates would punish them. However, the girl did not know what scene she saw. Suddenly her eyes widened and she began to struggle violently. She kept pointing her palms forward to signal her mother to look. The shocked voices of others soon came from the side, and everyone who was paying attention to the cage looked at this scene with shocked eyes. Hiss. How is this possible? This boy, the middle-aged woman had no choice but to turn around and look at the shocking scene in front of her with her eyes widened in disbelief. Because those powerful pirates that she regarded as ghosts and gods began to fall down one after another at this moment, accompanied by miserable wailing sounds. And it was the seemingly harmless boy who killed them. The young man holds a short sword and rushes into the group of pirates as if he is in a deserted place. Every time he swings the sword, he will take away a life. Ah, damn, how could this kid be so strong and so fast? Stay away, this kid has a tricky idea. We are no match for him. Run. The group of pirates immediately lost their arrogance and began to flee, but their escape speed was even faster than Sharingan's Luo Xiu's killing speed. In an instant, more than half of the ordinary pirates on the ship fell into Luo Xiu's hands, and the entire ship was littered with corpses. The horrible smell of blood was nauseating, but Luo Xiu was not disgusted by it because this group of pirates also provided him with more than 20 revenge points. This is a big batch. The remaining pirates looked at the terrifying young man in the center with frightened expressions. You. Who are you? The cowboy man is the owner of this pirate ship and the captain of the Love Pirates, who are responsible for selling people for a living. Han said with a little fear. He is a well-known pirate in the North Blue area, with a bounty of 8 million belly, but this boy feels so weak in front of him. Luo Xiu killed a group of his crew members, and he didn't even have time to react. It was so fast, every blow the boy took was almost a one-hit kill. Who I am? Upon hearing Han's question, Luo Xiu revealed a cold smile on his lips, and the red light in his eyes attracted attention. I am an avenger to all pirates. Looking at Luo Xiu's terrifying eyes, Hans was a little scared. He swallowed hard and laughed dryly. Advertisement. Little brother, do you believe me when I say that everything just happened was a misunderstanding? How about we shake hands and make peace? I can transfer some of my treasures to you and drop you off at the next port. Look, you should be relieved after killing so many of my men. Let's just make friends. Hans gave in. He was afraid of this young but fierce young man, and would rather sacrifice something in exchange for peace. Seeing that there seemed to be a slight change in Luo Xiu's expression, Hans was instantly excited, but the next moment, the little girl who had just reminded Luo Xiu shouted again. Don't listen to him, big brother. The next port is their base camp. They won't let you go there. You wanna die. Hans's face changed drastically. He didn't expect that someone else would guess his inner thoughts. He threw the knife directly at the girl. The little girl immediately raised her head in fright. The woman on the side struggled to protect her daughter behind her. But it was too late. Clang. But just when the little girl was dying, a flying knife was thrown over, instantly resolving the crisis. It was Luo Xiu who took action. He looked at Hans with an indifferent expression and said, I'm sorry, because you became a pirate, so you are not qualified to negotiate in front of me. After you and I meet, there will only be one ending, either you die, or I die. So, there's nothing to talk about. Hans's eyes instantly turned fierce. He had been working in North Blue for so many years. His temper was not fickle. The moment Luo Xiu refused, he took the lead and launched a surprise attack directly on Luo Xiu. With one strike, the sword light struck Luo Xiu instantly. Although it is not demon fruit power, his combat power cannot be overshadowed. But in the face of Hans's brazen offensive, Luo Xiu did not dodge and even made a move that was puzzling to everyone. He flipped his hands quickly. He made various movements with his hands, and finally put one hand in front of his mouth and blew lightly. He said softly. Fire style, little fireball technique. As soon as the words fell, a large amount of flame spurted out from Luo Xiu's mouth. The huge flames were like a small fire dragon and instantly covered Han's sword light. The whole audience was shocked. Is this the fire devil fruit ability? This guy actually has demon fruit power. Hans was a little stunned, but instead he was filled with greater fear, because he knew that every demon fruit power was a scary guy. So he gritted his teeth and launched another more terrifying offensive. He waved more sword lights and slashed at Luo Xiu. But the next moment, changes occurred again, and the deck suddenly began to shake violently. A huge earth wall rose out of thin air, blocking all Han's attacks. Earth style, earth flow wall, advertisement. Luo Xiu stopped forming seals at this moment and said softly, yes, these two ninjutsu are the basic ninjutsu he just redeemed from the system mall, and the effect seems to be very good. The existence of fire style earth style is equivalent to the power of Lodia devil fruit in the pirate world. It is extremely terrifying, compared with Luo Xiu's discovery. With the blessing of Sharingan, the power of these two ninjutsu will be additional. Promote. Luo Xiu was relatively calm, but Hans was in a frenzy. That just seemed to be the power of the earth element. But didn't the guy in front use the power of the fire element? How can two completely different devil fruit abilities manifest themselves in one person? A group of pirates who were watching were completely uneasy. Because they had no concept of ninjutsu, they instinctively attributed Luo Xiu's ability to the devil fruit. But what is happening now is contrary to all of this, but no matter what, it proves one thing, that is, the young man in front of him is very strong, the kind that Yuan Fei and the others can defeat. Can you please let me go this time? I will never do anything like this again. Hans struggled with his expression and wanted another chance to survive, but he still received a negative reply from Luo Xiu. Finally, Hans accepted his fate. He staggered with a smile and launched the final attack, heading directly towards Luo Xiu, shouting while attacking. There are so many pirates in North Blue, so many scum who do the same thing as me. Why do strong men like want to kill me? Why? Obviously Hans didn't feel that he had done anything wrong at all. He just felt that he was unlucky, because the world is like this in North Blue. If you don't be ruthless, you will have no place at all. The other pirates also launched their final charge towards Luo Xiu. In response, Luo Xiu just formed a seal with his hands again. Earth style was released again, but this time it was not to defend, but to restrict their actions. Then Luo Xiu blew a sudden blow and launched the ultimate fire style to begin the most violent output. Buzz, buzz, low-level ninjutsu like the small fireball exploded with powerful power under the blessing of Luo Xiu and ordinary people's spiritual power. Without the slightest surprise, a group of low-level pirates all died under the scorching flames, and then fell down helplessly while smoking black smoke. As for the most powerful Hans, Luo Xiu activated Sharingan and killed him. After a few rounds, the latter was also killed by Luo Xiu with one blow and fell to the ground. When he died, his eyes were wide open, obviously filled with unwilling to do so. Open hollow lens bracket. Congratulations to host for successfully killing a pirate with a bounty of 8 million Baileys and being rewarded with 8 revenge points. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a pirate with a bounty of 2 million Bailey and a reward of 2 revenge points. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket. Congratulations. Close hollow lens bracket. Comma. A series of kill reports began to sound in Luo Xiu's mind. Luo Xiu stood indifferently among the corpses of pirates. The blood-red pupils in his eyes made Luo Xiu look like a hellish murderer. Chapter 7 died on the way to kill the pirates. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After killing all the pirates, Luo Xiu got a total of more than 20 revenge points. In addition to the previous ones, it can be said that this pirate group alone provided him with 50 revenge points. Converted into a bounty, that's 50 million Baileys. After thinking for a while, Luo Xiu exchanged these revenge points into 2 basic ninjutsu. One is the clone technique and the other is the body replacement technique. Not enough, it's still not enough. The speed of accumulating revenge points is still too slow. Luo Xiu stood beside a pile of corpses and muttered to himself. Only after experiencing despair did he fully understand the importance of mastering power. So now he desperately hopes to master powerful power, no matter how dangerous the method is. On the other side, the people who were originally imprisoned in cages immediately became excited when they saw the pirates being killed by Luo Xiu. Dead. Daughter, all these pirates dead. Great, great, we are saved. They shouted excitedly, and some even shed tears of excitement. There is no way, no one can calm down after experiencing great despair and seeing the light of day. Little brother, thank you so much, please release us quickly. Hurry up, I can't wait, especially the cage where the men were imprisoned. They soon began to shout excitedly to Luo Xiu, and each one pushed hard against the cage, but Luo Xiu ignored their shouts and walked to the one next to him. Cage. May I have your name? Luo Xiu looked at the little girl who had just spoken to remind him. The latter timidly raised her head, revealing a pair of big, watery eyes. My name is Alan. Advertisement. Although the little girl is disheveled at the moment, it can still be seen that the girl must have been very delicate before. Alan, it's a good name. A warm smile appeared on Luo Xiu's lips, and then he opened the lock of the cage with a knife. The little girl quickly walked out under the leadership of her mother. Thank you so much, my benefactor. After coming out, the middle-aged woman took her daughter and thanked Luo Xiu sincerely, almost kneeling on the ground. The same was true for the other women behind her. Luo Xiu saw sincere gratitude in most of their eyes. Moreover, Luo Xiu also learned some secrets from their mouths. It turned out that the people on the ship who were captured and trafficked were divided into 2 types. One type is miserable women like them. Because their husbands failed in gambling, they ruthlessly sold them to gangsters as gambling debts. This is the case with Alan and the others. There is also a group of people who were caught by gangs because they could not pay their gambling debts and their lives were used to mortgage the gambling debts. Most of the cages holding men in the other part are like this. Thank you. Big brother. At this moment, the little girl really took a look at the young man who defeated the pirates and saved them. She was surprised to find that the young man's current demeanor was really different from when he just killed the pirates. Luo Xiu, who had just killed a pirate, struck her as cruel and murderous, but now Luo Xiu was very gentle, like a big brother who led the family. You're welcome. In response to the little girl's thanks, Luo Xiu gave a faint kaido and gave a friendly smile. Luo Xiu was such a person. When others gave him 1 point of kindness, he returned 10 points to others. Hey, kid, what have you been chatting about there? Didn't you see that a group of us are still locked up? Let us out first, it's getting uncomfortable here. That's right, let us out quickly. How many days have I been hungry? But the men trapped in the cage next door became a little dissatisfied when they saw Luo Xiu grinding and whining, and they all began to urge Luo Xiu. After hearing these words, Luo Xiu, who had originally planned to let them go, frowned instantly. Why should I open the lock for you? Why? The group of men in the cage were stunned for a moment, and then started to curse. Advertisement. We were caught here by those pirates. We are innocent. Why don't you help us if you have the strength? Are you the same as those pirates? Hearing this group of people talking about Luo Xiu, Alan on the side immediately became anxious. Big brother helped us deal with those pirates. We should thank him. How can you say anything about him? But her words had no effect on those people at all. Instead, she was scolded by them for being so good after getting an advantage. Lan was so anxious that she almost cried. Luo Xiu frowned, pulled away from Alan, and watched these men start to abuse him just because he was not a good person to follow through. Luo Xiu felt for the first time that it seemed that some people suffered for no reason. Luo Xiu smiled sarcastically and looked at them with blood-red eyes. Do you think I'm far better at talking than those nasty pirates, so that's why you talk to me in this tone? The few men in the cage were frightened by Luo Xiu's eyes. They wanted to say yes, because young Luo Xiu seemed to be more controllable as a child. They don't have the guts to negotiate terms with ruthless pirates, but they have the guts to negotiate terms with good guys, like Luo Xiu. A bit ironic indeed. Luo Xiu was too lazy to pay attention to these guys, and those men were afraid of Luo Xiu and did not dare to say anything else. Luo Xiu looked at Alan and others and asked. You just said that the next port is the base camp of this pirate group, so do you know how to get there? Alan nodded and asked nonchalantly. Big brother, why are you asking this? Kill the pirates. Luo Xiu asked briefly and concisely. If you want to ask where there are the most pirates, then this kind of base camp must be a good place. What? But when everyone present heard that Luo Xiu planned to kill him at their base camp, they immediately became uneasy, because as North Blue people, they knew how terrifying it was. Advertisement. The big pirate with a bounty of tens of millions doesn't dare to say that he is right there. There are really many pirates there. My benefactor, that place is really too dangerous. Although you are very powerful, you shouldn't take such risks. Alan's mother, a very gentle-looking woman, persuaded from the side. Yes, it is really dangerous there. In my hometown, it has always been jokingly called a man-eating devil's cave. Ordinary people go there and there is almost no way to survive. That's a place even Marine dare not set foot easily. You could die. The other women also repeatedly persuaded him that they really wanted Luo Xiu in their hearts. Alan also felt that the young man who saved their lives was a little strange. Brother, aren't you afraid of death? Hearing this, Luo Xiu frowned slightly, as if he was thinking about this issue seriously. After a long time, Luo Xiu suddenly smiled lightly. Death, who is not afraid of it? But I have died the right to be afraid of death. If I must die in this life, it will be while killing pirates. Listening to the young man's words, a group of people fell silent, because even Idiot Doe could tell that this young man should have a blood feud with the pirates. And there are really too many people persecuted by pirates in the entire sea. Alan didn't know how to comfort Luo Xiu, so she could only tentatively touch Luo Xiu's blood-stained hands with her hands, and she spoke softly in a low voice. My grandma told me that nothing in the world is more important than survival, because as long as you live, it means infinite possibilities. Although I don't know what happened to my elder brother, I am sure that he is such a good person. You won't die easily. Looking at the girl's innocent appearance, Luo Xiu's face twitched inadvertently, and he sighed inwardly. Although there are many people walking in the dark and touching sin, there are also many good people in the sun. Thank you very much, Luo Xiu said softly, his eyes flashing slightly. Chapter 8 Choice. Regret everyone. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After Luo Xiu made the decision to set off to the base camp of the human trafficker pirates, he chose to part ways with these people without any hesitation. Because there is a small ship in this pirate ship, Luo Xiu plans to drive this ship to their base camp and leave the big pirate ship to them. This is not what Luo Xiu likes to do. Mainly because he felt that it would be too ostentatious for a big pirate ship to go there. But just when Luo Xiu was about to set off, another inappropriate voice came from behind. Little brother, why don't you go to that base camp first and send us back? After all, we ordinary people are still a little dangerous at sea, and you can better protect us. Quote. Luo Xiu turned his head in surprise and found that the people who made the noise were the same group of men who were dissatisfied with him. At this time, they had been released at some point. Luo Xiu frowned and looked around, and saw a woman smiling awkwardly at him holding a key she didn't know where to find. Obviously, this woman should be related to one of the men. She was the one who released these men. Luo Xiu just narrowed his eyes and was too lazy to pay attention to them. Instead, Luo Xiu looked at everyone and said softly. I just need a guide to go to their base camp. If you are willing to go there with me, I can be responsible for protecting you. This is his last chance for this group of people. He is not a bad person. He seems to have nothing to do but protect those who don't want to do anything. But that base camp is too dangerous. You don't know how many terrifying strong men there are, so we better not hold you back. You'd better send us to another port. It won't take you much time anyway. Yeah, just rescue us. Anyway, you saved us once and this is the second time. This group of men persuaded them with a smile, and most of the women behind them were silent. It was obvious that they also meant this. They didn't think Luo Xiu could survive alone in the pirates' base camp. So naturally he is unwilling to follow him to die. Ah, advertisement. Luo Xiu laughed to himself, turned the handle and was about to turn away, but the next moment he saw the ship's hull sway, and a little girl jumped into the ship at some point. Alan said with a serious expression, if you don't mind, I can be your guide. At this time, Alan's mother also walked away nervously. It was obvious that she had no choice but to follow her daughter because she had no choice but to follow her daughter's decision. Auntie, are you willing to come together? I think it would be safer to go with my eldest brother. After Alan got on the boat, he waved to the women he was familiar with, but was rejected by them, and they all shook their heads. Obviously he didn't agree with Alan's decision and thought the girl was a bit stupid, so Alan had no choice but to lower his head in grievance. After touching the girl's head, Luo Xiu smiled at them and said softly. Don't worry, I will definitely do what I promised you, and I will definitely protect you. After saying that, he turned the handle and started to drive away quickly. The speed of the speedboat was very fast, and it quickly distanced itself from the original pirate ship until it disappeared from everyone's sight. Seeing that Luo Xiu actually left them and left, the men who had just scolded him most fiercely became furious, but they only dared to wait until Luo Xiu actually left them for most of the time before they cursed angrily. Damn brat, aren't you just relying on yourself as a demon fruit power? Why are you so arrogant? If Laozi had the ability to do something like this, he would definitely protect everyone. It's just, that guy went there to seek death, so he was a fool to accompany them to break into the base camp. It's safer to stay on this pirate ship than there. Several men seemed to be confident and said, but soon the woman behind them seemed to have seen something terrifying and screamed in terror. Everyone started to look behind them as most of their eyes were on, and it turned out that a small black dot suddenly appeared behind them at some point, and the black dot became larger and larger as the distance increased. Advertisement. If you look carefully, it is clearly a ship, and there is a flag flying above the big ship. The flag is black all day long, with a big white skull in the middle and two knives below. Obviously this is a pirate ship. On the watchtower of the pirate ship in the distance, a man with a sinister face put away his binoculars and said to the crowd with excitement. Brothers, here comes the big job. Brothers, come on. After the two ships approached, they blew their horns and launched an attack without any hesitation. A group of pirates had greedy smiles on their faces. Just like that, this group of people who had just been released have once again become commodities, and this group of pirates is even worse than the previous group, and some have sadistic tendencies, which they vent out directly on them. And after being put into the cage again, their eyes were even more desperate, but in addition to despair, there was also a strong sense of regret. Maybe they should follow the boy. This is the world, and an inadvertent choice may change everything, and this is especially true in this chaotic North Blue. The world of One Piece is actually very grand. Of course, its sea area accounts for a large part, so in this world, things related to the sea have become mainstream. In addition to the huge sea area of New World, there are also East Blue, West Blue, South Blue, North Blue, these 4 sea areas. Each sea area has its own characteristics, such as the weaker South Blue. They are famous for their craftsman skills, and many outstanding shipbuilding giants come from them. West Blue and East Blue are famous for producing strong people, because there are really too many strong people coming out of their places. Of course, East Blue is sometimes jokingly called feeding the weakest sea, mainly because a certain boss with a marine background often goes back. As a result, the strong atmosphere there was suppressed. The North Blue where Luo Xiu is currently located also has a very distinctive feature, that is, chaos. This land that has produced many marine admirals is actually different from what many people think. Advertisement. This land really has a special magic that can turn people into devils. The Vinsmoke family is the ruler of this sea area, but they fully respect technology and pay no attention to the life and death below. Even some of their secret scientific experiments make the dark transactions about people here very terrifying. Paradise Island. I created it based on the background of the original work. It's North Blue's notorious black market exchange. It's full of crimes, and killing is just a trivial matter. Even if someone is killed in the street, some passersby will just shake their heads indifferently and then stride away without caring. Even because enough security deposits have been handed over to the world government here, you will not even be attacked by Marines if you commit crimes here. Satire. Extremely ironic. Today's Paradise Island is the same as usual. Whenever the port is opened, the port will be full of ships, and batches of ships will arrive. Some of the flags on these ships are the flags of caravans, tourist ships or even special transport teams of a certain country. After these ships docked, someone would pick them up, and then one batch after another they would start transporting things from the ships to the bottom. As for what was inside the boxes, nobody knows. No one went back to ask. Because as long as you have enough money here, or are strong enough, or have a big enough background, you can ignore most of the rules here. At this moment, at the port, a young man slowly got up from an ordinary speedboat and looked at the country that built the island in the name of paradise with somewhat blurred eyes. I have to say, it's really beautiful. The buildings here look very impressive. Is it finally here? The corners of the young man's mouth curled up, revealing a cold smile. Chapter 9. End this absurd era. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Luo Xiu also didn't expect that the so-called pirate group's headquarters, which is equivalent to human traffickers, would be here, and that this place would be so prosperous. Luo Xiu still vaguely remembered that everyone in the village went fishing every day, but could only earn a meager income. Most of them could only make ends meet. They originally thought that they could change their current situation as long as they worked hard, but when Luo Xiu saw this sinful city, he instantly realized how ridiculous this sentence was. Alan and the middle-aged woman on the side were also shocked by the luxury of Paradise Island. Brother Luo Xiu, go ahead and do what you want to do. After being stunned for a while, the girl put away her shocked gaze and turned to look at the young man who had been traveling with her for a long time with a complicated expression. During the journey, although Luo Xiu didn't talk too much about herself, the smart girl also knew what Luo Xiu was going to do, and after the exchange, she discovered that Luo Xiu was different. Mom and I will protect ourselves. And wait for you to come back. The mother touched the girl's head lovingly and did not refuse the girl's proposal. Luo Xiu, on the other hand, looked at them intently for a long time, then smiled, a relieved smile. The feeling of being trusted and relied on was still so good. Luo Xiu stood up and started to walk into the city. Alan and the woman behind him looked at Luo Xiu's back. Alan murmured, "Mom, brother Luo Xiu is really different from others." "What's different?" the woman asked. "Although he carries a lot of hatred, he will not give it to other innocent people at will. He keeps saying that he is a pure avenger, but I feel that his heart is very complicated." She seems to want to change. The girl thought seriously and said aloud, "She wants to change this world." "He is truly an amazing man." The woman touched her daughter's head, looked at Luo Xiu's back and smiled tenderly. "Yeah, he's an amazing man, comma. Looking at these tall buildings, Luo Xiu took a deep breath and said softly, "This era is too absurd. In that case, let me, Luo Xiu, end it as an avenger." After that, he started to enter this sinful city. And when Luo Xiu truly entered this sinful city, Luo Xiu realized that the decorations outside were just childish, it was more prosperous inside. And along the way, he saw the most people he had ever seen in his life. The streets were really crowded. Most of the people were still smiling happily while shopping. It seemed that this was not what the people of North Blue called sin. This place is like a paradise. Advertisement. It's just that those who passed by Luo Xiu saw him as a child wandering alone in the city. Their eyes were a little inexplicable and strange. Otherwise, Luo Xiu was a little confused. Could it be that he had misjudged this place? Is this really a beautiful city? "Hey, kid. Why are you playing alone on the street? Where are you adults?" Suddenly, a man walked up to him and asked him. He smiled with great kindness. Looking at the man's eyes, Luo Xiu suddenly smiled. "Died," he said softly, as if he was retelling a very common thing, and the corners of the man's mouth immediately twitched. "Is it so easy to say that one of your family members died? What a filial son." But when he learned that Luo Xiu was an orphan, his smile became even brighter. "That's really pitiful. How about this? I'll take you to our place. I happen to be the person in charge of our orphanage." As he said this, he was about to pull Luo Xiu away, but at this moment another enchanting-looking woman squeezed over, pushed the man away and yelled angrily. "Hanks, are you looking for death? This is Nanchang District. It's the territory of our Sky Serpent pirates. What do you mean you are robbing us of our territory?" Hanks was a little angry after being pushed away. "What are your people? The people lousy seas are mine. Are you going to start a war?" The woman was furious when she heard this, and she was ready to fight if she disagreed. "Let's start a war. We, the Wild Wolf Pirates, have long disliked you women. Why can you stand alone with the resources of Nanchang District? Men are not afraid. Why? It's all about strength." At this time, a group of women quickly walked out of the crowd. They all had long whips around their waists and looked very difficult to mess with. And a woman with a thick tattoo of roses on her face came out with half-closed eyes. She seemed to be smiling but not smiling. Seeing this woman, Hanks cursed angrily. "Since the snake girls are here, then I will give this child to you. Damn it, I'm so unlucky. All the goods I got are gone. The boss will scold me again when he finds out." After saying that, he was about to leave. Luo Xiu watched eagerly as this group of people suddenly gathered, and then treated himself as a commodity in front of the people on the street. "I said, do you want to ask my opinion?" Luo Xiu said expressionlessly, but no one paid him any attention. The snake girl looked at Luo Xiu as if she were looking at an ant. Including those who were still playing on the street, they just looked at Luo Xiu with indifferent expressions, as if they were seeing a dead person. Advertisement. This is the real Paradise City. Interesting. Luo Xiu's lips curved into an evil smile, and the next moment their figures flashed, and blood flowers instantly erupted in the field. Several women standing in front of Luo Xiu fell into a pool of blood in shock. Luo Xiu stood on the body of a woman, and the blood in his pupils seemed to be eating people. "Now, can you listen to me, everyone?" Luo Xiu looked at everyone with frightened faces expressionlessly. "Kill him. Anyone who can hang out in the city of sin is a mediocre person." The snake girl made a decision in just 1 second, she said solemnly. Several members of the Sky Snake Pirates immediately waved their swords and attacked Luo Xiu, and the crowd began to become chaotic. It seemed that more and more people were coming. Of course, there were also some people who seemed to have nothing to do and were watching the fun. It's so stupid to cause trouble in Paradise City. Does he think he is the Akainu from Naval Headquarters? It's just, this kid is in trouble. The Sky Snake Pirates are a famous pirate group in Paradise City. Their captain, Sky Snake, is a big pirate with a bounty of 30 million Baileys. Luo Xiu didn't care what others thought or how they said he was stupid, because making trouble in the city and then letting everyone surround and kill him was the path he chose to become stronger. Either fight your way out of here, or be killed here. There is no second choice. Fire style, small fireball technique. Earth style, earth flow wall. Water style, water dragon bomb. Facing the attacks of countless people, Luo Xiu would not foolishly go forward and fight on his own, but chose to use ninjutsu. Boom, boom, laugh, laugh. For those weak pirates, Luo Xiu's attack of this level was undoubtedly fatal, and soon a large number of pirates began to die. Open hollow lens bracket drop. Congratulations to host for successfully killing a pirate with a bounty of 2 million Baileys and being rewarded with 2 revenge points. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket drop. Congratulations to host for successfully killing a pirate with a bounty of 1 million Bailey, and was awarded 1 revenge point. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket drop. Close hollow lens bracket. Advertisement. A series of kill reports began to sound in Luo Xiu's mind. Luo Xiu listened expressionlessly, and then continued to start his harvest journey. No, this kid has the ability of Lodia Devil Fruit. Everyone retreats. Support, support, call for support. The whole place was in chaos. The second in command of the Sky Snake Pirates, the snake girl with a bounty of 15 million, was also angry, her pretty face full of chills. Very good, very good. No one in the southern district of Paradise City has dared to cause trouble for a long time. Kid, don't even think about leaving alive today. You must die here today. After that, she waved her long whip and attacked like Luo Xiu. With a casual blow of the whip, she made a sound of breaking the wind. She wanted to kill this boy. Faced with Snake Girl's arrogant speech, Luo Xiu stared at her with a serious expression and said, "If you want to kill me, how can you people be enough?" Luo Xiu said loudly, pointing to the pirates from other districts who were watching the show. "You guys come together. Luo Xiu begs to be killed." Laugh, laugh. As soon as the words fell, the venue fell into a strange silence, and soon figures one after another emerged from the crowd. Some passersby who knew these people could not hide the shock in their eyes. Because all these people who come out are big bosses from various parties in Tiantian. One of them is Jack, the vice captain of the Dongcheng district wild wolf pirates, known as the Blood Wolf. Some are the second in command of the Crazy Ape pirates in Shicheng district, Belston, known as the Iron Monkey. And Genesis, the captain of the Devil Tiger pirates in Baikeng district, is known as the Tiger King. None of these people's bounty is less than 20 million belly, and some are even as high as 35 million belly. And this group of real big guys from Paradise are slowly gathering around like a boy who is nearly 12 years old. Just because of the extremely arrogant words of the young man just now. Hey. But when Luo Xiu saw a group of strong men coming towards him, there was no fear in his eyes as everyone thought, but only abnormal excitement. Let's fight. Luo Xiu's bloody pupils opened wide, and he killed everyone directly with one knife. Chapter 10 Luo Xiu's arrogance declares war on Paradise City. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. North Blue. Marine Branch Base No. 78. It is one of several marine bases set up by Marine in North Blue. The sea area under its jurisdiction connects the sea area closest to North Blue in the Grand Line. The well-known Paradise Island of the North Blue people is one of their jurisdictions. Genos, currently the base commander of Marine Branch Number 78 and a Marine Rear Admiral, is sitting at the workbench meticulously processing documents. Normal documents were processed quickly and smoothly. After all, Marine's power can still suppress most things in North Blue. When he saw the documents from Paradise City, his face suddenly turned ugly. On August 10th, the suspected, culprit of the 7.17 major kidnapping case, appeared in Tiantang City. On August 12th, 37 children disappeared for no apparent reason in the waters near Paradise Island. August 13th, Genos felt his scalp numb as he read one document after another charging documents against Paradise Island, but after thinking about his past experiences, Genos still shook his head helplessly. Does Marine really not know that this island called Paradise is actually hell? Marine knows about it, and even many places in North Blue are asking Marine to deal with this place. In fact, Genos used to be an extremely just and single-minded Marine. He once led many Marines to suppress Paradise City. But, when he passed by, the group of guys hid as if they knew the news in advance, allowing him to escape. This happened several times in the future, and more times later. Someone from the top of the world government actually gave him an order to stop targeting Paradise City. Later, he gradually understood the meaning and discovered how terrifying the background of this Paradise City was. It relied on terrifying tribute methods, and the shadows of the forces behind it were already numerous. Its every move affected the interests of all parties. Marine can't be allowed to wipe it out at will, so Marine can only punish it when it goes too far to satisfy some people. Hey, things are so helpless in this world. Sometimes I feel that what I do is not worthy of the military uniform I'm wearing. Genos smiled bitterly, but suddenly a Navy soldier in charge of espionage rushed in with a panicked expression. Advertisement. No, sir, something big happened in Paradise City. Genos looked at his soldiers a little displeased. It's weird when Paradise City isn't in chaos. Why are you making such a fuss? No, sir, the Marine quickly told Genos about the huge information coming from Paradise City. Genos' expression was normal when he heard it, but when he heard what happened later, he became more and more frightened. In the end, he stood up in excitement. What, you were saying that a young man suddenly came to Paradise City and declared war on the entire Paradise City? The forces in each city have their own powerful lineups, and several big pirates with a bounty of no less than 20 million belly are besieging them. And one person, but they were all killed by this boy. It wasn't until the real talkers from the last few major cities took action together that we were able to repel the boy who looked to be only 12 or 13 years old. Genos' face turned red. Are you kidding me? If he hadn't known that his soldiers wouldn't make a fuss about this kind of thing, Genos would really not believe it, because this is really nonsense. Paradise City was actually provoked by a young man. What a fuss. Not only that, when the boy retreated, he also said that he would come out to challenge them every once in a while until all the pirates in Paradise City were killed, or no more pirates dared to show up in Paradise City. Hai Bing reminded him from the side. When he said this, he couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. Without him, this young man was simply too crazy. Just saying that I felt this way after hearing these rumors, you can imagine how shocking the scene was at that time. After thinking for a while, Hai Bing asked from the side. Sir, if he makes a fuss, there will be chaos in Paradise City. What should we do? How to do it? Genos was stunned for a moment and the corners of his mouth suddenly raised. What else can we do? Could it be that such a big event has been robbed of all the limelight by a young man? So what do you want us Marines to do? Send me my order to block the routes from other sea areas under our jurisdiction. I don't want to see outsiders from other sea areas involved in this incident. There was such a big commotion in Paradise City this time, and those dishonest guys would definitely send people to support them. Genos couldn't openly start a war against Paradise City, so he could only do some things like this. Advertisement. Hai Bing panicked. He didn't expect his parents' hand to be so big. Aren't he afraid of being blamed by his superiors? That person is just a boy who is no more than 12 or 13 years old. Sir, do you trust him too much? Yeah, a boy. Genos suddenly smiled a little self-deprecatingly. What a young boy dared to do. A Marine as big as himself did it timidly. Go ahead and implement it. I, Genos, will be responsible for all the consequences. The worst I can do is start over from scratch. Genos' eyes were firm, and all he could do was trust the strange boy. There may be a chance that a cancer that has been living in North Blue for decades can really be eradicated. Genos muttered, open HoloLens bracket host, Luo Xiu close HoloLens bracket. Open HoloLens bracket physique, low level 20 times lower than ordinary people close HoloLens bracket. Open HoloLens bracket mental power, intermediate 20 to 50 times that of ordinary people close HoloLens bracket. Open HoloLens bracket talent, 3 Tomo Sharingan close HoloLens bracket. Open HoloLens bracket ninjutsu, fire style, small fireball technique. Water style, water spout, earth flow wall, clone technique, body replacement technique, transformation technique, close HoloLens bracket. Open HoloLens bracket revenge point, 586 close HoloLens bracket. In a remote corner of Paradise City, Luo Xiu leaned on the wall and looked at his current data panel. The huge revenge point of 586 was his gain from this battle. Luo Xiu looked at himself covered in blood, his entire robe was almost dyed red. He didn't even know how many pirates he had killed. He only knew that there were many, many. The second-in-commands from various cities were actually quite dangerous to Luo Xiu. But after Luo Xiu exchanged several ninjutsu with revenge points, his strength increased again, and he killed them one by one. Advertisement. However, too many people came in the end, and several more truly strong people from the city came. Luo Xiu's physical and mental strength were almost exhausted, so he chose to use the clone technique and body replacement technique to retreat. My current strength should be able to compete with the pirates with a bounty of 50 million belly, but to deal with the people of the entire Paradise City, it is still not enough. Luo Xiu knew that there were real strong people here, so in order to better save revenge points, Luo Xiu decided to continue using revenge points to exchange for some powerful ninjutsu. This is worth it. After scanning them all, Luo Xiu quickly locked in on the ninjutsu he requested. Open hollow lens bracket Reikiri, a powerful ninjutsu that gathers power into the palm of your hand. When used, the power can be increased many times. It will also cause a certain amount of damage to the body. Price: 200 revenge points. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket multiple shadow clone technique, an enhanced version of clone technique, which uses its own powerful power to increase the number of shadow clone. Thousands of shadow clone can be separated at one time. The clone possesses part of the strength of the main body and has an entity. It can be used and actively survive on the periphery for a period of time. Price: 300 revenge points. Close hollow lens bracket. Reikiri is one of the high burst damage ninjutsu in the world of Hokage. It has extremely pervert power and is the best choice under forbidden technique. The multiple shadow clone technique is also a bug level skill. Essentially, as long as the energy is enough, you can have countless clones, and these clones can also fight alone. It can almost be called the first ninjutsu among the forbidden ninjutsu. The ninjutsu Luo Xiu wanted to learn this time were the two of them, and their prices were also the most expensive. But after thinking about it for a while, Luo Xiu quickly made a choice. Although Reikiri does a lot of damage to the body, in the world of One Piece, where the body is pervert, I think the shortcomings of this ninjutsu can be well compensated. And the multiple shadow clone techniques should be better developed in the One Piece world. Luo Xiu analyzed expressionlessly, and then said in a deep voice. I choose Reikiri and multiple shadow clone techniques. Open hollow lens bracket dip. The exchange was successful. Close hollow lens bracket. After the words fell, Luo Xiu quickly had everything about the two ninjutsus of Reikiri and shadow clone in his mind, and felt the surging power in them. Luo Xiu focused his attention on a high-rise building in the distance. Then, he started to walk there expressionlessly. Chapter 11 The Powerful Reikiri. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Nanchang District. The headquarters of the Sky Snake Pirates is in a splendid building. As the captain of the Sky Snake Pirates, the Sky Snake girl sat on the main seat and looked at everyone present with her breath fluctuating. Who can tell me, who is the young man who came to our Nanchang District to cause a scene yesterday and killed so many people in our Sky Snake Pirates? Which pirate group is here to kick things off, or is it those nasty marines? The Heavenly Snake girl shouted loudly, her pretty face turned red with anger. They were really embarrassed in Nanchang District yesterday. Being forced by a young man to ask for help from other cities was the first time in so many years. Now everyone in Paradise City is watching their joke. The people below listened to their boss's roar and fell silent. Only a few spies stood up and spoke. Captain, I already asked around last night, and all the major forces don't know this strange boy. He doesn't seem to be a pirate or a member of Marine's group. It's like he just appeared out of nowhere. How do you say that young man is working alone? There is no force behind him. The Sky Snake girl immediately asked. Well, in theory, that's it. The intelligence officer spoke cautiously, and the snake girl finally smiled after hearing this, but the expression on her face was ferocious and terrifying. He actually dares to declare war on the entire Paradise City without any power. It's true that a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Pass my order and issue me the highest level of kill order. As long as this young man in Paradise City is in Paradise City, we, the Sky Snake Pirates, will kill him at all costs, and those who take his head will be rewarded. The Tien Snake girl raised her lips slightly and said an exciting number. 10 million Baileys. When this number was spoken, everyone in the venue became excited. The huge reward even made them forget about the fear from Luo Xiu yesterday. A group of people licked the corners of their scarlet mouths with greed in their eyes. The Heavenly Snake girl looked at this scene and smiled with satisfaction, but the next moment, a sudden change occurred in the field. A man sitting in the second seat who was chatting happily with a group of her senior cadres suddenly got violent and short sword directly chopped off the heads of the two closest people. Blood splattered everywhere. Ah! A group of people screamed and moved away from the man who violently killed people. The Sky Snake girl looked at the man. She clenched her silver teeth and said fiercely. Advertisement. You're not Harlan. Who the hell are you? Kill your people. The man replied softly, and the serpent girl's eyes immediately turned frightened. It's you. You're the kid from yesterday. Seeing that his identity was revealed, Luo Xiu stopped pretending, and revealed his true colors directly. He was dressed in a black robe, with a short sword hanging from his waist. His childish face looked a bit out of place with an astonishing murderous aura. I said I would either kill all the pirates in Paradise City, or kill all the pirates so that they dare not show their faces again. And you, Luo Xiu pointed at the Heavenly Snake girl and said expressionlessly. It's the first one. The expression of the Heavenly Snake girl gradually turned gloomy, and after laughing a few times, she started to kill Luo Xiu directly. They were all killed at the door, so naturally there was no possibility of reconciliation. One person had to die here this time. Hundreds of people from the Sky Snake Pirates in the field also immediately went to kill Luo Xiu. More than people, Luo Xiu looked at the group of ordinary pirates who were killing him and shook his head and sneered, then immediately crushed them with both hands. Multiple shadow clone spells. Puff, puff, puff. One after another, people who looked exactly like Luo Xiu began to appear out of thin air. After careful counting, there were 10 of them. Then the next moment, 10, Luo Xiu, killed everyone in the Sky Snake Pirates. Seeing this scene, the Heavenly Snake girl's face turned extremely ugly. Damn it, what the hell kind of power is this? This kid's ability feels like he can't use it up. What kind of demon fruit power is he? Yesterday, Luo Xiu's endless abilities shocked a lot of people. Fire, earth, water, wind, he used all kinds of energy, which was simply shocking. But what Tien Snake girl didn't expect was that yesterday was not Luo Xiu's limit. No matter, this kid must die here today. I am a big pirate with a bounty of 55 million. How can I not defeat a kid? Buzz. Suddenly, the body of the snake girl changed, and her lower body directly turned into a giant snake tail covered with silver armor. Those densely covered silver armor looked amazing in defense. Advertisement. She swiped her big tail and directly attacked Luo Xiu. She saw the attack causing a gust of wind. Luo Xiu left the seal and raised an earth wall in front of him. Boom. But the next moment, the earth wall was directly destroyed by the giant tail sweep. In desperation, Luo Xiu had no choice but to hold a single sword to resist, but was still thrown away by one tail. Luo Xiu performed several consecutive backflips in the air and then landed on the ground, immediately forming another seal and blowing it. Buzz. A scorching fire dragon attacked directly towards the Sky Snake girl, but the latter smiled sarcastically and wrapped himself up in Jiwei. Boom. The huge fire dragon collided with it and only caused a little damage, but it was completely blocked by the serpent girl. The Sky Snake girl looked at Luo Xiu with a playful smile. As a big pirate with 55 million belly, how could she not have some special skills? Zone Fruit, the armored silver snake form is her ability. Not only is her attack power powerful, but her defense power is also extremely terrifying. No ordinary swordsman can break her defense. Kid, are you tickling me? The heavenly snake girl started to mock Luo Xiu with an arrogant look, but Luo Xiu was completely lifeless. I just shrugged helplessly, and sure enough, ordinary fire style and water style, even with the blessing of Sharingan, are not enough in the eyes of the powerful. Then only, Luo Xiu narrowed his eyes and looked at his right hand, and suddenly raised the corners of his mouth slightly. The Tien snake girl on the other side saw that Luo Xiu did not attack her, and thought that the other party was afraid. Her inner confidence was once again overwhelming. But when she saw Luo Xiu's clone pressing down on her crew and beating her, she lost her composure again. If she dragged on any longer, she would be alone. Since you don't attack, then it's my turn. The heavenly snake girl took a deep breath and jumped up high, leaning on the snake's tail, and then hit Luo Xiu hard. However, walls of earth also rose immediately, and there were dozens of them once they rose, to hinder her attack rhythm. Boom, boom, boom. However, this level of earth and wall could not prevent the powerful attack of the serpent girl. The one tail of the serpent girl only broke several walls. Advertisement. In the end, one tail bow directly shattered all the remaining earth walls and shattered all Luo Xiu's defenses. The serpent girl laughed ferociously. Go to hell, kid. But she just smiled, and her expression immediately froze on her face, because right in front of her, Luo Xiu was looking at her with a sneer. At this moment, Luo Xiu bowed slightly, his center of gravity slightly lowered, and a violent thunder light burst out from his right hand. The powerful power of the thunder light made the surrounding air explode. Stab, stab. If you ask which attribute has the strongest attack power, it definitely does not represent the scorching fire attribute, but thunder, thunder that penetrates everything. Damn it, what kind of power do you have? How can you control the thunder attribute? Sensing something bad, the snake girl immediately rolled up the snake's tail and surrounded herself. When she made these moves, Luo Xiu also gathered the Reikiri and killed her directly. Stab, stab. Luo Xiu jumped up high and concentrated his power into ultimate, then he held the lightning in his hand and smashed it down hard. Lightning style, Chidori, call out, boom. The next moment, a sharp explosion sounded. The defense of the serpent girl only persisted for a moment before it shattered. A large gap was opened in the entire snake tail, and huge smoke began to fill the air. Luo Xiu's figure passed directly through it. Boss. Captain, the members of the Sky Snake Pirates who were fighting fiercely with Luo Xiu's clone immediately screamed when they saw this. They wanted to support, but they couldn't move their hands at all. Tisk. Tsk. Finally, after the smoke subsided, Luo Xiu's figure slowly walked out, and he was holding a female head in his hand. The woman's face was full of unwillingness. It was the snake girl. You still want to fight? Luo Xiu looked at everyone else present expressionlessly. The whole place was silent. 10%. Chapter 12. The powerful Luo Xiu, the fearful paradise city. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After the death of the Sky Snake girl with a bounty of 55 million baileys, the entire Sky Snake pirate group is naturally no enemy of Luo Xiu, so there is almost no suspense in the next battle. Massacre. Complete massacre. Under Luo Xiu's various ninjutsu, the entire crew of the Sky Snake pirates was almost wiped out, but Luo Xiu was still left alive in the end. Of course Luo Xiu was not so kind-hearted, so how could he have any kind-heartedness towards pirates? Tell the other pirate groups in Paradise City that Luo Xiu's next target will be them. The time is 3 days later. Luo Xiu stood next to the piles of corpses. At this moment, his whole body was blood red, as if stained with blood, making Sharingan look even more monstrous at this moment. He whispered to the only survivor lying on the ground. The latter could only lie on the ground and lower his head vigorously, not daring to look at the young man at all. Luo Xiu looked at the masterpiece he ordered in the field, and smiled with satisfaction. After Luo Xiu left, the only survivor dared to stand up, then ran towards the door like crazy, shouting. Under the propaganda of this last survivor, the news that Luo Xiu single-handedly killed the Sky Snake Pirates headquarters and killed everyone in the Sky Snake Pirates immediately began to spread rapidly in Paradise City. The entire Paradise City is boiling again, and the last words Luo Xiu left. Next, he will attack several other pirate groups, in 3 days. Such extremely arrogant words directly pushed the popularity to the highest point. Previously, Luo Xiu attacked and killed many people in Nanchang District and declared war on Paradise City. Some people thought he was just joking. After all, if you want to overthrow a Paradise City, how can the strength of a young man be enough? But now Luo Xiu defeated the Sky Snake Pirates alone and escaped unscathed, instantly slapping everyone in the face. That boy seemed to really have such an ability. Advertisement. Now the big pirate groups in other cities are really anxious, because since Luo Xiu has the ability to kill the Sky Snake Pirates alone, it also means that he has the ability to destroy them. Now these pirate groups have strengthened their vigilance. However, some leaders of the pirate group were completely disdainful of Luo Xiu's threat, and threatened to let Luo Xiu come to attack his pirate group in 3 days, and directly report it to the whole city. He begged to be killed. The speaker is the leader of the Wild Wolf Pirates in Dongcheng District, a big pirate with a bounty of 56 million baileys. His arrogant voice made many people in Paradise City applaud excitedly, thinking that this was the backbone of their Paradise City, and instead spurned the pirates who were cowardly towards Luo Xiu. This arrogant situation lasted for 3 days, and then on the night of the 3rd day, a fierce battle broke out in Dongcheng District. The battle made a huge noise, and when everyone rushed to Dongcheng District, they saw the headquarters of the Wild Wolf Pirates. A human head was hung on the roof. That person was the Wild Wolf who spoke arrogantly before, but at this moment he had turned into a dead wolf, and the other members of the Wild Wolf Pirates, all those who were at the headquarters that night were also dead. In the hall, someone left a few big characters with blood. Very good, let's continue. Luo Xiu. The blood-red characters made the big pirates who had killed many people present feel numb because they were just ordinary people who they killed, and this boy who called himself Luo Xiu regarded them as big pirates as prey. This is not Marine's kind of catching and imprisoning, but killing him directly. At this point, Luo Xiu's reputation has been completely established in Paradise City. The big pirates in the entire Paradise City began to panic. As long as Luo Xiu appeared in the city, it meant that someone would die, and none of them wanted to be the target of this young man. Some pirate groups planned to unite to deal with Luo Xiu. They hunted Luo Xiu in the city, but they found that Luo Xiu was really well hidden. Advertisement. There was no trace of the young man's existence at all, and just when they were about to return home, Luo Xiu actually killed him directly from among their own crowd. At this time, everyone understood one thing. It turns out that Luo Xiu also has an ability that can actually take the form of someone else and hide among them. This discovery is simply horrifying. And as time went by, they were even more horrified to discover that Luo Xiu's abilities seemed to be inexhaustible. He could not only transform but also clone himself, and he could also use various attribute energies at will. This is almost a genius born for assassination. This feeling of being unable to kill and having to wait for the opponent to kill was really uncomfortable. Finally, the big pirates in Paradise City really began to be afraid, and they were afraid of this 12-year-old boy. And this time has only passed more than a month. And all this is what Luo Xiu wants. He wants these pirates to die in fear. And such horrific attacks lasted for more than a month, with a reincarnation every 3 days. Luo Xiu would randomly find a pirate group. According to statistics from some caring people, the number of pirates who died in Luo Xiu's hands has exceeded 10,000. 10,000 people. This is a terrifying number, and Luo Xiu was also dubbed the blood-eyed killer god by the people in Paradise City. Because when Luo Xiu faced the enemy, the strange blood-red eyes were really eye-catching. Luo Xiu's name has completely frightened all the big pirates in Paradise City. And Luo Xiu's revenge points quickly reached an astonishing number. Open hollow lens bracket host. Luo Xiu close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket physique. Low level 20 times lower than ordinary people. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket mental power. Intermediate 20 to 50 times that of ordinary people. Close hollow lens bracket. Advertisement. Open hollow lens bracket talent. 3 Tomo Sharingan close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket ninjutsu. Fire style. Small fireball technique. Water style. Water spout. Earth style. Earth flow wall. Clone technique. Body replacement technique. Transformation technique. Reikiri. Shadow clone technique. Healing jutsu. Sealing technique. Lightning style. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket revenge point. 1068. Close hollow lens bracket. This is the number of revenge points Luo Xiu has now. This is what is left after he exchanged many ninjutsu in the middle. Otherwise, there will be more left. After all, most of the people gathered here are human traffickers. Marine rewards a pirate based not only on his strength, but also on the damage he causes. Of course, he still hadn't met a big pirate with a bounty of over 90 million during this period, so he still wasn't eligible to redeem forbidden ninjutsu. Luo Xiu looked at the Mangekyo Sharingan awakening qualification at the top of the queue in the mall, and licked the corner of his mouth with excitement. He vaguely feels that his current strength has reached a bottleneck period. He has learned all the common ninjutsu in a single round. According to his estimation, his current strength should be almost the same as that of a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. Without opening Mangekyo Sharingan and those forbidden ninjutsu, Luo Xiu's current strength has reached the limit that can be improved. The pirates with bounties of over 100 million should all be in the new world. The ceiling of pirate strength in North Blue should be the big pirates with bounties of tens of millions. Late at night, standing on a high tower in Paradise City, Luo Xiu looked at the clear night sky and said expressionlessly. Luo Xiu is one of the unspoken rules of the One Piece world. All pirates who have reached a certain level of strength will go to the Forbidden Sea area called the Grand Line. Only the pirates who have established themselves there can be called truly strong, such as the 7 warlords of the sea who are entrenched in various parts of the New World, and the current 4 emperors who occupy large areas of the sea. Whitebeard pirates, red hair pirates, BIGMOM pirates and beasts pirates. Most of the pirates with a bounty of over 100 million are concentrated there. If Luo Xiu wants to complete the task of killing the pirates with a bounty of 90 million Baileys, he almost must set foot in the New World. Luo Xiu tilted his head and said expressionlessly while looking at the clear night sky. It seems it's time to end this trip to Paradise City. This time, let's liquidate these guys at once. He doesn't have much time to waste here. Chapter 13 The Restless Situation in North Blue. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The huge changes that happened in Paradise City actually not only made the entire Paradise City uneasy, but also other places in North Blue. Among them is one of the true overlords of North Blue, the Vinsmoke family, a family that focuses on technology. It once ruled the entire North Blue with force. Although its power is not as powerful as before, it is the only one who has not founded a country but can participate in it. World Government Conference family. It is also the family of Sanji and the Straw Hat Pirates in the original work. This family will do whatever it takes to improve technology. Cloning and genetic modification are commonplace, among which the Germa 66 Legion created by technology is one of its great masterpieces. In the end, the soldiers inside have all had their emotions wiped out and turned into humanoid weapons that only obey the Vinsmoke family. And because of its powerful technological attributes, its strength is even stronger than some of the crew members of the 7 warlords of the sea. And the most perfect masterpiece of Vinsmoke, the patriarch of the Vinsmoke family, judges his children. It can be said that the top technological power of the Vinsmoke family is concentrated in their hands, making them unprecedentedly powerful. And the reason why Paradise City can stand still is because of the shadow of this family. At this time, on the boundless sea, on a certain channel heading to Paradise City, a huge ship made of silver and iron was sailing steadily on the sea. The flag with 66 written on it is flying high in the wind. Those guys in Paradise City are really a bunch of trash. They haven't been able to deal with that brat in a month. They are really the people who were thrown into North Blue. On the deck, a man with red hair and a rebellious face was cursing disdainfully. He was wearing a high-tech combat uniform. It is Vinsmoke IG, the second son of the Vinsmoke family. Advertisement. Hey, that's right. In the end, he still had the nerve to ask for help from our Vinsmoke family. It's really embarrassing. If it weren't for the fact that the disappearance of these guys would affect the number of experimental subjects provided to father and thus affect the progress of the experiment. I really don't want to come to this hellish place. Vinsmoke, Niji and Vinsmoke, Yongji on the side said with sarcasm. The 3 brothers are among the people sent by the Vinsmoke family to support Paradise City, because Paradise City is still very important to the Vinsmoke family at this stage. Because it can provide them with large quantities of experimental subjects, which is particularly important for their technological development. I heard that the young man named Luo Xiu has extremely complex abilities. This is the reason why he can bring down the entire Paradise City. Looking bored, Vinsmoke, IG slightly raised the corners of his mouth and started chatting about the information about Luo Xiu. Well, when I came here, I looked up the records about Devil Fruit's abilities. It seems that no Devil Fruit can give a person so many abilities. This guy named Luo Xiu is really weird. Niji and Yuji behind him agreed. As monsters created by technology, in addition to their own arrogance, their brains are also extremely good at analyzing events. So there is actually another reason for coming to Paradise City. They are very interested in Luo Xiu. If you have the chance, try to capture this Luo Xiu alive. I think your father should be very interested in such a special person. Maybe we can improve our technological power again. That's natural. The few people laughed and looked at Luo Xiu in no way, because in their inherent knowledge, Luo Xiu was their prey. And they are the hunters. Buzz, buzz, advertisement. This huge ship was sailing straight on this channel, but in fact, there were many forces with similar purposes to them. If someone investigates, they will magically discover that the entire North Blue channel to Paradise City has several ships coming and going almost every once in a while. The owners of these ships are all famous pirates from North Blue, and they all have only one goal. That is to surround and kill Luo Xiu. The huge formation inevitably spread to other sea areas, and even the big pirates in New World knew the news. Dressrosa, interesting. Just like in the New World, Doflamingo, known as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, also heard the news. At this moment, he was lying on the sofa, tasting high-end red wine. A battle of this level in Paradise City is actually just a small quarrel for pirates of their level, and at most it can become a topic of conversation after dinner. But when he heard that Luo Xiu had so many abilities, he smiled, greedily. Bring this young man named Luo Xiu back. I think he should be a useful experimental subject for studying Smile Fruit. As one of the kings of the underground kingdom in the New World, Doflamingo actually has other more special identities, such as being a collaborator of Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors. The artificial devil fruit smile is their collaborative project. This product can produce demon fruit power in large quantities, but due to technical bottlenecks, it has always been in an awkward position. Gaining power but losing some sanity, so when Doflamingo heard the news about Luo Xiu, he was excited. This child should be used by himself. Advertisement. Yes, young master, his senior cadre, Diamante, who had a bounty of 99 million, immediately took the order and prepared to leave for North Blue, but not long after, he ran back with an embarrassed look on his face. Young master, the route from New World to North Blue is controlled. Only ships recognized by Marine can enter North Blue. What? Doflamingo frowned and said, Marine, just rely on the group of people from North Blue's Marine branch base. How can they have the strength to stop us? No, it seems to be the order from Naval Headquarters. Which one? One of the 3 admirals of Naval Headquarters, Sakazuki. Hearing this, Doflamingo's face suddenly darkened. It was obvious that the owner of this name had a great impact on him. Huh, how could it be this guy? Is that guy kinda crazy? For such a trivial matter as North Blue, he directly ordered a channel to be blocked. Diamante was frowning in thought at the side, apparently unable to figure out why Kainu did what he did. There are so many places in the New World that Marines can't control, but there are still troops to do such a thing. No, this Luo Xiu is too important to me. You must bring Dressrosa back to me no matter what. Doflamingo's eyes flashed with sharpness, and then he looked at Diamante. After understanding Doflamingo's meaning, Diamante said in a deep voice. Yes, young master. Then he walked out of the room. Doflamingo's expression in the room was uncertain. Chapter 14 Akainu's shock. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Naval Headquarters, Marineford, inside Akainu's exclusive office. Sir, is it really necessary to do this? Controlling an entire air route will offend a lot of people, just for that boy. Akainu's adjutant looked at the stern man sitting on the stool with his legs crossed with a complicated expression, the strongest man in the Marines. Akainu, isn't it necessary? I think it is very necessary. Now there is someone to help us do things that are inconvenient for us Marines. Are we just going to watch? Then what's the use of us Marine? Hearing this, Akainu sneered and said. After the commotion in Paradise City, Akainu knew immediately when the news reached Naval Headquarters. It turned out that the boy who caused trouble in Paradise City was the Luo Xiu he met at that time, so Akainu almost didn't hesitate, and started the next method. He wants the New World guys to try not to interfere with Luo Xiu. This is the reason why no one from New World has gone to North Blue to intervene in the situation there for more than a month. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that as a Marine Admiral, every move he made affected so many things, Akainu would have thought he was in trouble. He hadn't been so enthusiastic in a long time. One person suppresses a city, and the whole city is almost afraid to show up. That guy Genos did a good job. I thought that guy was just a coward. I didn't expect that I misjudged him. This guy actually took action before me. Very good. Akainu laughed heartily, and the adjutant on the side still smiled bitterly. Indeed, it was the rear admiral of the Marine branch named Genos who first blocked the shipping route. But how could the opponent's strength last so long? In the end, Akainu took over the matter. Seeing that his elder was really attracted to that Luo Xiu, the adjutant was no longer stubborn. After thinking about it for a while, he reminded him. But those guys from North Blue probably can't be stopped. I heard that the Vinsmoke families are already making moves. Do you think we still need to stop those guys? Hearing this, Akainu smiled and shook his head. Advertisement. No need, I imagine that boy can handle it. After all, that's the boy Akainu, recognized for the first time. For some reason, he just imagined that Luo Xiu, whom he had only met once, would give him a big surprise or even a miracle. By the way, how are the children we picked up from the sea last time? I heard that these little guys grew up with Luo Xiu. Akainu asked suddenly, and the adjutant on the side suddenly became happy when he heard this. Sir, I think we have found a treasure. The talents of those children seem to be surprisingly high. They learned our Marine 6 styles very quickly. In just over half a month, they mastered the 7 styles. 7, 8, 8. It directly broke several records here. Oh, really? Well, not only that. The conduct of these children is also very qualified. The adjutant was obviously very satisfied with these children, and he shamelessly threw out his words of praise. And they all have a common obsession in their hearts. What obsession? Akainu asked quickly, and the adjutant said in a deep voice. Kill all the pirates in this world. Boom, boom. The venue suddenly fell into an eerie silence, and then Akainu stood up with a terrifyingly complex expression on his face, and then he roared loudly several times. Okay, 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 Akainu shouted, good words, several times, with indescribable joy on his face. He never thought that this accidental trip would have such additional benefits. Akainu did not hesitate and quickly decided to allocate resources to increase the education of these children. As if there is a certain destiny, Luo Xiu appeared first as a variable. And now several Marine geniuses have emerged. What is so magical about this conch village that so many geniuses can appear? After doing all this, Akainu suddenly subconsciously remembered what Luo Xiu said to him. Kill all the pirates in the world. At this moment, Akainu had an inexplicable feeling that this was indeed possible. Luo Xiu, maybe you can really create a miracle. Advertisement. Akainu murmured, and the other side. It is hard to believe that the culprit who triggered a wave of public opinion in various sea areas is currently sitting quietly at a dining table, eating a meal normally. Xiao Lan, try this dish. I cooked it. It should taste very good. And this, my old uncle taught me how to make it. It should taste good too. And while eating, he greeted the 2 people in front of him, a little girl and a middle-aged woman. These 3 people are naturally Luo Xiu, Alan and her mother who have already been settled. Luo Xiu will come back here to recuperate after every time he attacks and kills the group of pirates. And after his strength is restored, he will immediately resume his killing god appearance and start hunting pirates from Paradise City. The little girl looked at this strange boy intently. The man who was regarded as a murderer outside was as quiet as a big brother next door here. The young man's smile looked really warm. Such a huge contrast made Alan feel a little unreal. She raised her hand and waved it in front of Luo Xiu. Brother Luo Xiu, are you okay? Alan asked. Luo Xiu looked at the little girl who was already somewhat familiar with a puzzled look and smiled. That's great, can't you see? Luo Xiu smiled broadly. At this moment, he really felt better than ever. The thrill of killing these pirates and making them experience fear was really fascinating. Alan looked at Luo Xiu's smile and said nothing, because she always felt that the boy's smile should not be like this. He should not be immersed in killing. Alan's mother doesn't have too many feelings. She has a happy-go-lucky personality, and her daughter is everything to her, so she takes it one step at a time. However, getting along with Luo Xiu these days is still very good. Luo Xiu will bring food back every morning, and then let them do simple cooking. These days are much better than the miserable days before. After all, her husband, Alan's father, is an old gambler and almost all the family's money has been lost in gambling. There was no money left for the two of them to buy anything, and they even sold them to pirates in the end. Luo Xiu saw that the two of them had gradually become dependent on him, and immediately felt something was wrong. Advertisement. During this period, I collected some money and put it in the back room. After I finish handling those things in a few days, you can use the money to live a stable life. Luo Xiu thought for a while and said softly, I will send you to the transport ship dedicated to the next port. As soon as these words came out, Alan's expression immediately changed. Why, isn't life like this very good now? Very good. Luo Xiu suddenly sneered, how good is it to live with a murderous demon like me? You hide and don't show up every day, like a sewer rat. Are you kidding me? You are not a murderous demon. No, Alan defended, and then continued. But I want to be with you. I don't think life like this is bad. On the contrary, this is the happiest day I have ever had. The little girl really thinks so. Luo Xiu just smiled, and then said with a sarcastic look. But, I despise you for being a burden. Are you so weak? You are not qualified to follow me. Boom. Hearing this, Alan's expression froze directly on his face. Then he rushed into his room crying, and soon the suppressed crying came out. Hey, I know you are a kind-hearted little guy and you can't bear to frighten us too. You don't need to say it so harshly. Alan's mother put down the bowl and chopsticks and whispered to Luo Xiu, but Luo Xiu still said stubbornly. I just think you are a burden. Don't you understand? After saying that, Luo Xiu was about to get up and leave, but the woman just smiled and didn't refute. When he was about to go out through the door, Luo Xiu finally said in a suppressed voice. Sorry, Auntie, this journey about killing is destined to be a lonely journey. After you leave, help me apologize to that girl. After saying that, Luo Xiu closed the door and disappeared directly. Chapter 15. Everyone was teased. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. To be honest, it is an almost impossible task to fight against millions of pirates all over the world with the power of one person. Luo Xiu had always known in his heart how difficult this road was, and the system he had awakened had to walk in endless killing. Maybe Luo Xiu would die in the hands of a certain pirate in the next moment and become a cold corpse, so Luo Xiu had been restraining his emotions and even took the initiative to cut off those bonds. People like him are inherently unworthy of having beautiful relationships, because having them means losing, it means suffering. Luo Xiu didn't want to experience the ultimate pain anymore, nor did he want others to experience it. Looking at the night, Luo Xiu walked on a small road minding his own business, and he laughed at himself. A person like me is not worthy of lying in the gentle land. Killing gave me new life, and I will live in killing forever, until I die. Feeling a little depressed in his heart, Luo Xiu decided to vent his anger on those hateful pirates tonight. Only in this way could Luo Xiu feel that he was still alive. Your life still has meaning. Which family should we attack this time? Luo Xiu began to think, but after just a while he had the direction. In more than a month, he almost turned Paradise City upside down. Because he was in Nanchang district, most of the pirates here were almost eradicated by Luo Xiu. Those who are still there are almost all small fish and shrimps, and Luo Xiu from nearby Dongchang district and Nanchang district also frequents. The vice captain of the two big pirate groups there, the Wild Wolf pirates and the Crazy Ape pirates were almost wiped out by him. Their captains were both big pirates with a bounty of more than 50 million Baileys, which caused Luo Xiu encounter considerable obstacles. But in the end they were killed by Luo Xiu, and after their boss was killed, the remaining people were naturally scattered and were quickly cannibalized by other pirate groups. The threat is no longer great, so now there is only one big pirate group left in Paradise City that can still support the scene. That is the Demon Tiger pirates in Baikang district. The captain of his pirate group, Genesis, who is known as the Tiger King, is a great pirate with a bounty of over 60 million belly. He is the pirate with the highest bounty in the entire Paradise City. Baikang district is also the most powerful district in Paradise City, which is why Luo Xiu put this guy last. Using transformation technique to disguise himself as a normal passerby and walk on the streets of Baikang district, Luo Xiu began to analyze the information about Tiger King Genesis. Tiger King Genesis, a user with the Tiger fruit ability. When furious, he will activate his beast form and transform into a giant tiger, possessing extremely powerful destructive power. Advertisement. 3 years ago, one person destroyed several villages, killing hundreds of civilians. His crime attracted the action of Marine Rear Admiral Genos, who was one of the top commanders of North Blue at the time. The two had a big battle on a certain island. The content of the battle is unknown. We only know that in the end Tiger King Genesis was defeated and fled, but it also left Genos with huge injuries on his chest. At this point, Tiger King Genesis began to become famous. Noise. After seeing the information about this Genesis, Luo Xiu frowned slightly. He didn't expect that this Genesis could actually escape from the hands of a Marine Rear Admiral. This is really not easy. Although the Marines in North Blue are generally not as powerful as those at Naval Headquarters, but that refers to ordinary Marines. And a Marine who can take the position of Marine Rear Admiral and control North Blue is definitely very powerful. Luo Xiu roughly estimated that the strength of this Marine Rear Admiral should be no less than those big pirates with a bounty of over 100 million. Therefore, it can be speculated that the strength of this Tiger King should be between 80 million belly and 100 million berry. It cannot be just based on the amount of the reward itself. This guy should be the most powerful enemy I have ever encountered. Luo Xiu made a quick judgment, but he didn't panic at all, because he didn't know what level of strength he had reached. Anyway, he was definitely stronger than this so-called Tiger King. And this is just over a month later. With Luo Xiu thinking like this, he stepped into Baikang district again. What Luo Xiu didn't know was that the moment he stepped into Baikang district, many ships quietly landed on the island at the major ports in Paradise City under the cover of night. One after another, powerful men with powerful oars began to walk off the ship. Looking in the direction of Paradise City, this group of people laughed. It looks ferocious and terrifying in the dark night. Luo Xiu, disguised as an ordinary passerby, walked on the ordinary streets of Baikang district. Compared to the bustling lights of the past, Baikang district is now much quieter. Many places have even closed down due to poor business. The number of pedestrians walking casually on the road has decreased by half compared to before, and the pirates who dare to roam freely on the street now, are either stupid and rough with a lack of force and brain problems. Advertisement. They are people with high self-control, but no matter who they are, the topic of chatting during this period is inseparable from one person's name. Several big men were drinking wine and bragging on the road, and suddenly thought of something. A big man suddenly spoke up. It seems like it's a new 3 days now. The god of death named Luo Xiu will start hunting pirates again. Several people behind laughed and echoed. Yeah, I don't know which pirate family is going to be unlucky again. I heard that 3 days ago, the leading pirate group in Dongchang district was visited by the god of death. It was such a miserable scene. There was a big pirate with a bounty of 30 million Baileys, and he was killed by a child like that. It's really embarrassing. Several people had complicated expressions. Once upon a time, those high-ranking pirates ended up in this way. But little shrimps like us shouldn't have to worry. After taking a sip of beer, the scar-faced man at the end showed a proud smile. That Luo Xiu should be specifically looking for those big pirates to hunt. Ants like us, he probably won't care. Everyone chuckled and agreed, but the next moment the air suddenly became quiet. Several people touched their throats in disbelief and looked at the blood on their hands. Their eyes were full of disbelief. I'm sorry, I will kill anyone who is a pirate. Luo Xiu said expressionlessly, but the next moment Scarface, who was holding his throat, suddenly laughed, and Luo Xiu immediately looked at Scarface's hand. It was discovered that the latter had unexpectedly taken out a flare and lit it. The scar-faced man said hoarsely, go to hell, you damn brat. Boom, huge fireworks scattered in the air, and the next moment, the entire Paradise City started to move. Boom, 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 advertisement. Boom, boom, boom. Luo Xiu frowned and looked towards the street. On the originally quiet street, windows suddenly opened, and a group of pirates armed with weapons jumped out with a grin. The road dealer next to him also pulled out a knife from the side and walked towards Luo Xiu with a smile. Fruit shops, food and lodging shops, tobacco shops, a large number of pirates began to pour out of countless shops. The whole street was vast, densely packed with pirates, and some of the passers-by had already screamed and ran away. At this moment, all the pirates present looked fiercely at Luo Xiu. It was obvious that they had already prepared for this. The number of pirates gathered tonight would definitely exceed that of Paradise City by more than 70%. That's right, they are going to surround and kill Luo Xiu today. Damn kid, don't you want to kill us all? Then come. All the pirates looked at Luo Xiu with a ferocious smile. They would pile Luo Xiu to death even if they were just a pile of lives. Did they really think that there is no one in their Paradise City? Very good. In response to this, Luo Xiu smiled softly and shrugged to everyone, and then disappeared from everyone's eyes with a pop. It's like he never existed here. Ninjutsu, multiple shadow clone spells. All the pirates present were immediately stunned. No, this guy is using blindness again. Everyone, get back on guard. In an instant, the group of pirates who originally planned to surround and kill Luo Xiu turned into a mess. While this group of people was in chaos, the lairs of the major pirate groups became lively. Chapter 16 The Powerful Luo Xiu. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Multiple shadow clone jutsu is an A-level ninjutsu in the original Hokage world. Its power is undoubted. However, because the human body constitution in the Hokage world is generally average, this powerful ninjutsu is greatly restricted. And in the world of pirates where almost everyone has a pervert physique, the usability of this ninjutsu will be brought to the ultimate level. With Luo Xiu's current physique and mental strength, he can easily create hundreds of clones, and these clones also possess considerable strength. This ability is what gives Luo Xiu the confidence to challenge the entire Paradise City. With Luo Xiu Sharingan's insight, how could he not know the anomalies in the entire Paradise City? Even Luo Xiu, the group of outsiders who quietly sneaked into the city, had already noticed it. So tonight, Luo Xiu directly used multiple shadow clone techniques to create hundreds of clones and went to every corner of Paradise City to cause trouble, in order to defeat them one by one. Luo Xiu is not a fool. He is so good that he insists on finding a group fight without feeling comfortable. And when the clone attracted the attention of most of the pirates in Paradise City, Luo Xiu's true body finally arrived at the base camp of the so-called Devil Tiger pirates in Baikeng district. Of course, it was no surprise that the Tiger King discovered his whereabouts. At this moment, Luo Xiu was also surrounded by a group of pirates, but this group of pirates was not like the group of small fish and shrimps outside. The worst pirate here has a bounty of over 5 million, and just like this, a group of big bosses in the North Blue pirate world stood respectfully behind a man. It was a man wearing a tiger fur coat. He should be 7 meters tall, with explosive muscles all over his body. His calves were as thick as his arms. He was a real humanoid monster. At this moment, he was looking at the young man in front of him with indifferent eyes. The person standing in front of me now should be your body, right? Luo Xiu. As expected, he is a guy who can take care of all those guys, and he just casually turned the entire Paradise City around. Luo Xiu, you are really a genius. But, Tiger King Genesis looked at Luo Xiu coldly and said, are you a little too arrogant? You dare to come to me alone. Do you think I am a waste like the Tien snakes? Tiger King Genesis was really furious. He didn't expect Luo Xiu to actually dare to break into his base camp alone. This is too little to take him seriously. Faced with Genesis's words, Luo Xiu just replied seriously. Advertisement. I have never underestimated you. I just think that I should be enough to defeat you now. So, I'm here to kill you tonight, that's all. Genesis was furious when he heard this and wanted to speak, but Luo Xiu gave him no chance. Luo Xiu kicked his legs and went straight towards him. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you anymore. I want to kill you quickly before those outsiders come. If he had a choice, Luo Xiu didn't want to be beaten. Fire style, great fireball technique. Without any hesitation or holding back, Luo Xiu came up with the most powerful fire style technique that he currently mastered. Buzz, a huge fire dragon tens of meters long rose directly out of the air and rolled towards all the pirates present. The scorching heat of the fire dragon caused everything around it to begin to distort. Boom, boom, all the pirates present were forced to defend themselves, and a few pirates with weak physiques were roasted half-cooked on the spot. Damn, when Genesis and the others cursed angrily and were about to stand up, another waterspout rushed over. Pressing them down again, King Tiger tried his best to break free, but soon there was a strange movement under his feet, and Genesis's eyes were shaken. The ground beneath his feet collapsed and turned into an Uzumaki, trying to suck him into it. This is the power of Earth style, but it wasn't over yet. Luo Xiu soon used Wind style to stun everyone and significantly reduce their speed. Then, several more fierce fire style and water style attacks. The power of ninjutsu has never been the destructive power of a single target. Its power lies in cooperation. The clever cooperation between ninjutsu and ninjutsu can produce an effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Advertisement. Boom, boom, boom. With the cooperation of more than a dozen ninjutsus, everyone was unable to fight directly, and they were completely unable to resist. In the end, Genesis relied on the power of the tiger fruit to transform into a super large saber-toothed tiger that was more than 10 meters long and bear the damage. Out of the siege. But that's it. His body was also scorched black, and he obviously suffered a lot of injuries. And when he turned around to look at his teammates, he was instantly dumbfounded. Because they were so miserable at this moment, almost all of them had lost their combat capabilities, and some of the weak ones even died directly under the attack just now. On the other hand, looking at Luo Xiu, there was just a slight gasp. There was a huge gap between the two sides, and this was just a meeting. Finally, Genesis has broken some of its defenses. How can your strength improve so fast? Last month, you didn't have the strength to crush us. But your current strength is at least several times higher than a month ago. Genesis took a deep breath and continued, who are you? He couldn't understand how Luo Xiu could improve so quickly. This was unscientific. Are these your last words? If so, then you can die. As for Genesis's question, Luo Xiu simply replied like this, and then formed the seal again, and started to gather Reikiri with one hand. Stab, stab, how harsh is this sharp thunder in the dark night? The next moment, Luo Xiu directly held Reikiri and rushed towards Genesis. Where Reikiri came into contact, large areas of land were shattered. Luo Xiu's Reikiri is now much more powerful than the one who killed Serpente a month ago. What the hell is this kid? Genesis watched this scene, clenching his teeth, and then he felt extremely threatened the next moment. This man, who was respected by many as the Tiger King, actually made a decision that no one expected. Advertisement. That is, escape. I saw that the saber-toothed tiger transformed by Genesis turned around and made a leap, fleeing with lightning speed. Damn, this kid is simply too scary. He has endless abilities and is completely impossible to fight. Let's fight whoever wants to fight this guy. Lousy won't play anymore. Lousy will never come to this paradise city again. Genesis' courage was directly shattered by Luo Xiu. His previous arrogance was gone. Now he only wanted to survive, to keep the Green Hills and not worry about having no firewood. Did the boss just run away? He actually abandoned us. Boss, even though the remaining pirates suffered so much, they couldn't escape from this battlefield and could only watch their boss escape in despair. Is this what you pirates call brotherhood? Luo Xiu's cold voice came from behind them. It's ridiculous. Pirates are indeed a hypocritical and selfish group of people. Some people wanted to refute, but Luo Xiu simply ended his life with a Reikiri. He didn't want to listen to the arguments of these guys. The remaining people tried their best to resist, but it was in vain, and soon died at Luo Xiu's hands. Open hollow lens bracket drop. Congratulations to host for successfully killing a pirate with a bounty of 10 million Bailey and receiving 10 revenge points as a reward. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket dip. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a pirate with a bounty of 12 million Bailey and being rewarded with 10 revenge points. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket. Hey, congratulations to the host for successfully killing a pirate with a bounty of 8 million Bailey and a reward of 8 revenge points. Close hollow lens bracket. Comma. Looking at Genesis running away like crazy, Luo Xiu followed him expressionlessly. Luo Xiu's figure shuttles through the city like a ghost. Do you think you can escape? Pirate. Chapter 17 Lightning Style. Keylin. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Tonight in Paradise City is destined to be a sleepless night. There was chaos almost everywhere, and the sound of fighting was almost everywhere, but their enemy was just one person. But when a group of pirates spent a lot of effort to discover that the person they killed was just a clone of Luo Xiu, they were dumbfounded. Then there's Ultimate's defense breaking. Devil. This guy is a devil. Luo Xiu is simply an unbeatable demon. We couldn't even reach his true body, but we kept getting killed and wounded. We didn't even cause any harm to that guy. How to fight this? It's completely impossible to fight. I won't fight anymore. I want to escape from Paradise City. I'll fight whoever you like in this hellish place. I won't fight either. I don't want to die in vain. A group of pirates roared with red eyes. It was really disappointing that these pirates tried their best but couldn't even hurt each other's clothing. Kakuzu. They can fight and rush, but they don't want to die in vain without causing any waves. The pirates in this city are all trash. At this moment, a very arrogant sarcasm sounded from the field, and a group of pirates frowned and turned their heads. Among a group of people who looked like soldiers with expressionless faces, 3 young men wearing red, blue, and green clothes walked out. And the faces of these people were full of rebelliousness, with the word arrogance almost written on their faces. Who are you calling a loser? Someone yelled angrily and was about to rush over, but the next moment he saw the young man in the blue combat uniform among the 3 slightly raised his lips, and the next moment he flashed. He arrived in front of the rushing pirate at an extremely fast speed, and when he saw the surprised look in his eyes, he kicked him directly. Boom, click, click, accompanied by the sound of thunder and lightning breaking in the wind, the unlucky pirate fell to the ground and his whole body was electrified and filled with smoke. The pirate's companions were furious and wanted to rush out, but the next moment, they were all kicked away by the young man in blue, accompanied by thunder and lightning at a huge cost, whether they were alive or dead. The young man in blue looked excited and wanted to take action. Okay, Niji, stop making trouble. At this moment, the young man in red in the middle spoke up, and the young man in blue had to retreat with a dissatisfied look on his face. Advertisement. New. At this moment, someone in the crowd finally recognized the identities of these 3 people, and they exclaimed. Germa 66. No, these people seem to be members of the Vinsmoke family. Vinsmoke. Is that a family with extremely strong technological power, a powerful family that even asked the world government to provide them with a seat as an exception? I heard that they are famous for being extremely cruel. Why did they come here? This group of pirates looked at the 3 contemporary Vinsmoke brothers with fearful eyes. Of course it's to wipe the butts of you losers. The young man in blue who had just taken action, whose real name was Vinsmoke Niji, sarcastically said again. A bunch of losers can't even deal with a child. It's so embarrassing to Ultimate. If you were in my Vinsmoke family, you wouldn't even be qualified to be experimental subjects. The pirates, faces turned red and they wanted to argue. You have no idea how scary that kid is. It's not that we are weak, but that he is too strong. It's just useless excuses. Niji shrugged and sneered, not caring about the attitude of these pirates at all. This Luo Xiu is now the prey of our Vinsmoke family. All other unrelated people should stay back, and don't hold Lousy back. Otherwise, you don't have to wait for that brat to take action. I'll kill you first. This group of pirates didn't dare to refute Niji's speech. This is the lofty status of the Vinsmoke family in the North Blue. This family that advocates martial arts has almost no one in the North Blue who can compete with them. Even Marine has to give them some slack. Vinsmoke IG, the eldest young man in red among the 3, smiled with satisfaction. He just liked the feeling of being scared. And at this moment, a sudden change occurred. There was a sudden vibration in the tower in the distance, as if something huge was moving, and everyone turned their attention. Someone immediately exclaimed, Tiger, such a big tiger. How could there be such a huge tiger in Paradise City? Idiot, that's the beast form of the tiger fruit of Genesis, the ruler of the North City. But why did this guy suddenly change into this form? This is his combat system. After using it once, it will consume a lot of money. And it looks like this guy is actually running away. Oh my god, this is the Tiger King, who can chase him and fight him. Someone said aloud, and several members of the Vinsmoke family also looked in that direction in surprise. When their vision finally zoomed in, everyone noticed that there was someone chasing behind King Tiger. Advertisement. He looked like a young man, wearing a black robe, and his immature face looked extremely cold when he was being chased. Of course, the most important thing is that this young man's eyes turned a strange blood red color, and there seemed to be strange symbols in the pupils, which were very obvious in the dark night. Everyone immediately recognized the young man's identity. The blood-eyed killing god, Luo Xiu. Is this the kid you're afraid of? Doesn't it look good? Niji suddenly laughed, and IG beside him also laughed. Go and meet that boy. Remember, don't beat him to death casually. I'm measured again. Niji Kaido, the next one, he tiptoed and rushed directly in the direction of Luo Xiu, as fast as lightning. Boom, boom, boom. Not only that, Niji also relied on Germa 66's technological suit to accelerate directly in the air, once again raising the speed to a new level. There was a faint sonic boom, comma. On the other side, Luo Xiu and Genesis were still chasing each other. Kid. Can you stop chasing me? Lousy doesn't even want to fight you, right? Lousy doesn't want these foundations in Paradise City, what else do you want? Genesis gasped and persuaded while running away. God knows how desperate he is now. This Luo Xiu is crazy and insists on chasing him and killing him. I don't even remember what grudge I have against this guy. Faced with Genesis's speech, Luo Xiu remained silent. He just increased his speed again, then formed a seal with his hands in the air and released a fire style. Fire style, great fireball technique. The huge fire dragon rose out of thin air and directly bombarded Genesis on the back. He wailed in pain, but still did not turn back to fight Luo Xiu, and still ran forward desperately. At this moment, a blue light and shadow rushed towards him. When he saw the identity of the person, Genesis was immediately excited. Because he asked for the Vinsmoke family, help me quickly. Without any hesitation, Genesis shouted for help. And Niji also shouted angrily as he rushed over. Stop that damn brat, Lousy. My Vinsmoke family is in charge of Paradise City. Having said that, Niji speeded up again, just as he was about to stop Luo Xiu from pursuing him. Advertisement. Luo Xiu said expressionlessly, after all, I'm still a step too slow. It seems I can only use that blow. Having said that, Luo Xiu looked up at the sky. If it were daytime at this moment, some people would be surprised to find that the sky above Paradise City is foggy at this moment, as if it is a precursor to a heavy rain. Boom, boom, and as if reflecting this conjecture, several thunders suddenly sounded in the sky, attracting the attention of many people to the center of the sky. Is it such a big thunder? Is it going to rain? Someone murmured in confusion. Genesis didn't care about so many things. He only had one thought at the moment, which was to survive, and at this moment, he was secretly happy in his heart. With Niji's help, this kid should be stable. It was impossible for Luo Xiu to kill him instantly with one blow, but the next moment he heard the people below exclaiming one after another. Oh my god, what is that? Why are those thunders in the sky moving? No, this group of thunder actually turned into a giant beast. Who did this? It's Luo Xiu, this guy can actually control the thunder in the sky. Someone suddenly exclaimed, directing everyone's attention to Luo Xiu. At this moment, Luo Xiu was seen standing on the spire of a tall building, with his right hand raised high, and a huge and ferocious thunder beast appeared in the sky above him. The thunder beast was extremely huge and kept running around in the sky, as if it was cheering for its birth. It looked like a four-legged dog, but its mighty momentum was like a tiger. And only those who have truly seen this creature know its unique and resounding name. Heroine, lightning style, Heroine. It was Luo Xiu who was able to use the most powerful lightning style in Jutsu by relying on the fire style to shoot into the sky, causing the weather to change and triggering thunder. Its aggressiveness is unparalleled. In the Hokage world, Commander Suke relied on this move to defeat his brother Uchiha Itachi. And Luo Xiu was like this at the moment, raising a thunderbolt with one hand. Stab, stab, huge thunder and lightning kept making explosive sounds. Luo Xiu was like a god in the world at this moment. Genesis, I said, I will kill you today, and whoever stops you will die. Luo Xiu said expressionlessly, then pressed down with his right hand. The Qilin Thunder Beast pounced directly on Genesis. Chapter 18 The Powerful Luo Xiu, The Real Crisis. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Luo Xiu naturally understands the advantages of controlling a variety of ninjutsu in the world of One Piece, so every time Luo Xiu releases ninjutsu, he is trying to lay a strong foundation for the subsequent battles. Only by pursuing stability can you truly survive until the end. And lightning style, Heroine technique, are obviously one of Luo Xiu's most powerful killing moves at the moment. Go to hell, pirates. There was no mercy at all on Luo Xiu's face, only a disregard for life. The huge Qilin Thunder Beast exudes powerful power, making it almost intimidating just by looking at it. Almost everyone present could not imagine that Luo Xiu actually had this skill. He could fight with the help of the weather and steal the power of nature. Some really knowledgeable and powerful people have expressions of disbelief on their faces, because this is the power of Devil Fruit's ability to awaken. Could it be that Luo Xiu is a Devil Fruit ability awakener, but he is so young, how is this possible? Damn it, what kind of F*** king power is this? It's really impossible to fight. Run, 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 this attack is invincible, everyone retreat quickly. The group of pirates watching below were immediately frightened and ran away like crazy. This is especially true for Genesis. He feels that his mighty Tiger King form is just like a docile kitten in front of this huge thunder unicorn, completely incomparable. Genesis is about to come out at this moment. How much hatred does he have with Luo Xiu? He actually uses such words to deal with a little shrimp like himself. It's really too much. In the field, the only ones with relatively calm expressions were those of the Vinsmoke family, but even Vinsmoke IG's expression was unusually serious at this moment. Obviously Luo Xiu's attack was more powerful than he imagined. Ha ha ha, but at this moment, a burst of laughter suddenly sounded, and everyone looked around in surprise, only to find that the person laughing loudly was actually Vinsmoke, Niji. Everyone was confused and didn't know what was going on. Only IG and Yongji understood something and showed playful smiles. Because the technological power represented by Vinsmoke Niji happens to be lightning. Can you control thunder and lightning by yourself? Okay, in that case, let's see whose power of lightning is stronger. Vinsmoke, Niji laughed ferociously, and then immediately activated the power of his technological suit. At this moment, Niji slowly began to change. Advertisement. The whole body is shining with blue light, and countless arcs surround the whole body. The momentum is extremely amazing. Then he sneered and ran directly towards the attacking Qilin Thunder Beast. Boom. The moment the two collided, a terrifying thunderstorm sounded immediately, and the huge rising wind almost tore people apart. Boom, boom, boom. Several nearby houses began to collapse in large areas, completely unable to withstand this terrifying force. But what everyone didn't expect was that this thunder unicorn was really blocked by Niji. The exclamations kept coming and going. As expected of someone from the Vinsmoke family, this technological power is simply pervert. He can actually control thunder and lightning without the power of Devil Fruit. Awesome. Then Luo Xiu was in trouble. What everyone didn't know was that Niji, who received Luo Xiu's blow, actually didn't feel well. At this moment, he could still feel the lightning flowing through his body, which was really a bit painful. You must know that his combat uniform can withstand the high voltage of tens of thousands of fords. But Niji, who didn't know why he was afraid, immediately mocked Luo Xiu and said, haha, is your thunder power nothing more than this? You just give up in front of the technology of my Vinsmoke family, damn brat. In response, Luo Xiu sneered slightly and said, oh, is it so? Luo Xiu did not fully use all the power of thunder. Since these guys were determined to seek death, Luo Xiu did not intend to hold back any longer. The Vinsmoke family, right, there are already so many enemies, and this one is not the least of them. A dragonfly shakes a tree, overestimating one's own capabilities. How can the power of thunder controlled by mortals using tricks be comparable to real thunder? Luo Xiu shook his head without any expression, and pressed his right hand down again. Go to hell. Advertisement. The whole sky began to surge again. Boom, boom. The thunder suddenly appeared as if it was being vented again, and the lightning-style Kirin roared as if it was angry because of the ant's provocation. In just an instant, its body surged several times again, and its terrifying power instantly swept across the entire place. Damn it. How is this possible? How could his power be so strong? The power of the suit can no longer withstand it. Niji's eyes widened immediately when he sensed something was wrong, while the faces of IG and Yuji below also changed drastically. Niji, run, you are no match for this guy. I don't believe it. The technological power of my Vinsmoke family is no better than that of a child. Niji, who didn't know what fear was, yelled angrily and directly invoked the full power of the suit. Full power starts, but his resistance only lasted for a few seconds. Luo Xiu's powerful power directly swallowed him up, and the terrifying thunder light bloomed directly across the entire Paradise City. Directly light up the entire Paradise City. Niji fell directly from the sky with black smoke all over his body, but lightning style and Kirin did not disappear but rushed towards the crowd of pirates again. A group of unlucky pirates immediately started wailing as soon as they were touched. Genesis, who was escaping, looked at the lightning style unicorn with a look of despair, and the unicorn rushed towards him. I'm so convinced. Genesis said his last words with dull eyes, and then he was immediately swallowed up by the powerful power of thunder. A few seconds later there was a corpse on the ground with scorched eyes. Genesis, fallen, lightning style, Kirin, whose damage was weakened to the extreme, was finally stopped by the power of Vinsmoke, Niji and Yuji's battle suit. At this point, this horrific disaster finally ended. Open hollow lens bracket drop. Congratulations to host for successfully killing a pirate with a bounty of 62 million Bailey, and being rewarded with 62 revenge points. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket drop. Congratulations to host for successfully killing a pirate with a bounty of 20 million Bailey and receiving 20 revenge points as a reward. Close hollow lens bracket. Advertisement. Open hollow lens bracket drop. Congratulations to host for successfully killing a pirate with a bounty of 5 million Bailey and receiving 5 revenge points as a reward. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket drop. Close hollow lens bracket. Comma. Ups and downs. Hundreds of kill reports began to sound in Luo Xiu's mind. This was the terrifying damage caused by Luo Xiu's most powerful killing move in the world, people and situations. Even Luo Xiu himself didn't expect to have such amazing power. As this, a truly powerful force, Luo Xiu looked at his hands in a daze. It was hard to imagine that he was an ordinary boy more than a month ago. Pirates with a bounty of 1 million Baileys were invincible to him. But now, killing so many pirates of this level in one strike is like killing a chicken. Everything for more than a month has been like a dream. However, the consumption of this blow was also huge for Luo Xiu. At this moment, his face was also pale. His right hand that had just used lightning style was also trembling slightly. There is nothing that can be done about it. Even if Luo Xiu's physique is now higher than that of ordinary ninjas in the Hokage world, he still cannot withstand such consumption. In just a short period of time, Luo Xiu used nearly 100 powerful ninjutsu. Injured lions often make the hyenas next to them extremely excited because they all think they can kill gods. Everyone present seemed to have noticed this problem, and the forces headed by the Vinsmoke family quickly began to take over Luo Xiu's side. Vinsmoke, IG, Vinsmoke, and Yuji all activated their suits at this moment. IG roared in a deep voice. I admit that I underestimated you, Luo Xiu. You actually defeated my brother, but this is a provocation to our entire Vinsmoke family. So today, you must die. Luo Xiu's expression gradually became serious. Luo Xiu was not too worried about these Vinsmoke family members alone, but what made Luo Xiu really afraid was they were not the only forces that Cao Cao had hidden in Paradise City. Luo Xiu noticed several strong men with strong auras. Apparently they saw that they were a little weak and started to show their fangs. Boom, boom. In the dark night, strong men from North Blue began to come out one by one. They all looked at Luo Xiu with sarcastic expressions. 16%. Chapter 19 Diamante appears. Alan is kidnapped. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Almost the entire Paradise City noticed the huge commotion Luo Xiu made, and a group of ordinary people looked to the sky with excitement. They put their hands together and prayed for Luo Xiu who was fighting. Because most of them are forced to stay in the sinful city of Paradise City due to some unavoidable reasons, and their daily lives are worse than death. Luo Xiu's sudden arrival was the dawn of a sword for them. They naturally thought that Luo Xiu could win this battle, drive away the pirates, and make Paradise City return to what it was before. That big brother will win. He will chase those nasty pirates away. A child asked innocently, and the adult on the side gently touched his child's head, and then answered firmly. It will definitely happen. The last sentence was said very firmly. I don't know when it was said to the child or to the child himself. Even Alan and his wife, who live in a remote urban area, are no exception. As this brother Luo Xiu's true power, he is really powerful. Alan carefully popped out the window in his room and looked at the thunder flashing in the sky in the distance. The little girl's eyes were filled with envy. Because she also longs for such a powerful power, because with such power, she can truly accompany brother Luo Xiu. Although the little girl looked naive, she was actually not stupid. He knew that Luo Xiu drove them away not because he hated them, but just because they were too weak to be around Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu was just worried that they were in danger. She understands. She understands everything. However, Alan looked at his weak hands. He couldn't even lift a heavier object. They were really too weak. Advertisement. Thinking about what he had experienced along the way, mist rose in Alan's eyes. Xiao Lan actually also wants to have strong power, and also wants to protect brother Luo Xiu. I heard many people say that as long as you eat devil fruit, you can have strong power. Xiao Lan also wants to eat devil fruit. She no longer wants to be a burden in the eyes of everyone, because she will only be abandoned infinitely, just like her father sold her when he thought she was worthless. She doesn't want this. If there was a chance, she would do anything to gain power, but there was no chance. Not everyone is a protagonist. Most people live their lives mediocrely. Alan calmed down and forced a smile. He had already made up his mind. Since he doesn't have the strength now, he won't drag brother Luo Xiu down. He can repay the favor later when he really has the strength. Boom, boom. Alan was thinking this, but there was a rapid noise outside the door, as if someone was banging on the door. To be precise, it was not outside the door, but outside the house. Mother, Alan, who felt something unusual, immediately started calling for his mother, and the woman immediately walked out of the room upon hearing the sound. The mother and daughter came to the hall and looked at the door with worried faces. Because the door was shaking violently at this moment, as if someone was breaking in from outside. This was the first time in a long time, and I thought this was not happening at all. Because Luo Xiu said that he had some means outside, and as long as they didn't go out casually, they would be fine under normal circumstances. But, can we really stop the attack this time? Alan and her mother looked at the door nervously. After the bombardment continued for several minutes, the door suddenly stopped shaking, as if the attack outside had stopped. Is it blocked? Advertisement. Alan and his mother were happy, but the next moment there was a loud bang from the door, and then it shattered. A man dressed like a clown walked in with a smile. He is indeed the young man the young master likes. His methods of staying here are indeed extraordinary. Even I have to spend a long time solving these troubles. After the man in clown-like makeup complained a few words, he looked at the dull mother and daughter, and scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. Let me introduce myself. My name is Diamante, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a senior cadre under Doflamingo. My young master has orders. I would like to invite you two to Dressrosa for a talk. The words of the man who called himself Diamante made Alan and the two confused. What about 7 warlords of the sea or Doflamingo? Why do such people invite people like them to be guests? It was Alan who guessed the other party's purpose immediately, and she screamed. No, he's here for brother Luo Xiu. The woman understood immediately and ran away holding her daughter in her arms. But how could most of them be faster than Diamante, who had the ability to fly fruits? He sneered, and his figure actually moved directly in front of the two of them. One hand was about to catch the two of them. You want to run away, just with the strength of you 2 ants. If you run away, then there is no need for me, Diamante, to go back to young Master Jian. That big hand seemed to be grabbing the two of them with irresistible power. Alan's eyes were full of despair. She was not a fool. She naturally knew what the other party wanted her to do. She didn't want to become a bargaining chip for the other party to threaten brother Luo Xiu. Alan's mother also looked over at this time. They both understood what the other was thinking. In an instant, they took out a handful of short sword from their arms and handed it directly to their hearts. Their eyes were full of determination, because this was something they had decided a long time ago. If something unexpected happened, they would commit suicide, and never cause trouble to brother Luo Xiu. This was the only thing they could do as weak people. Advertisement. Poof. Bloody flowers appear. The woman smiled sadly. She wanted to touch her daughter again but she had no strength. The same goes for Alan. Her short sword has also been inserted into her chest. Damn bastards, what are you doing? Diamante was about to go crazy. He didn't expect that something unexpected could happen like this. He immediately accelerated his speed and even used Devil Fruit's ability. Finally, at the last moment, I was able to kill both of them with knives, but the woman stabbed them too deeply and I was probably hopeless. Fortunately, the little girl was not strong enough. There is no way to save it by directly stabbing the heart. Damn it, are these two crazy people? They committed suicide so decisively. Diamante yelled. There was nothing to delay now. He had to quickly get this little girl for treatment. As for women, there is nothing they can do. After thinking about it, Diamante left the characteristics of his pirate group in the room, so that Luo Xiu would know where he came from, so that he could find him. Yes, Diamante didn't think Luo Xiu would lose today's battle, so he directly adopted the second plan to lure Luo Xiu to Dressrosa. Because as one of the senior cadres of Doflamingo City, he can easily know some information that is difficult for ordinary people to know, such as the analysis of Luo Xiu's strength and the future direction of the situation. Alan and his daughter were also discovered by their secret intelligence department. Luo Xiu, I hope that after you come to Dressrosa, you won't disappoint the young master too much. After saying these last words, Diamante disappeared directly into the night with the unconscious Alan. The only thing left in the field was the woman lying in a pool of blood. Chapter 20 Dawn in Despair. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Now, Luo Xiu on the other side didn't know that such a change had occurred here, because he was now fully immersed in the battle, and the battle at this moment had entered a white-hot stage. He couldn't be distracted at all, because his current enemies were dozens or even hundreds of powerful pirates. Although these people come from all corners of North Blue, they all have the same purpose now, which is to surround and kill Luo Xiu. If Luo Xiu was in his heyday, he might not be afraid. But now Luo Xiu was really exhausted. The lightning style and Kirin just used up most of his energy, not to mention the previous multiple shadow clone techniques and many extremely consuming ninjutsu. Fire style, great fireball technique, wind style. Luo Xiu reluctantly gathered his strength and fired 2 powerful ninjutsu that cooperated with each other. With the improvement of wind style, the power of fire style was once again upgraded to a level. The huge fire dragon directly attacked everyone present. The scorching heat was accompanied by the light of the sky. IG and others led a group of people to resist. Luo Xiu took advantage of this gap and began to breathe heavily, trying to regain his strength as much as possible. The combination of different ninjutsu can indeed show great power, and can even raise my strength to another level again. But at the same time, the consumption is really too great. Even with my current physical strength, I can't last long. Looking at the pirates who survived fire style again, Luo Xiu couldn't help but feel bitter at the corner of his mouth. If his physique was unlimited, with ninjutsu, he could really knock these people down, as many as they came. But, it's a pity that there is no if in this world. Hee, that kid seems to be exhausted. Brothers, come together and kill that kid together. Someone has noticed Luo Xiu's embarrassment and will immediately take advantage of your illness to kill you. Luo Xiu took a deep breath and faced him again. This time, Luo Xiu didn't use any ninjutsu, but used pure physical skills to fight the opponent. And with the blessing of Sharingan, Luo Xiu's current physical skills are really not weak. Boom, boom, boom. After more than 10 rounds of fighting, Luo Xiu once again crushed this pirate from elsewhere in the North Blue, with a bounty of 30 million Baileys. Next, Luo Xiu stepped on the latter's body and whispered to everyone. Although Luo Xiu's voice was not loud at this moment, it was deafening. Because the boy's tenacity really scared them. After fighting for so long, they haven't even left any real injuries on the boy. Advertisement. Kid, stop pretending to hold on. Lousy knows you have no strength. Give in now. Boy, kneel down and admit defeat. Maybe we can give you a chance to live. Don't be so shameless. Someone in the crowd said something, but Luo Xiu nodded calmly after hearing the words. It's true, I don't have much strength anymore. But. A dangerous smile appeared on Luo Xiu's lips, but it's still okay to fight to the death of a few of you here. So who of you are going to go first? Luo Xiu's neither light nor serious words hit everyone's heart hard, and everyone's expressions were ugly, because they all knew that what the young man said was the truth. Luo Xiu is weak now, but he can still kill a few people desperately, but the question is who is willing to be the one who is killed. The battlefield soon fell into an eerie calm. Luo Xiu snorted coldly. According to the current recovery speed, as long as he gives himself some time to recover, he will soon be able to fight again. HMPH. They are indeed a bunch of cowards. Since you are not going to join us, let me, the Vinsmoke family, take the lead. But don't even think about the corpse of the kid behind you. I, the Vinsmoke family, want it. Suddenly, IG, wearing a fiery red Vinsmoke, stood up, causing Luo Xiu's brows to sink immediately. He was a bit miscalculated, because the Vinsmoke family is famous for not being afraid of death. There is no fear or pity in their eyes. They are just a bunch of lunatics. Buzz. Before Luo Xiu could think about it, IG took action at the next moment, his combat uniform rising with scorching flames. His whole body's aura exploded horribly. He attacked Luo Xiu very quickly, and with a flick of his hands, he shot out a few high-temperature energy fire pillars. I don't believe how powerful your kid is. IG sneered. Water style, water spout. Luo Xiu ignored the opponent's taunts and released another water style, blocking the attack. However, Luo Xiu's face became even paler, and he even felt as if his brain was being stabbed with pain. But Luo Xiu still forced himself on his toes and rushed back. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Relying on Sharingan's ultimate insight, Luo Xiu directly dodged IG's attack and was about to kill him with one strike. Advertisement. Yuji, do it. IG did suddenly sneer, and the next moment a voice sounded from behind Luo Xiu. No, a green figure appeared directly from behind Luo Xiu. It was Vinsmoke, Yangji. The technological power of his suit is invisibility, and he is good at assassination. Hundreds if not 1,000 of the strong men died at his hands. Go to hell, kid, Yangji said with a cruel smile, but the next moment his expression changed drastically, because Luo Xiu seemed to have eyes in his back, anticipating this attack. He moved his head to the side to avoid Yangji's fatal attack, and then hit the latter hard on the shoulder with an elbow. Then his right hand turned 180 degrees and hit IG and Yuji with two heavy blows in succession. Their bodies hit the ground with a hiss, but they quickly stood up again with grins. It's the eyes. The two spoke at the same time and immediately understood the truth. Luo Xiu was silent, just breathing heavily, and blood began to slowly seep out from the corners of his eyes. He has a terrible headache now, because Sharingan has begun to be overloaded. But IG and Yangji didn't give themselves any time to rest, and came to kill them again. Luo Xiu could only barely dodge by relying on his movement. Laugh, laugh, but as time went by, Luo Xiu seemed to have really reached his limit, and wounds finally appeared on his body. The surrounding pirates seemed to have smelled blood, and began to surround him again. There was no way there were too many people in this battle. Luo Xiu was indeed a little impulsive, but he didn't regret it. Are you going to lose? Luo Xiu could hardly muster any strength now. His eyes were confused as he looked at the people staring at him in front of him, and he looked behind him, there with some disappointment. Empty. This is his own battlefield. In the past month, Luo Xiu had seen the oppression suffered by the ordinary people in Paradise City, so in addition to revenge on the pirates, he also had an additional thought to relieve these ordinary people. But it seems, this group of people doesn't seem to accept it. Advertisement. With Luo Xiu's current eyesight, he could naturally see high-rise buildings. Many civilians were paying attention to this battle, but after these people saw that he was about to lose, they just had disappointment in their eyes. I don't mean to help at all. A bit ironic. Hee. What have you gained from challenging the interests of the entire Paradise City for those ants like civilians? Tell me, is it worth it? You self-righteous brat, does this Paradise City need you to save it? Seeing that Luo Xiu had lost the ability to threaten, a group of pirates sarcastically said. Look at the person behind you. Are you the only one who can kill pirates? What a big joke. You say we pirates are evil, but you killed so many of us, with so much blood on your hands, aren't you the same devil as us? Why are you pretending to be a messenger of justice? They hate geniuses, especially geniuses who are stronger than them, and Luo Xiu oppresses them from a righteous standpoint. This is unacceptable to them. Okay, what qualifications do you losers have to say this? This Luo Xiu is lousy's prey. IG said with a dissatisfied look on his face. He was also very dissatisfied with these pirates who only knew how to talk. He shrugged and was about to grab Luo Xiu and return to Vinsmoke. Luo Xiu narrowed his eyes, and was about to launch the best wave of illusions to hit the opponent. Even if the price is your own death. And just when IG's big hand was about to grab Luo Xiu, a thick voice suddenly exploded from the field. Who said there is no one behind Luo Xiu? First, Marine, I'm still here, right? Luo Xiu looked in front of him in astonishment, and saw a middle-aged man wearing a marine uniform suddenly appearing on the battlefield. This middle-aged man had an indescribable perseverance on his face. There was a long knife hanging on his waist, and his dark face looked at Luo Xiu kindly and said softly. I'm sorry, little guy, the responsibilities that we, Marine, should bear have actually been shouldered by a child, so now. The middle-aged man smiled, pulled out the long knife from his waist and said in a deep voice. Leave it to us, Marine. Boom, boom, boom. Following the middle-aged man's order, there was a tremor in the nearby streets. A large number of heavily armed Marines began to appear on the battlefield. Vinsmoke and the others looked at the middle-aged Marine with disbelief. Are you crazy, Genos? Chapter 21. The war is over. Double Kamui at your fingertips. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Are you crazy, Genos? Vinsmoke, IG and others looked at the visitor in disbelief. You must know that the existence of this Paradise City is tacitly approved by the world government. Under normal circumstances, Marine is not allowed to lead troops into Paradise City on a large scale. This is an unspoken rule arising from the struggle between various forces. This is also a relatively absurd phenomenon in the pirate world. Some villains can escape punishment as long as they pay enough money after breaking the law. I'm mad. Hearing this, Genos' eyes immediately became fierce, and he seemed to be a little crazy and shouted loudly. Why am I crazy? I have never been so sane as I am now. As a Marine Rear Admiral, I have allowed such a sinful city to stand in North Blue. It destroyed countless families, but I could only watch it grow bigger and bigger. I was crazy at that time. But now, there's a young man who dares to break all this by himself. Am first, Marine, still watching helplessly. If a young man dares to do something, Wang Genos has no reason not to accompany him. Quote. Isn't it just a punishment? Genos smiled disdainfully. Lousy admitted it. Quote. In the distance on the sea, Genos has actually been paying attention to the situation here, watching Luo Xiu fighting against everyone, falling and then standing up, falling and standing up again. Genos' iron heart was moved, so he decided to violate the world government's decision and come to support Luo Xiu. IG and others immediately became anxious when they saw Genos. You have to think carefully. You are violating the rules of the world government. Now you let me take Luo Xiu. On behalf of the Vinsmoke family, I can give you a favor. IG was really unwilling to give up this good opportunity. Now that he had played against Luo Xiu in person, it was even more difficult for him to understand Luo Xiu's special nature. The opponent's ability definitely does not come from devil fruit, but from his own other abilities. He knows very well what this means. If the Vinsmoke family gets Luo Xiu, by discovering his secrets, we may be able to achieve a great breakthrough in technological power, and it will be just around the corner to control North Blue again. As the Vinsmoke family's favor, valuable, Genos smiled disdainfully, and his aura as a Marine Rear Admiral immediately showed. Behind him, Luo Xiu listened to the other party's speech, his expression was slightly moved, and then he smiled with relief. Sure enough, there is still hope in this miserable world. Although Marine is not as perfect as Luo Xiu thinks, there are still some people in this group who are worthy of respect. Advertisement. Help me hold on for 10 minutes. But Luo Xiu was not a sentimental person, so he just said expressionlessly to Genos in front of him. The latter also immediately smiled slightly. Don't worry, as long as I'm not dead, no one will touch you. After saying that, Genos raised his hand, and the Marines he brought immediately started to move. Seeing that there was nothing he could do, IG was also angry. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Germa 66th Legion, stop those Marines. He ordered the soldiers he brought to stop Marine, and he faced Genos. I'll hold this guy back. Yongji, take that brat away. Naturally, the Vinsmoke family would not dare to break up with Marine directly, but they could still try to stop him. Don't even think about it. Genos snorted coldly. Armament Haki immediately covered the blade, and in conjunction with observation Haki, he directly struck out Yongji from behind with a strike of sword light. What a joke. If he, Genos, hadn't been too stubborn and repeatedly violated the rules of the world government, he would have been promoted to Marine Vice Admiral long ago based on his strength. It's still possible to stop the two Vinsmoke boys. The pirates, on the other hand, were simply watching the fun and not taking it too seriously. Seeing so many Marines coming to attack them, the warlike genes of this group of people also started to rise. Soon the battlefield turned into a mess. Perhaps no one in the entire Paradise City expected that such a situation would evolve. First, Luo Xiu teased the entire Paradise City to kill Tiger King Genesis, then the Vinsmoke family took action but still could not stop Luo Xiu. Finally, many people beat Luo Xiu until he was exhausted, and finally Marine intervened. The battle situation changes so fast that people can't react. But Luo Xiu has no time to think about this now. What he wants now is to recover his strength as soon as possible. So Luo Xiu used healing ninjutsu on himself. Light green light began to emerge from Luo Xiu's body. According to Luo Xiu's estimation, after a while, he would be able to fight again. This is the horror of the pervert in the world of One Piece coupled with the high burst of Hokage ninjas. As long as they are not killed instantly, the opponent is waiting to die. Advertisement. IG and others immediately became anxious when they saw this. If Luo Xiu recovered, how could he fight? At that moment, he rushed towards Luo Xiu desperately, but Genos' fighting power was too powerful. They can't get through it all. The pirates on the other side are in a better situation. After all, they are all big guys from all over the North Blue. The Marines on Genos' side are only half the size of the base. How could they be the opponent's target? But Marines' advantage over pirates lies in cooperation, so in this case, these pirates really won't be able to break through Marines' defense for a while. Time will pass by like this minute by minute. Genos kept his promise and did not let anyone touch Luo Xiu who was still recovering. Finally, when the battle situation became tense again, Luo Xiu opened his eyes again. Directly fired several fire-style shots into the air. The hot flames made the clouds react again. Obviously Luo Xiu wanted to use the lightning-style Kirin again to kill these pirates in the field. Boom, boom. As time passed, the sky soon began to thunder loudly, which immediately reminded people of Luo Xiu's terror. The faces of a group of pirates turned bad right now. As Vinsmoke IG who were trained as combat weapons, in addition to having no emotions of fear and pity, the most important thing is that they have developed brains and are far more decisive than ordinary people. After realizing that nothing could be done, IG almost didn't stay for a second before he immediately led the Germa 66 Corps to retreat. Of course, he didn't forget to give Genos harsh words. Genos, right, our Vinsmoke family will remember you. Just wait for me. After that, he picked up his half-dead brother Niji and started to run away. We are waiting for you. To this, Genos just replied coldly, but did not pursue again. If the Vinsmoke family didn't go too far, he, as a Marine, wouldn't be able to take action against the opponent. Just when the Vinsmoke family and others left in embarrassment, Luo Xiu's lightning style and Qilin were finally ready. At this moment, Luo Xiu almost transformed into the god of thunder again. He stood on the top of the tower. The sky was covered with dark clouds and thunder and lightning crackled. Stab, stab, a huge thunder sounded as if it was about to destroy the world. Luo Xiu held the lightning style in his hand, and the unicorn smashed down with an expressionless expression. Advertisement. Those pirates who had no time to escape could only watch in despair as the attack hit them again. Boom, boom, laugh, laugh. A series of explosions sounded immediately. This group of pirates who were not strong enough could not block Luo Xiu's strongest attack. One after another, black smoking corpses began to fall to the ground. Only a few pirates with strong physical strength withstood the blow with their physical strength. Then they started to run away in embarrassment, but how could Genos and others let go of such a good opportunity? They immediately led all the Marines to start chasing him. Open hollow lens bracket drop, close hollow lens bracket. Luo Xiu, on the other hand, stood on the top of the tower, breathing heavily, listening to the constant broadcast in his mind. Today's battle should be the most difficult battle he has fought in a long time. Of course, it's not because the enemy is too powerful, it's just that there are too many. Luo Xiu continued to exhaust his power and still couldn't kill him. Fortunately, Genos bought him precious time, otherwise the final outcome would be hard to say. Open hollow lens bracket slaughter point, 1963 close hollow lens bracket. This is his current total massacre points, and he is just one step away from redeeming them for Kamui. A flash of excitement flashed in Luo Xiu's eyes. If he had Kamui now, he wouldn't have to fight these enemies so hard at all. It's just a little bit. The corner of Luo Xiu's mouth also unconsciously raised a smile. After nearly 2 months of constant fighting, it was finally time to reap the rewards. Now he just has to personally kill a pirate with a bounty of more than 90 million Baileys. After this battle, there should be no more pirates in Paradise City. It's time for me to go to the new world. That should be my real home. And, it's time to arrange for Shaolin and the others to leave. Luo Xiu took a deep breath and subconsciously thought of the stubborn little girl who followed him. There was no way, Luo Xiu didn't have the energy to take care of a little girl. And if Luo Xiu followed him, the probability of death was really too high. The little girl is so young, she still has her own life to experience. Luo Xiu thought and started running towards the safe house he had set up for Shaolin and the others. He didn't even have time to say hello to Genos. Luo Xiu's feelings for Marine are complicated. If you can have less contact, just less contact. Chapter 22 Target Doflamingo. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The ending of the battle in Paradise City really shocked everyone. They didn't expect that Luo Xiu could really eliminate all the pirates in Paradise City. He really did it, especially the last blow. Luo Xiu used lightning style and Qilin to kill a group of big pirates instantly, which made all the remaining pirates frightened. These pirates had already made plans to never set foot in Paradise City again. When many normal residents of Paradise City wanted to come and thank Luo Xiu, they were surprised to find that Luo Xiu had disappeared. It seemed that the young man did such a thing just because he wanted to. And this is exactly the case, because Luo Xiu believes that it is not just the pirates' fault that Paradise City has developed like this. All factors involved are very important. So he doesn't expect those people to thank him for everything he does. As long as everything is clear from your heart, comma. At this moment, Luo Xiu had already relied on the secret technique to get closer to his safe house. At this moment, Luo Xiu was still thinking about the settlement of Alan and the others. The only and first girl to stand up to defend him was, after all, different from other strangers. You can give Shaolin a gift before we say goodbye. I don't know what that girl likes. Advertisement. Luo Xiu murmured as he walked, when he finally arrived near his safe house. Luo Xiu was immediately dumbfounded, because all the backup arrangements he had left behind had been triggered and destroyed. All of this shows that someone has forced his way into this place, and the person who came here is not weak, because Luo Xiu has arranged many tricks here. It's no problem to resist a pirate with a bounty of 10 million belly. Looking at all this, Luo Xiu felt a chill rush to his forehead. No, Luo Xiu murmured a little crazily, and then strode towards the house. The moment before he stepped in, Luo Xiu's mind was in a storm. At the same time, he was also praying that never, would not be in the situation he was afraid of. But, the moment Luo Xiu stepped into the house, a familiar smell of blood immediately surrounded Luo Xiu, and a female corpse was lying irregularly on the ground. Luo Xiu's face was dull, looking at all this in disbelief, and then slowly walked towards the female corpse like a walking corpse. Slowly turning the woman's body over, it turned out to be Alan's mother. At this moment, the latter seemed to have completely lost signs of life. But her widened eyes and clenched fists all told how unwilling the woman was before she died. Advertisement. Because it was just a little bit close that she and her daughter could live the good life they dreamed of, but everything was gone. Well, it seemed to be a miracle of life. At the moment when Luo Xiu arrived, the woman miraculously struggled to open her eyes. There was blood at the corner of her mouth, and she held Luo Xiu's hand tightly with both hands. Luo Xiu was also panicked and quickly grabbed the woman's hand, trying to use medical ninjutsu to treat the woman, but found that there was no such possibility. The woman is really dead, and the current situation may really be a miracle of life. Please, help, my daughter. The woman looked at Luo Xiu and said with a pleading expression. At the last moment of her life, she did not ask Luo Xiu for help. Her first words were for her daughter. Luo Xiu was stunned. Kaido, okay. The woman smiled in relief, and then lowered her hands again. Her eyes slowly closed, showing a relieved smile. Looking at the woman's body, Luo Xiu fell silent, and the whole person was terrifyingly dead. It seems that I have returned to the day when the village was massacred. After an unknown amount of time passed, Luo Xiu covered his face with one hand and suddenly laughed. The dazzling red light was very conspicuous in the dark room. Hee hee. Advertisement. Luo Xiu's mouth kept letting out cold laughter, and that laughter was terrifying. It seemed like the laughter coming from the Juyu cold spring. It's too late. I'm one step too late again. It's been like this every time, and so is the village, and it's the same now. I will die as long as I get something. I really don't deserve anything. Hee. Ha. Luo Xiu smiled, but tears kept flowing from the corners of his eyes. He really understood. He is just a lone star, and he doesn't deserve anything. So Luo Xiu decided that there would never be any more bonds in the future. After taking several deep breaths, Luo Xiu stood up and quickly looked at the conspicuous mark and a paragraph on the side. Want to save that little girl? Then come to Dressrosa. I'll wait for you there. Luo Xiu stared at these words and immediately understood that the other party was indeed coming for him, and Alan and the woman were both victims. Luo Xiu laughed a little crazily. Doflamingo, right, since you insist on letting me come, then I will come. Don't regret it. 9%. Chapter 23. Looking forward to Doflamingo. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Please give me a warship. I, Luo Xiu, owe you a favor. On the coast, Luo Xiu found Genos and spoke directly. You want a warship, what are you using it for? Genos looked at Luo Xiu with a confused expression, and Luo Xiu said in a deep voice. Chase the pirates. And then, kill the pirates. Luo Xiu's answer was concise and concise. Good. After a moment of silence, Genos agreed with a smile, and also used his position to buy the fastest warship for Luo Xiu. This is one of Marine's high-tech products. No need for favors. This is my gratitude to you on behalf of the entire North Blue people. Genos personally sent Luo Xiu to the warship and taught Luo Xiu how to use it. It can be said that he did everything he could. Finally, he asked Luo Xiu what happened and asked if he needed help. He also had friends in other sea areas. But Luo Xiu shook his head and refused. This time he was ready to come on his own. This was his own revenge. Along with the previous revenge, he was ready to avenge Doflamingo all at once. So what about the 7 warlords of the sea? If you offend him, Luo Xiu will die. After Luo Xiu left, Genos watched eagerly on the shore. He smiled kindly. What a strange young man. They only exchanged a few words with Luo Xiu, but Genos had an inexplicable fondness for Luo Xiu, because the other person was very similar to himself when he was young, very pure, he would do whatever he thought of. Regardless of the many things he had and didn't have, he was still like this at that time. He just wanted to kill pirates, but the reality later told him that it was useless. Genos actually wants to invite Luo Xiu to join Marine, but Luo Xiu doesn't seem to be too interested in Marine. I don't know why. Advertisement. Sir, this boy is gone. What should we do now? The adjutant on the side suddenly said with a complex expression. Now Paradise City is in chaos. Although the group of pirates were driven away, but at the same time, a group of mess was left behind. Their Marines are not as carefree as Luo Xiu. They can just kill pirates and be fine. Later, they also involve many issues such as people's livelihood. What should I do? I don't think this problem should be solved by me. Genos suddenly laughed, and the adjutant looked surprised. Why? Genos shrugged as if it didn't matter. Because just now, Laozi was dismissed. The world government said that Laozi is not suitable to manage North Blue and is planning to transfer me elsewhere. Let the next guy have a headache about Paradise City. Sir, the adjutant looked hesitant to speak. He could not have imagined that the world government would treat Genos like this. They were obviously doing good things. Genos ignored the adjutant's words and just crossed his arms and looked at the endless sea, which was the direction Luo Xiu left. He smiled. It's worth it. A few days later. On the sea on a certain channel of the Grand Line, 2 huge ships were heading towards each other. Dotton began to approach slowly. However, it was more surprising that the flag hanging on one of the big ships was actually a pirate flag, while the flag on the other ship was a pirate flag. It is a special flag for merchant ships. It seems that the merchant ship actually took the initiative to approach the pirate ship, so it seems a bit absurd, but if you can recognize the pirate flag, you will think this is normal. Because the owner of this flag is named Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Advertisement. And he also has a little-known identity that is the Underground Emperor, and shopping malls like this are one of his disguises. Just then, a man wearing clown makeup walked out of the mall. He was Diamante. And he was able to reach North Blue quietly only by relying on this merchant ship, and after making a slightly stunned gesture to the leader of the pirate ship opposite. He held a little girl in one hand and floated towards the pirate ship opposite. After landing, Diamante smiled proudly. Those Marine guys are still as stupid as ever. They can come and go as they please. After teasing her casually, Diamante looked at the little girl holding it in her hand and smiled casually. Kid, now that we have arrived in the new world, are you still not ready to reveal some information about Luo Xiu to me, such as what are his abilities? The little girl Diamante was carrying was naturally Alan. After failing to commit suicide, she was rescued by Diamante. After saving her, he told her bluntly that he was going to use her to deal with Luo Xiu, and even asked for some secret information about Luo Xiu. To this, of course, Alan was unwilling to tell the other party even to death, and he begged for death many times, but to no avail. Snapped. Seeing that the girl was still a dead pig and not afraid of boiling water, Diamante slapped the girl on the face, and the latter's face instantly bulged. Since you don't want to say anything, it's okay. Anyway, as long as you can attract this Luo Xiu, as long as he comes Dressrosa. Hearing this, the little girl finally retorted stubbornly. Don't worry, brother Luo Xiu has his own purpose. He will not come to Dressrosa for me. A waste like me has no effect on you, so please kill me. The little girl thought so. She had only known Luo Xiu for a few months, so why should she let Luo Xiu travel thousands of miles to rescue her? And there is nothing special about myself. Advertisement. After hearing this, Diamante did not continue to be angry. Oh, really? I think that guy will definitely come to save you, because I have seen too many stubborn people like that. They cherish ridiculous feelings very much, so I think he will definitely come back, and after he comes, with the young master around, Luo Xiu will have to kneel down no matter what. Over the years, Diamante has met as many as 80,000 people, and he knows people like Luo Xiu best. The little girl opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but Diamante impatiently grabbed her and threw her away. Diamante said and threw Alan directly in the cabin, and then ordered the pirate ship to start sailing at full speed to return to Dressrosa as soon as possible. The journey seemed to be particularly smooth, but a few days later, Diamante returned to Dressrosa. And he imprisoned Alan secretly. Diamante specially arranged for many people to guard the place where Alan was imprisoned. As soon as Luo Xiu appears, he will be discovered immediately. Finally, the ant's life was used to control Luo Xiu. This plan was perfect. Dressrosa, inside the top floor of the royal palace. Everything is arranged. Doflamingo was sitting comfortably on the sofa, tasting high-end red wine, and his red sunglasses made him look very evil. Young master, everything has been arranged, and I have stationed hundreds of spies at the port. As soon as Luo Xiu arrives, he will be discovered by us immediately. Diamante said in a deep voice below that he was still very satisfied with his arrangement, and Doflamingo thought so too. He shook the red wine glass and smiled evilly. In that case, let's wait for that kid named Luo Xiu to come. I'm really looking forward to it. Luo Xiu's glorious record in the last battle in Paradise City has quickly spread here, and Luo Xiu's continuous display of abilities was immediately exposed. Doflamingo was instantly excited when he found out, because Luo Xiu was even more extraordinary than he imagined, and this was exactly what he hoped for. And now we just have to wait for Luo Xiu to throw himself into the trap. Chapter 24: The Arrival of Luo Xiu. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Dressrosa is the base camp of Doflamingo, and its defenses are extremely tight. As long as someone lands on the island, he can almost know the target identity of the other party immediately. Even Marine is no exception. Therefore, Doflamingo was extremely confident that Luo Xiu would be discovered by him as soon as he chased Dressrosa, and then, what was waiting for Luo Xiu was his personal action. Doflamingo has hardly made any real moves in the past few years, so he really has some expectations this time. However, the reality did not seem to go in the direction he expected. For several days, no sign of Luo Xiu landing on the island was found. The place where Alan was imprisoned was also very peaceful, nothing unusual. Did they estimate wrongly? Doflamingo fell into deep suspicion. As a real underground emperor, he had met many people of all kinds. He understood human nature extremely well. As for what Luo Xiu did in Paradise City, Doflamingo easily judged the nature of the other party's purpose: impulsive, emotional, and ferocious. All of this proves that Luo Xiu would have chased her here after learning that the little girl had been kidnapped to Dressrosa. Division. The other party doesn't care about the little girl's life or death at all. Am I really wrong about that kid? Is he really just a murderous lunatic? Doesn't he care about your life or death at all? Doflamingo stood in front of the cell where Alan was held and said angrily. He hated the feeling of losing his control over this situation. Alan in the cell heard Doflamingo say that Luo Xiu didn't come to save him, and he didn't feel a little sad, because this is what it should be. How could she, who was as weak as an ant and had no special characteristics at all, know that Luo Xiu was here to save her? This is how it should be. Tick, tick. Tears gradually blurred her vision, but Alan felt inexplicable sadness. It seemed that she was really going to die. Since this ant has no use value, let's get rid of it as soon as possible. Doflamingo frowned and said, he didn't expect that he had planned so much, that damn Luo Xiu still didn't get it. How abominable. Yes, young master. Behind her, Diamante said Kaido in a deep voice, looking at Alan with a pair of emotionless eyes, as if looking at an inanimate object. Soon, Doflamingo strode away, while Diamante stood outside the cell, looking at Alan with anger. I made my trip in vain. Advertisement. Come and get a few people to deal with this waste. Remember not to leave any traces. Yes, the person behind him replied. Diamante issued a few orders casually and strode away. For a person of his status, it would be humiliating for him to personally execute an ant like Alan. Several big men quickly dragged the little girl out, during which the little girl didn't even bother to resist. What bad luck. Diamante cursed angrily, and then walked slowly towards home. If he didn't have the self-esteem of a strong man, he would have chosen to torture Alan himself. Because Diamante avoids suspicion, his residence is not very close to the palace, but his residence is not ordinary luxury either. It's just that he likes to live alone, so there aren't many people around here. And soon Diamante returned to the door of her home full of anger, but as soon as she arrived at the door, Diamante felt a chill coming from behind for some reason. And I feel that something is different about my residence, and something has been moved. Haha. Daughter, some stupid enemies coming to Lousy again to seek revenge. Diamante sneered and walked confidently into the house, but after entering, she found that there was no difference. I didn't detect any strange aura. Did I feel wrong? Diamante scratched his head angrily. He was indeed a little too busy during this period, which made him a little too sensitive. He subconsciously wanted to pour a glass of water to drink, but as soon as he stretched out his hand, he frowned. Not good. Diamante, who sensed something was not right, secretly whispered and was about to retreat as quickly as possible. Want to run? It's too late. Luo Xiu, who used the transformation technique to disguise himself as Diamante furniture, instantly transformed into his true form, looking directly at the latter with a pair of blood-red pupils. It's you, Luo Xiu. Diamante shouted softly and was about to avoid it. But this surprise attack only took a few seconds. Diamante was caught by Luo Xiu's Sharingan before she could take precautions. She was stunned, and froze in place. Illusion. Advertisement. This has always been one of Sharingan's most powerful abilities. Luo Xiu will naturally not forget this ability. This is a weapon in single-target battles. Luo Xiu held out the knife with no expression on his face and stabbed it straight into Diamante's heart. Laugh. The bloody light burst out, and Diamante felt pain and then immediately got out of the way. As a big pirate with a bounty of almost over 100 million, it was naturally impossible for him to be controlled to death by Luo Xiu's Magatama-level Sharingan. Luo Xiu, who failed to kill Diamante with one blow, didn't feel too disappointed. After all, this was one of the leaders of the 7 warlords of the sea, a real strong man. It would not be realistic if he were simply killed like this. But this blow also caused him a lot of injuries. Diamante looked angrily at the short sword stuck in his chest. Then he looked at the young man in front of him with a ferocious smile. Luo Xiu, you did come to Dressrosa after all. Hee. I really didn't expect that you didn't save the little girl immediately, but chose to kill me first. This is really unexpected. Diamante looked at Luo Xiu with a playful smile and continued. He thought that the other party would be carried away by anger, but he didn't expect that. It's a bit too naive to come here to assassinate yourself. How many days ago did you come to Dressrosa? Diamante held the long sword and spoke calmly. 7 days ago, Luo Xiu replied expressionlessly, and Diamante was stunned for a moment. Isn't this the next day when he comes back? This guy came so early, but he didn't do anything. Looking at Luo Xiu's stern face, Diamante felt a little uneasy. Kid, what do you want to do? Didn't you ask me to come to Dressrosa? So, I came. As for the purpose, I want to kill all of you. Luo Xiu said concisely. His face was terrifyingly calm, not at all like the madman Diamante thought. And he opened his mouth to destroy them, which was so arrogant and terrifying. You must know that they are 7 warlords of the sea. Are you kidding me? Do you think you can really compare with us because you think you can compete with those North Blue ants? You brat. Diamante sneered Kaido. This is the new world, the grave of the strong. Advertisement. Oh, to this, Luo Xiu just replied indifferently, and then started to move his hands. So you have to die here. Diamante frowned deeply and asked in confusion. You still want to fight me? Don't you know that we have that little girl in our hands? Are you talking about Shaolin? She has been rescued by me. Luo Xiu whispered while pinching. How could he not be prepared? Luo Xiu had already planned everything when he arrived here. Luo Xiu is a madman, but he is also a calm madman. Diamante said softly with a stern face. Stop it, I asked you to come to Dressrosa because our young master wants to make friends with you. Diamante always remembered Doflamingo's order. Their purpose was not to kill Luo Xiu, but to ask Luo Xiu to cooperate with the experiment. You can even let Luo Xiu join their pirate group and be protected by them. After all, Doflamingo also admires the crazy Luo Xiu. Make friends. Luo Xiu, who had always been expressionless, straightened up when he heard this, and then his whole expression turned ferocious. You killed my friend. Is this how you make friends? Friend, just an ant that I've known for a few days. Just kill him. Diamante said with a matter-of-fact expression. Will this affect our deal? Strong men like us have come out of mountains of blood and constant betrayal. Join us, Luo Xiu. Diamante still thought that Luo Xiu was the same kind of person as them. He smiled and stretched out his hand. It seemed that he didn't care at all that Luo Xiu had just assassinated him. In his eyes, profit comes first. But not everyone in this world is like this, at least not Luo Xiu. At this moment, Luo Xiu had stopped forming seals, and his expression had returned to calmness. He said softly, rise. After the words fell, the next moment, the whole room began to shake violently. Chapter 25 Kill Diamante. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Rise. Luo Xiu said softly with an expressionless face. The next moment, the whole room began to shake violently, as if something was about to come out. Boom, boom, boom. Walls of earth began to form rapidly and stacked up quickly, sealing Luo Xiu and Diamante inside with lightning speed, making the inside extremely dark. Earth Barrier. This is the most powerful earth ninjutsu that Luo Xiu currently masters, and its defensive power is unparalleled. But such ninjutsu needs to be arranged in advance before it can be used. This is why Luo Xiu ambushed Diamante's house. In addition to these, Luo Xiu also arranged several ninjutsu in advance, just to kill Diamante in one go. Do you think I don't know that you are stalling for time, waiting for Doflamingo to come and save you? You are stalling for time, and I am waiting too. Time is enough now, you can die. Diamante, you will be the first stepping stone for me to achieve complete revenge. Luo Xiu looked at Diamante and said coldly, hear this. Diamante's expression was extremely ugly, because Luo Xiu seemed to really want to kill him, and Luo Xiu actually regarded him as his prey. This is simply a disgrace to him. Do you think you're really strong enough because you can deal with those losers from North Blue? Kid, you're still far behind. Give up drinking and eating, and eat alcohol as a penalty. Since you insist on seeking death, Laozi will help you. Diamante was also a little angry. He raised his right hand and held the sword at his waist directly out of its sheath. Armament Haki immediately unfolded. Buzz. Armament Haki directly rendered the sword black, making it look extremely tough. A chilling atmosphere instantly filled the entire place. Diamante said that and directly raised his sword to kill Luo Xiu, and Luo Xiu also rushed forward immediately. Clang, 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 bang, bang, bang. Soon the battle between the two started. Diamante was holding back his anger, and the fight became more and more fierce. He knew that Luo Xiu was indeed very strong. But I don't think I will be weaker than the other party. After all, he is a big pirate with a bounty of nearly 100 million, while Luo Xiu is only a 12-year-old boy. But, is Luo Xiu an ordinary boy? Apparently he isn't. Advertisement. Is this the armament Haki that comes standard with the strong man of the new world? Luo Xiu used Sharingan to analyze while dealing with Diamante's offensive. It has to be said that Diamante's strength is really very powerful. His flying fruit ability can turn any object he touches into a shape as light as silk, but the material of the object will not change. With this ability, Diamante can even wear clothes made of steel to increase her defense, which makes many of Luo Xiu's ninjutsu ineffective. And armament Haki, observation Haki, conqueror's Haki. They are the standard equipment of the powerful ones in the pirate world, and they are even more powerful than devil fruit. Conqueror's Haki is somewhat ethereal and even almost inherent, and only those with great luck can awaken it. The training of the first two Haki is different. It only requires the body to reach a certain limit and then some correct guidance is added. Luo Xiu naturally doesn't have any famous teachers to guide him, but he has Sharingan. Sharingan also has a special characteristic, which is the ultimate insight. It can even copy the opponent's power by observing how it is used. Boom. After another violent collision, Luo Xiu took a few steps back and looked at his right hand blankly. He was holding an ordinary long knife. At this moment, he was fighting with Diamante with the blessing of armament Haki. It already looks a little shabby. Diamante on the opposite side was about to laugh when he saw this. Without mastering observation Haki, he couldn't hold up to a truly strong person. But the next moment his smile froze on his face. Because, buzz, Luo Xiu on the opposite side shrugged slightly, and the next moment Luo Xiu's right hand began to change. His shoulder began to tremble slightly, and then a strange pitch black color began to spread in an instant. Until the long knife was dyed black. Armament Haki. This is armament Haki that belongs to Luo Xiu, as expected. Luo Xiu murmured. Luo Xiu's current physique has reached the intermediate stage, and he can indeed initially master armament Haki. In other words, Luo Xiu has the top power in both the Hokage world and the pirate world. He looked at Diamante with a sneer and then immediately raised his black knife to face her. Boom, boom, the fight begins again. This time, Diamante quickly felt great pressure, but that was not the only thing that made Diamante uncomfortable, because Luo Xiu also quickly awakened observation Haki. The awakening of the two-color Haki caused Luo Xiu's immediate strength to greatly increase. With the blessing of the Jonin technique, Diamante began to lose ground. Diamante is crazy, what kind of learning ability is this? Advertisement. He clearly felt that the Luo Xiu just now was completely incapable of Haki, and he mastered it after playing with him for a while. It was really pervert. Damn it, a rare look of panic finally appeared on Diamante's face. Luo Xiu might really have the ability to kill him. Read this. Diamante finally let go of her reserve as a strong man and began to launch a desperate attack on Luo Xiu's earth barrier. Even despite Luo Xiu's attack on him, finally with Diamante's efforts, the earth barrier was finally damaged. Diamante immediately revealed his aura completely. He wanted to convey his message. And almost in an instant, Dressrosa, a strong person who has practiced observation Haki, immediately sensed all this. Start coming here quickly, especially the quickest reaction Doflamingo, who uses the ability of string fruit to drive directly from the sky at high speed. Doflamingo laughed sarcastically and said, Phew, foo-foo, it seems that the kid named Luo Xiu is here. He licked the corners of his mouth excitedly, his eyes full of greed, because the prey he had been waiting for was finally coming. Buzz, buzz, he swung the silk thread and sped up again. And the other side, after finishing all this, Diamante also looked at Luo Xiu with a sarcastic expression. Kid, your death has come. Now that Doflamingo and other cadres were almost here, he couldn't imagine that Luo Xiu had a chance to escape. He even wanted to see the panic expression in Luo Xiu's eyes. But there was still indifference in Luo Xiu's eyes, and he just kept launching attacks on Diamante. After the latter knew that he was no match for Luo Xiu, he also did not choose to fight, but chose to dodge and defend. A strong person like Diamante is really difficult to kill as long as he is not absolutely crushed. Seeing Luo Xiu's expression gradually becoming irritable, Diamante laughed loudly. He just likes to see the enemy helpless, and his reinforcements finally arrived. Advertisement. Diamante laughed and looked at a man who had appeared not far from the two of them at some point. The man was wearing a pink cloak, some funny shoes, and a pair of red sunglasses, coupled with the arrogant expression on his face. He really had an indescribable special temperament. He is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo. When he saw the person coming, Luo Xiu put down the weapon in his hand as if he had accepted his fate, and his eyes looked extremely lonely. He let out his trademark laugh and looked at Diamante with an expression full of relief. You did a great job. Leave the rest to me. Seeing the arrival of Doflamingo, Diamante was also relieved, because in his eyes, Doflamingo represented invincibility. He respectfully began to walk behind Doflamingo, and did not forget to ridicule Luo Xiu. What a naive kid to break into Dressrosa single-handedly. He could already imagine what cruel things the young master would do to Luo Xiu. Hey, and the moment Diamante relaxed his vigilance and approached Doflamingo, his expression suddenly changed and he looked into the air. Boom, the roof is broken. Phew, foo-foo, Luo Xiu, you are finally here. A man also wearing a pink cloak, red sunglasses, and a signature smile suddenly fell down. That person turned out to be Doflamingo too. Doflamingo. When the latter arrived, he was stunned when he saw this. Just as he was about to speak out, he saw a sudden change. Recalling the rumors about Luo Xiu's ability, Diamante's face was filled with fear and she wanted to step back, but Doflamingo, on Luo Xiu's face and Diamante's side suddenly sneered at the same time. The time is just right. The next moment, a long knife was handed out and went straight into Diamante's heart. The knife was fast and powerful. Diamante couldn't react at all. Just pierced by a knife. His expression before death was also unbelievable. He could not have imagined that he would die like this. Layers of back tricks, killing moves again and again. What on earth is going on with this 12-year-old boy? When Doflamingo saw that Diamante had been stabbed through the heart, his expression instantly became extremely ferocious. Chapter 26 Kamui. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Luo Xiu, seeing Diamante die directly in front of him, Doflamingo said in a ferocious cold voice. This was the first time in so many years that he felt so furious. His Doflamingo people were actually killed in front of him. And Diamante is none other than one of Doflamingo's true confidants. Faced with Doflamingo's fury, Luo Xiu showed a rare sarcastic smile and crushed Diamante's head with his kick. Boom, blood splattered everywhere. Luo Xiu's clothes were covered in blood, and he looked at Doflamingo with a rebellious expression, as if to say something. So what if I was the one who killed him? You wanna die? Doflamingo paused for a moment, then took action instantly. At this moment, he no longer had any intention of taking advantage of Luo Xiu, he just wanted Luo Xiu to suffer torture and die. He tiptoed. The violent conqueror's Haki crushed Luo Xiu with unrivaled momentum. Boom, boom, the whole house was torn apart in an instant, and the Doflamingo, formed by Luo Xiu's transformation technique was instantly erased, and Luo Xiu was also forced to take several steps back. The strength of 7 warlords of the sea is truly well deserved. Not only that, Doflamingo also killed Luo Xiu directly. Buzz, buzz, countless threads cut towards Luo Xiu like steel wires, and the walls they touched were as thin as paper, and were cut off immediately. Luo Xiu's face became serious for the first time. He could only rely on the loopholes of Sharingan's penetration attack to simply dodge, because if he used Earth style to defend, he would be easily destroyed. Doflamingo's combat power is no longer on the same level as Luo Xiu's. Armament Haki, observation Haki plus conqueror's Haki. He even has the string fruit ability awakening. This is definitely a frontline combat force in the pirate world. Luo Xiu's current strength is to be directly crushed. Boom, boom, in just a few seconds, everything around him was wiped out. Such a large attack fluctuation immediately attracted the attention of many people. What happened? This is F*K. Who is that? Advertisement. Doflamingo. That guy seems to be Doflamingo. He actually got into a fight with someone else. Someone dares to challenge Doflamingo. A group of good-hearted people just stood on the street and watched, while the timid ones cowered up. At this moment, senior cadres under Brother Ming also rushed over, such as Torbal, Pika and others. Seeing this scene, several of them were also confused because they had not seen their young master so angry for a long time. What the hell does this happen? But some sharp-eyed people recognized Luo Xiu who was fighting against Brother Ming. After learning Luo Xiu's identity, they saw Diamante's body on the battlefield. Everyone knows exactly what happened. It turns out that in their territory, someone actually knocked on the door and assassinated Diamante. How could they tolerate this? A group of people slowly approached the battlefield with gloomy faces. Boom, boom. The battlefield at this moment has been destroyed by Doflamingo. The Paramecia Devil Fruit ability of string fruit has been developed to a new level by Doflamingo. It's enough to change the surrounding environment, and he still has a backup plan in Dressrosa. Even if the Marine Admiral comes, he can still fight. At this moment, even if Luo Xiu had used all his cards, he could only withstand Doflamingo's offensive, and with the arrival of several major cadres. Luo Xiu seemed to be in a desperate situation now. This is the first time Luo Xiu has been in such a mess. The last time he fought in Paradise City, Luo Xiu was just exhausted, instead of being completely crushed by strength like now. Buzz, buzz. After a few more combination attacks of fire style and wind style were broken by Doflamingo, Luo Xiu sat down as if resigned to his fate. Seeing this, a group of people watching the excitement shook their heads and planned to go home. Sure enough, Doflamingo is invincible, and that boy is going to be in trouble. Luo Xiu probably didn't have time to pay attention to the thoughts of that group of people, but began to carefully look at this, his real enemy, the real source of the village massacre. The reason why the uncle and the others died was because of Doflamingo's underworld business, and that group of pirates came to the village to kill them. In fact, Luo Xiu would have killed Dressrosa, but Alan's incident only accelerated the speed. Doflamingo was looking down at Luo Xiu condescendingly at this moment. Luo Xiu's non-resistance was in vain. Doflamingo stopped taking action for the time being. He looked at Luo Xiu with a sullen face, his eyes full of murderous intent. Luo Xiu, maybe we could have become friends. After all, in the eyes of people like us, any friendship or love can be given up. Advertisement. Do you think I don't know about your avatar going to save that little girl? My eyes are all over Dressrosa, even my ability is enough to sense any disturbance. I didn't stop you just to give you face. Doflamingo looked at Luo Xiu with a disappointed look on his face. He really planned to cooperate with Luo Xiu. But after you killed Diamante, things changed, so you have to die today. I will make good use of your body and explore the secrets of the various powers you can use. For Doflamingo, interests can outweigh everything, but he also has a bottom line, and Luo Xiu has touched this bottom line, so there is no way to reconcile. Hee. Luo Xiu sneered and looked at Doflamingo with a playful expression, this guy who is still plotting against him. He ignored Doflamingo's statement and suddenly spoke. Doflamingo, do you remember a village called Conch Village? Luo Xiu stared at Doflamingo, hoping to see any change in his mood. But, Doflamingo just spoke to Kaido in shock. Conch Village, what is that? What does it have to do with me? Doflamingo had no memory of this name. When Luo Xiu saw Doflamingo's expression, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Perhaps the most infuriating thing in this world is that your enemies don't remember you at all. The deep hatred in your eyes is nothing in the eyes of others. They don't even know it and it's just desperate. Haha, as expected, Luo Xiu took a deep breath, and there were flashes of loneliness in his eyes that were difficult to conceal. Revenge. This is simply ridiculous revenge. There were no horse retorts or roars, some were just plain, because the other party didn't even know that there was no concept of ants in Doflamingo's eyes. Their lives had no value in his eyes and he didn't even bother to get angry. Luo Xiu stood up slowly. Over the past 2 months, he had gradually come to understand. Maybe it wasn't the pirates who killed everyone in his village, but the real murderer was this era. It's this ridiculous time. The era of great pirates started by the great pirate Roger. Looking at Luo Xiu's eyes, Doflamingo gradually understood something. Is he another poor avenger? But it's such a pity. There are so many people seeking revenge against him, Doflamingo, that he doesn't even bother to think about the reasons. If your village was destroyed because of me, Doflamingo, then I can be merciful and say I'm sorry. Advertisement. Doflamingo shrugged with an indifferent attitude. But this era is like this. If you don't have power, you will lose everything, so if you are strong, you are right, and if you are weak, you are original sin. The difference between life and death lies in your choice. Doflamingo, who was preparing to execute Luo Xiu, took this opportunity to express his feelings to this interesting young man. As long as you are strong enough, then, no one can judge you. You are the truth. And I, Doflamingo, am the truth. Doflamingo laughed loudly. Conqueror's Haki was revealed without concealment, and the endless wind swept across thousands of meters in radius. A group of people were trembling with fear, looking at that terrifying figure with a look of fear. That's how it is in this era. Either I kill you or you kill me. It's just that I am stronger, so you are the one who dies, and vice versa. So put away your tirade about the Avengers. This world doesn't talk about morality, it only talks about power. Doflamingo looked at Luo Xiu and sneered. You are right. In this entire absurd era, power is the only truth. Luo Xiu's expression had returned to calm at this time, and the expression he looked at Doflamingo was no longer the angry one looking at an enemy, but as calm as looking at a stranger. So, I will become the most powerful person, and then destroy this absurd era. Luo Xiu said loudly, his eyes firm and terrifying. Doflamingo's smile froze on his face, his eyes fixed on the young man in front of him, and he thought carefully about Luo Xiu's words. For the first time, Doflamingo completely looked at the boy in front of him. But he chuckled and said, oh, really, but you have no chance, because you will die here next. Just like those who thought they wanted to take revenge on me. Doflamingo said, raised his right hand, and launched the final blow. Countless threads attached to armament Haki directly attacked Luo Xiu. He didn't want to argue with Luo Xiu anymore, such a young man must die. Death, I think I won't have another chance to die in the future, because... Luo Xiu looked at Doflamingo expressionlessly, the blood-red pupils in his eyes flashed slightly, and then he saw that the strange symbols in the blood-red pupils began to change. They slowly gathered together and finally turned into a symbol similar to a dart. Shine. Luo Xiu's momentum underwent an astonishing change in just an instant. The next moment Luo Xiu said softly, Kamui, 22%. Chapter 27 Perverts Dual Kamui Abilities. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Killing Diamante, the great pirate with a bounty of 99 million Baileys, finally allowed Luo Xiu to complete the conditions for exchanging forbidden items, thus obtaining the promotion conditions of Mangekyo Sharingan. In addition, Luo Xiu had saved more than 2,000 revenge points. Luo Xiu redeemed this item without any hesitation, and directly chose Double Kamui. Double Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan. You can already navigate the world of Hokage with just one Kamui, let alone the full version of Kamui now. Open hollow lens bracket host. Luo Xiu close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket physique. Intermediate 20 to 50 times that of ordinary people close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket mental power. Intermediate 20 to 50 times that of ordinary people close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket talent. Mangekyo Sharingan Kamui armament Haki. Observation Haki. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket ninjutsu. Fire style. Small fireball technique. Water style. Water spout. Earth style. Earth flow wall. Clone technique. Body replacement technique. Transformation technique. Reikiri. Shadow clone technique. Healing jutsu. Sealing technique. Lightning style. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Multiple shadow clone techniques. Lightning style. Kirin. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket revenge point. 102 close hollow lens bracket. This is Luo Xiu's current data panel, which has undergone qualitative changes compared to more than a month ago. Obtaining double Kamui is the primary purpose of Luo Xiu's trip to Dressrosa. Otherwise, there is no way he can compete with a big pirate like Doflamingo. Advertisement. In the battlefield, Kamui, feeling the terrifying power contained in his pupils, Luo Xiu immediately took advantage of this power. And this time Kamui fell. Doflamingo's countless threads were seen attacking Luo Xiu, but something similar to a black hole vortex suddenly appeared. Then it directly swallowed up Doflamingo's attack. Doflamingo frowned immediately because he felt that those threads had lost contact with him. A group of senior officials of the Doflamingo pirates also frowned. Because as strong men, they can all feel the difference in this power. And this is the power of Left Eye Kamui. You can teleport the enemy's limbs or attacks into Kamui space from a long distance, and of course you can also teleport yourself into Kamui space. As this power so weird, Doflamingo felt a bit of a bad feeling, because he felt that Luo Xiu seemed to be a different person suddenly, which made him feel a little strange and slightly frightened. Luo Xiu also looked at all this with some confusion. Feeling this strange power, Luo Xiu shrugged, and then his pupils flashed slightly again. Kamui strikes again, but this time, instead of absorbing the attack, it was directly releasing everything that had just been absorbed. Advertisement. Buzz, buzz, call out, call out. In an instant, a vortex appeared directly behind Doflamingo, and then the countless threads that had just been absorbed were released directly from it. Carrying the huge power just now, it hit the master who just attacked, Doflamingo. Derived space power. How many secrets does Luo Xiu have? Doflamingo had a solemn expression on his face for the first time, and then he narrowly avoided the attack. He attacked Luo Xiu again without believing in evil, but the result was still the same. Luo Xiu was able to easily neutralize his attacks and then rebound them all, which meant that Doflamingo almost hit himself. And Luo Xiu was playing with Doflamingo like he was playing with a dog. Is this the power of the twin Kamui? It's really scary. Luo Xiu murmured, worthy of a true bug level skill. But this thing is not truly invincible, because it consumes a lot of money. Luo Xiu now feels a needle-like feeling in his mind, which is a very strong impact. But this level of pain is nothing to Luo Xiu. While Luo Xiu was meditating, Torbal, Pika and others who had been watching the battle finally found an opportunity and came behind Luo Xiu. Directly attack Luo Xiu's body. Advertisement. Go to hell, you damn brat. They laughed ferociously and said that this kid was a little too arrogant, but soon their smiles froze on their faces again. Because their attacks actually passed through Luo Xiu's body without any hindrance. It was as if they hit the air. How can this be? Everyone started to attack Luo Xiu crazily without believing in evil, but they were horrified to find that no matter how they attacked, they could not hit Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu is as if he is not in this world. Luo Xiu looked at the group of already panicked people with indifferent eyes. This is also one of Kamui's powers, Hollow. The principle is to transfer that part of the body into the Kamui space at the moment the enemy attacks to achieve complete avoidance. But the disadvantage is that you can't attack when casting a spell, but no one in the pirate world will know this secret. At this moment, Doflamingo and a group of senior cadres all looked at Luo Xiu with solemn expressions. They know. Big trouble is coming. If strength is the truth in the world, and weakness is the original sin, then you are as weak as ants in front of me. After a few seconds of silence, Luo Xiu, who was completely familiar with the power of the double Kamui, looked at everyone with a pair of scarlet blood eyes. I will give you death. Chapter 28 The Mistake of This Era. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The change seemed to come too fast. In just an instant, Luo Xiu turned the battle situation around, from the passive side to the active side. I will give you death. This sentence directly brought the battle to its climax. But at this moment, because of Luo Xiu's strength, the people who had just been disappointed spontaneously began to poke their heads out and look into the depths. Among them is one of Dressrosa's original royal family, Rebecca, who wears very revealing clothes, revealing her beautiful figure. She frowned slightly at this moment, clasped her hands together and looked in Luo Xiu's direction uneasily. Doflamingo, the devil who stole Dressrosa, will someone challenge him again this time? But this time it seems to be a teenager. Can he win? Rebecca doesn't know, because many people have resisted Doflamingo over the years, but all failed without exception. He has almost become an undefeated myth. And what could Rebecca do? Only in almost useless prayers. Hero boy from nowhere, may you defeat this real demon and bring peace to Dressrosa. Rebecca murmured, this is the only thing a weak person can do, and there are many people who think like Rebecca. How powerful is Luo Xiu who has dual Kamui and almost all the basic ninjutsu in the Hokage world, plus a powerful physique in the pirate world? This question may only be known if Luo Xiu truly meets the top powerhouse in the pirate world, but this person is definitely not the current Doflamingo. The latter's attack method is completely ineffective against Luo Xiu. String Fruit's attack is completely physical, and the physical attack is defeated by Kamui 10. Sugar's Devil Fruit ability is a bit of a threat to Luo Xiu. But without any hesitation, Luo Xiu ducked in behind the little girl, and then a Reikiri passed through her chest. Directly killed, Luo Xiu threw the latter's body out like a dead dog. Open hollow lens bracket dip. Congratulations to host for successfully killing a 66 million Bailey pirate and being rewarded with 66 revenge points. Close hollow lens bracket. Well, young master, please save me. Before she died, Sugar looked in the direction of Doflamingo with a sad face. She stretched out her hands with reluctance in her eyes. Advertisement. She doesn't want to leave this world yet. Granulated Sugar. Doflamingo's brows twisted into the Chinese character, Sichuan. Luo Xiu actually killed 2 of his senior cadres in a row, and the importance of Sugar was extremely special. It was because of her fruit ability that he could easily master Dressrosa, but now that Sugar is dead, the devil fruit ability has expired. Those troublesome guys will be resurrected, and Doflamingo can now feel the familiar atmosphere in the city starting to appear again. The group of people who had returned to their true form from the doll form looked at their current appearance blankly, only confused for a few seconds. Then he set his sights on the battlefield on Doflamingo's side. Randomly, tiptoeing and running directly towards them, they knew that maybe today would be their battle of revenge. Luo Xiu, do you really want to kill the enemy? Doflamingo almost squeezed out these words through his teeth. He looked at Luo Xiu. Conqueror's haki swept out again. But it's still useless. Luo Xiu's figure shuttled across the battlefield like a ghost, harvesting lives unscrupulously. Of course, Luo Xiu's sarcastic voice also came from every corner from time to time. Angry. Do you deserve to be angry, Doflamingo? You must know that my anger is far greater than yours. Buzz. Kamui activated again. This time Luo Xiu acted directly on Doflamingo, who accidentally tore off part of his body by Kamui. Blood flowed everywhere. Doflamingo, the 7 warlords of the sea, was really hurt by Luo Xiu. Little Lord, Dover, several senior cadres of Brother Ming were instantly angry, and they attacked Luo Xiu with countless devil fruit ability attacks or slashes. But it doesn't work. This kid really makes everyone a little afraid of Luo Xiu. Even Doflamingo's chest was heaving in surprise. The most uncomfortable thing about fighting with someone is not that he is not strong enough and is crushed by the opponent, but that the other person can only hit you but you can't fight back at all. This is the situation now when they are fighting against Luo Xiu. Young master, what should we do now? This kid's abilities are a bit too weird. Advertisement. Torbal and others looked at Doflamingo with ugly expressions, hoping that the other party could give him a way to defeat Luo Xiu. But Doflamingo just replied with a stern face. I can't tell anything about his ability, but I never believed that there's really invincible ability in this world. It's impossible for Kaido and those guys. Try it for me. Attack this brat with all means of attack. Doflamingo said that this was not a solution, so a few people had no choice but to follow it. Soon, their box pressing skills were used directly, and countless attacks once again attacked Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu slowly walked toward them with an expressionless face. Every time an attack landed, Luo Xiu used Kamui Hollow to dodge. For those long-distance flying attacks, Luo Xiu used Kamui to absorb and then rebound. Without any hindrance, Luo Xiu arrived again, in front of a senior cadre of Brother Ming. His name is Pika, a user with the stone fruit ability. Despite his huge body, his voice was like that of a child. He screamed in fright and rage when he saw Luo Xiu attacking him. I don't believe you are really invincible. Let's see Lousy crush you to death. Pika angrily transformed into a huge stone man, hundreds of meters tall and as tall as a mountain. He suddenly punched Luo Xiu directly with his fist. He wanted to smash Luo Xiu to death directly, but Luo Xiu used Kamui again to escape into Kamui space and dodge. And the next moment it appeared directly in front of the heart of the giant stone man Pika. Luo Xiu's scarlet eyes trembled slightly again. Buzz. Kamui activates, directly removing Pika's heart. The latter's life breath dissipated directly, and the stone man suddenly disintegrated. Bang, bang, Pika, fall. Before he died, he still looked at Doflamingo unwillingly, causing the latter's eyes to become ferocious for an instant. In just a few rounds, Luo Xiu instantly killed two of Doflamingo's senior cadres. This is something even Doflamingo himself can't do. Open hollow lens bracket. Hey, congratulations to host for successfully killing a pirate with a bounty of 99 million Bailey, and being rewarded with 99 revenge points. Close hollow lens bracket. After killing Pika, Luo Xiu continued to look at the others, and he said softly with an expressionless face. Continue. The sound is not loud, but it is deafening. Advertisement. Doflamingo continued to issue attack orders with a sullen face. Obviously, he planned to use his life to test the weakness of Luo Xiu's ability. Although Torable and others are heroes, they will not disobey Doflamingo's orders. They know that Doflamingo will use their lives to test. But they also want to, because Doflamingo is their young master. In everyone's eyes, Doflamingo is as scary as a demon, but in their eyes, he is just a young master who has absolute ambition but treats his members well. Open hollow lens bracket. Hey, congratulations to host for successfully killing a pirate with a bounty of 99 million Bailey, and being rewarded with 99 revenge points. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket drop. Congratulations to host for successfully killing a pirate with a bounty of 56 million Bailey, and was awarded 56 revenge points. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket drop. Congratulations to host for successfully killing a 33 million Bailey pirate and being rewarded with 33 revenge points. Close hollow lens bracket. As time went by, one after another Doflamingo senior cadres began to fall to the ground, and Luo Xiu would kill someone almost every time. This group of people have unimaginable loyalty to Doflamingo, and they carry out Doflamingo's orders regardless of the cost. Dover is the man who wants to become the real pirate king. How could he fall here? How could he be defeated by brat like you? Die, they shouted at the top of their lungs, and then rushed towards Luo Xiu. Then, tisk, he was immediately killed by Luo Xiu, but the latter still looked pleased because he felt that he had helped Doflamingo and fulfilled his mission. This is the absurdity of this era. One Piece. The magic power of these three words is too great. The absurd era started by Roger, the great secret treasure left by Roger, the pirate king in his last words, has twisted the hearts of many people. Looting and killing have become normal, labeling the profession of pirates as free and great, and giving them one reasonable reason after another for what they do. Let a group of people maintain it at the miraculous cost of their lives. Is this really just the pirates' fault? No, this is the fault of this era. In addition to killing all the pirates, Luo Xiu feels that he should do something else to change this absurd era. Let him and people like Alan not make the same mistakes again. Maybe it's time for me to implement my real plan. Luo Xiu looked at all this with indifferent eyes, and the pleasure of revenge was no longer in his heart. Chapter 29. You were wrong. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The corpses of his companions fell in front of him one after another. Doflamingo's face became increasingly gloomy. Almost. Just almost. I almost saw through this brat's flaw. He kept muttering, and his face at this moment was already terrifying because his companion was killed. Many people say that Doflamingo is an emotionless monster, but in fact he is more emotional than many people. It's just that the way he values emotion is different from many people. But his absolute psychological quality kept him from losing his mind. He firmly believed that he would be able to find Luo Xiu's flaw and kill Luo Xiu. And Luo Xiu seemed to have intentionally put Doflamingo last. Instead of actively attacking Doflamingo, he tried his best to assassinate his compatriots. Because Luo Xiu also wanted Doflamingo to experience the pain of someone he cares about dying in front of his eyes. Feel real pain with me. Luo Xiu's voice sounded like a devil's whisper from Doflamingo's ears. Buzz, buzz, advertisement. Boom, boom, laugh, laugh. I don't know how long it's been. When Dressrosa's pirates, who were trapped due to Shodan's ability and were now back to normal, came to the battlefield, they were stunned. Because everything they could see were corpses, and they were mutilated corpses. The strong smell of blood was nauseating. But these corpses have something in common, that is, they are all from Doflamingo. Other than that, there are no other bodies. Just when they were at a loss as to what was going on, someone with sharp eyes finally discovered something. He pointed to the center of the battlefield, and there were actually two figures beside the ruins. A man was wearing a pink sweater, a pair of unique slippers, and a pair of red sunglasses. Seeing this figure, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Because this man is their nightmare, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo. Everything they are suffering now is because of Doflamingo. It's just that Doflamingo's current condition seems to be a little bad. He is actually sweating, but his face is very calm, so calm that it's a bit scary. You know, there are corpses of his compatriots next to him. Advertisement. And when they saw the figure in front of Doflamingo, they were even more confused, because it turned out to be the figure of a young man. The boy looked about 12 or 13 years old, with flowing black hair. Although his face looked immature, he revealed an unimaginable tenacity. Of course, the most important thing is that the boy's pupils are blood red. They just glanced at it and felt a surge in their hearts, as if those eyes were trying to suck them in. The battlefield is terrifyingly silent at this moment. Almost everyone subconsciously did not dare to make a sound, but just watched this scene eagerly. Because of his height, Luo Xiu almost looked up to Doflamingo, but everyone present knew who had the upper hand now. Have you found my flaw? Doflamingo. You think you are powerful, why didn't you have the courage to fight me just now? Finally, after a moment of silence, Luo Xiu spoke. And he said it with heartbreaking words as soon as he opened his mouth, because his words showed that everything just happened was just playing around with Doflamingo. He didn't attack with all his strength, but just played with the opponent, generously letting Doflamingo guess Kamui's weakness. After swallowing, Doflamingo looked at Luo Xiu's young face, and suddenly, he smiled. Doflamingo covered his face with one hand and laughed maniacally, laughing until he fell forward and backward, forgetting everything he had done. Even Luo Xiu didn't know what Doflamingo was laughing at, because he couldn't understand the latter's current brain circuit. But he knows that Doflamingo is the most powerful and capable pirate he has ever seen. Advertisement. He could even ignore the death of his companions and just watch them test him. Fuff, foo, foo. Finally, Doflamingo stopped laughing like crazy. He did not answer Luo Xiu's question but looked directly at Luo Xiu and whispered. Luo Xiu, is this how you want me to despair? As an avenger, I think your goal has indeed been successful, but do you want me to Doflamingo to beg for mercy and pain, and then angrily denounce my crimes? Then you really think too much. I still say the same thing. This era is like this. There is no real justice. Strong power is the only truth. Your village was destroyed because of me, just because they were weak, and being weak is the original sin. Everything I am now destroyed by you is just because of my weakness. Doflamingo simply thinks that Luo Xiu, the avenger, just wants to mess with his own mentality. That is really ridiculous. He won't do what Luo Xiu wants, even if he loses. As a hero, even if he loses, he must have the attitude of a strong man, although all this happened so suddenly that he, Doflamingo, was not even prepared. But a defeat is a defeat, there is nothing to say. He sneered and wanted to see a disappointed expression on Luo Xiu's face, but there wasn't one. Luo Xiu's face was full of indifference, and he even looked at Doflamingo with a somewhat pitiful expression. You were wrong. Percent. Chapter 30 Death of Doflamingo. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. You were wrong. Luo Xiu suddenly whispered, making Doflamingo stunned for a while. Aren't you an avenger? You want to take revenge on all pirates. Doflamingo knew about Luo Xiu's deeds in Paradise City, so he thought Luo Xiu was a paranoid revenge maniac, just like himself. After he, who was a celestial dragon at that time, was destroyed by those people, he also became an avenger. Hearing this, Luo Xiu shook his head unhurriedly. No, I already know that it's not just you pirates who ruined everything for me, but this era, this absurd era. It is extremely sad to live in an era where morals and laws are not sound, so what I want to do is to destroy this absurd era. Luo Xiu narrowed his eyes and looked at Doflamingo. In addition to hatred, there was also compassion in his eyes. Doflamingo, you are just a loser in this absurd era. Your ridiculous arguments mean nothing to me, you are also a complete wretch. You call me a loser and a wretch. Doflamingo just sneered twice at this. What you think is the most absurd era is actually the best era in my opinion. It is the way of heaven for the strong to rule the weak. This is an undisputed fact. Do you think you have destroyed pirates like me now? Will the sea be peaceful? No, it won't. It will only give birth to a strong person in a few years, and then rule this group of weak people. You, Luo Xiu, want to change all this with your own strength. Are you dreaming? Do you know how many truly strong people there are in this sea? The 4 emperors entrenched in the New World, the admiral who hangs over everyone's head like a sharp sword, and those old monsters from the old era who are secretly dormant. How can you compare with them? How could a hero like Doflamingo be affected by Luo Xiu's few words? Luo Xiu naturally knew that, so he whispered again in the end. Right or wrong, it doesn't matter now, because you can't see that day anymore. Luo Xiu said, the fighting spirit in his eyes became high again. Doflamingo is still there. Since both parties can't convince the other party, let's see the real chapter. Luo Xiu, do you really think you can defeat me? Doflamingo said with a smile, his whole aura was terrifyingly deep. I have seen flaws in your ability. When you are avoiding attacks, you cannot move, so you are not invincible. As long as you are not invincible, you can be killed. History is always written by the victors, and I will be the victor. As Doflamingo spoke, he raised his right hand. A ball of silk threads rose directly from the head, and then began to spread out in all directions from the highest point. This is his strongest skill, birdcage. A group of people in Dressrosa watched all this happen eagerly. As ordinary people, no matter how stupid they were, they knew that something big was going to happen. Not only that, he turned everything around him into silk threads, directly protecting himself densely, and all attacked Luo Xiu. Advertisement. As long as the attack frequency is high enough, he can definitely break Luo Xiu's defense. Just how powerful birdcage is known from the pirates watching the show. When they saw Doflamingo using this trick one by one, the expressions on their faces were as ugly as if their mother had just died. F*K. Doflamingo, is he crazy? He actually uses this move. Dressrosa will be destroyed because of this move. Everyone will die. Lousy just came out, he doesn't want to die yet. If the birdcage shrinks a little bit, it will eventually destroy the entire Dressrosa. Luo Xiu watched all this with slightly narrowed eyes. He didn't expect that birdcage, which was supposed to be released a few years later in the original work, would be used in advance because of him. Unexpectedly, Doflamingo could actually see some of Kamui's secrets. Sure enough, no matter which plane you are in, becoming a truly strong man is not easy. But, Luo Xiu's eyes were sharp. These are still not enough. The power of Mangekyo Sharingan double Kamui is much more than that. Do you really think that you can only use space power to defend passively? Doflamingo, do you know what the power of the gods is? Luo Xiu suddenly looked at Doflamingo and said, the latter looked stunned. What? The next moment, Luo Xiu shrugged slightly, then stood still. The scarlet blood in his eyes dazzled at this moment, and Luo Xiu whispered softly. Susanoo, buzz. After the words fell, a huge force suddenly emerged from Luo Xiu's body, and the power was so powerful that the entire space suddenly stood up. Doflamingo's expression was solemn. What the hell is this? Buzz, buzz. The light blue netherworld flame emerged directly from behind Luo Xiu. In an instant, it climbed from a small flame to a terrifying flame hundreds of meters high, and this Hokage continued to condense and shrink. It unexpectedly began to slowly transform into a human form, and a head emitting will-o'-the-wisp soon began to appear, followed by arms. It was as if an evil ghost crawling out of hell appeared directly behind Luo Xiu and wrapped him tightly. Roar. The skeleton demon roared, and the power of Doflamingo's string fruit immediately began to crumble. Everyone was shocked. Advertisement. What the hell is this? Which devil fruit has such power? Who knows? Who knows? Luo Xiu's Susanoo power once again shocked everyone, and Doflamingo's face became serious again at this moment. He didn't expect Luo Xiu to still have such a hand. The majestic strength of Susanoo even frightened him. He had never felt such pressure from a person. That person's name is Kaido of the Beasts. He is the current master of the Beasts Pirates, one of the current 4 emperors, and an absolute top powerhouse. Haha, it's God who wants to kill me, Luo Xiu. What a Luo Xiu. I, Doflamingo, lost to you, so I don't blame you. But what you want to achieve is in my eyes, Doflamingo. The moment Luo Xiu revealed Susanoo, Doflamingo already knew the fact that he was bound to lose, but he still sneered rebelliously. Still impossible, buzz. The next moment, Doflamingo rushed towards Luo Xiu on tiptoe, with Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, and String Fruit's abilities activated to ultimate. Heroes have their own way of dying. In this regard, Luo Xiu just controlled Susanoo to condense a large energy bow. He held the bow with one hand and pulled it backwards with the other hand. Luo Xiu just replied with one word indifferently. Oh, why should he explain to others what he has done throughout his life? Buzz. The next moment, Luo Xiu gathered the most powerful arrow and shot out, and the whole space was shaken. Kamui. Not only that, Luo Xiu once again instantly casts Kamui to assist. Boom. The huge energy arrow collided hard with Doflamingo. Buzz. Bang. The huge energy explosion seemed to annihilate everything, and huge smoke and dust hundreds of feet rose up, covering the clouds and the sun. The entire residents of Dressrosa could see this scene. They looked at all this expectantly. Did you win? Advertisement. Someone murmured, and then someone said excitedly. It seems like those things are starting to dissipate. The man pointed at Birdcage, who was still shrinking, and said, everyone was stunned. You must know that the disappearance of Devil Fruit's ability means one thing, that is, the owner of Devil Fruit is dead. Open hollow lens bracket dip. Congratulations to host for successfully killing a pirate with a bounty of 340 million Bailey, and being rewarded with 340 revenge points. Close hollow lens bracket. After the smoke dissipated, Luo Xiu looked at the corpse in front of him with eyes full of unwillingness, and the systematic kill announcement sounded in his mind. You lose, Doflamingo. Luo Xiu's face turned pale and he said solemnly. In the end, Doflamingo couldn't withstand Luo Xiu's current full blow, and the winner of this battle belonged to him after all. It's just that Luo Xiu didn't feel the joy of revenge after killing Doflamingo, because what Luo Xiu wanted to do now was not just revenge. Doflamingo is dead. He actually died and was killed by Boy. Is Lousy dreaming? Haha, Lousy is saved. The group of pirates next to them became excited again. The several reversals in the battle between Luo Xiu and Doflamingo really made them anxious. Now that the dust has settled, it's great. They pirates can be free again. They smiled cheerfully and went to say hello to Luo Xiu, the savior who had made a mistake. After all, without this boy defeating Doflamingo, how could they have been freed? But when a man came up to say hello to Luo Xiu, he was dumbfounded. Because facing him was Luo Xiu's bloody eyes that looked like a dead person. Benefactor, you, what's wrong with you? The pirate laughed dryly. Luo Xiu just asked softly. Are you a pirate? The man nodded, and the next moment he saw his figure flash. The man looked blankly at Short Sword, which was buried in his chest, and Luo Xiu, who was standing in front of him. Why? You killed Doflamingo to save us, and now you want to attack us. Why? Luo Xiu looked at the man in confusion and chuckled. Because pirates must die. After hearing this, everyone ran away again without hesitation for a moment. Luo Xiu smiled calmly. Laugh. A new round of killing has begun again. Chapter 31 Creating the Akatsuki Organization, Luo Xiu's plan. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Simply killing all the pirates is no longer the only thing Luo Xiu wants to do. It doesn't mean that Luo Xiu won't kill all the pirates. Luo Xiu just felt that killing all the pirates was not enough. There were other things in the pirate world that he might be able to change, such as the marine system, the celestial dragons, and the relationships between various countries, as well as racial issues. The uncle told Luo Xiu many times before he was alive that the greater a person's ability, the greater his responsibility. After killing Doflamingo, Luo Xiu did not let go of the remaining pirates in Dressrosa. Luo Xiu almost took advantage of this exposure of his strength. Almost all the pirates in Dressrosa were killed. This group of people who had just escaped from Doflamingo did not expect to fall prey to Luo Xiu again. This killing, Luo Xiu almost transformed into a bloody man. All the pirates killed were terrified. Raising the title of Blood-Eyed Luo Xiu to another level of power, Luo Xiu thought, this trip to Dressrosa should completely make him appear in the sight of all the top powerhouses on the sea. In the end, before his physical strength was exhausted, Luo Xiu also used Kamui to escape with the rescued Alan. The people of Dressrosa didn't care whether Luo Xiu was the god of killing or not. They instinctively wanted to thank Luo Xiu, but found that their benefactor was already gone. They could only watch all this helplessly. Advertisement. Rebecca's eyes were full of confusion, because she doesn't even know the name of the man who liberated their kingdom. Are there really people in this world who do good deeds without asking for anything in return? The change on this day came so suddenly that no one could be prepared for it. No one could have imagined that this was just the result of one person kidnapping a little girl. As for Luo Xiu's whereabouts, no one knows, I don't know how long it took, but a ship was sailing on the New World Sea. Two figures, one large and one small, were staring blankly at the sea breeze. Judging from their figures, they seemed to be relatively young. The girl looked 10 years old and looked very cute with her braid, while the boy next to her looked about 12 or 13 years old, but the boy's cold face looked a bit out of place with his immature face. At this moment, the younger girl looked timidly at the boy beside her. Brother Luo Xiu, where are we going now? The little girl was naturally Xiao Lan, who was saved by Luo Xiu. The woman's death made Luo Xiu plan to take the girl with him. Advertisement. Find someone. Luo Xiu next to him said expressionlessly. Who are you looking for? Find some like-minded people. Like-minded people? What do you mean? You are the one who wants to change the whole world with me. I think I need some other power enough to move the world. The little girl was confused after hearing this, but after a moment of hesitation, she still looked at Luo Xiu and whispered softly. Then can I join you? Brother Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu looked at the girl and said softly. If you want to follow me, you need some strong strength. I can give you strong strength, but the process may be very painful. Are you afraid of hardship? The girl shook her head. Don't be afraid. Advertisement. Luo Xiu smiled. He slowly knelt down and stretched out a hand. Then you are welcome to join me, and congratulations on becoming the second member of our Akatsuki organization. Akatsuki organization. The girl was a little confused. Luo Xiu smiled and said nothing. That's right. Luo Xiu felt that it was time for him to create a force. It was naturally not enough to leverage the entire pirate world with his own strength, no matter how powerful he was. So Luo Xiu needs some like-minded people, and Luo Xiu, the leader of that organization, had already planned it. Dawn. It was the name of the organization that Luo Xiu had already planned for a long time ago. This organization was preparing to change its fate in the world of Hokage. Luo Xiu also planned to come to the world of pirates. Just wait, everyone, when I show up in this world again, I will definitely have the power to move the whole world. Luo Xiu murmured. At that time, it will be my first step to truly change the world. Chapter 32 Bounty of 800 million, Blood-Eyed Luo Xiu. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The huge change in Dressrosa has not surprisingly shocked the public opinion of the entire new world. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo, was killed. This is really big news. You must know that every 7 warlords of the sea is a powerful pirate recognized by the world government. Their existence is allowed by the world government, and is used to check and balance various forces in the sea. Even Marine can't do anything to these pirates, and sometimes even provides them with certain protection. But such a big pirate was killed by Boy, and he single-handedly picked off the entire Doflamingo pirates. This is simply ridiculous. But also helpless. Because this is indeed real news. This is the truth after Marine went to Dressrosa to investigate the next day. Luo Xiu's name has become famous at home and abroad. And because he killed the 7 warlords of the sea recognized by the world government, and his origin was not Marine recognized by the world government. So after an emergency meeting, Luo Xiu was also offered a reward. And the amount of the reward directly reached 800 million Baileys. This is an honor that can only be obtained by the top powerhouses. This means that the world government attaches great importance to Luo Xiu. The world government's bounty on a person or force does not just depend on whether you were a pirate, but mainly on how threatening you were to the situation in the sea. For example, the reason why the Revolutionary Army's dragon has such a high bounty is because of its influence on the rule of the world government. His own strength is another influence. And the same is true for Luo Xiu. He is too young, his potential is so great, and the carnage he caused in Paradise City and Dressrosa is too great. Nearly 20,000 pirates died. This is a real-life data. In the eyes of the world government, Luo Xiu has been labeled as unstable. The world government does not need an executioner to maintain order. In their eyes, obedience is the most important thing. Advertisement. Blood-eyed Luo Xiu, pirate killer. These two names laid the foundation for Luo Xiu to become a top powerhouse in the future. Countless top forces wanted to get Luo Xiu's information. There are those who want to get acquainted and use them for their own purposes, or those who feel threatened and want to assassinate them. Now, Naval Headquarters, Marineford, in Akainu's exclusive office, Akainu, who had just heard that the reward order about Luo Xiu was issued, immediately smashed many tables in anger, and the whole office was in a mess. Are those old guys from world government all idiots? That brat Luo Xiu killed all the heinous pirates. What is there to protect the lives of pirates? The more Luo Xiu kills, there will be more people can reduce disasters. What the hell is wrong with this? You're still offering a reward to Luo Xiu, 800 million belly. Do you think that boy is a rebel revolutionary army? This is absolutely ridiculous. Akainu roared angrily, and the sound was so loud that the guard soldiers outside the room frowned and covered their ears. This is the first time that they have seen their parents so rude and angry. They who have been staying in naval headquarters have no idea about the intersection between Akainu and Luo Xiu, and how he looks at Luo Xiu. In the end, it was Akainu's adjutant who pushed open the door and walked in. Sir, the world government has no choice but to choose that way. Don't continue to be angry. It's not good for people outside to see. The adjutant wanted to persuade Akainu, because he knew that Akainu was very greedy for Luo Xiu. He just wanted to recruit him to become a marine, or even train him as his successor. After all, Luo Xiu's style of dealing with things was so in line with Akainu's ideas. Be brave, resourceful, and decisive in killing. Isn't this a gift from God to Akainu? Advertisement. Perhaps, sir, if you come to see Luo Xiu in person, you might have a chance to get him to join Marine. As long as you join Marine, the bounty order can be eliminated. The adjutant continued to persuade, but Akainu narrowed his eyes and spoke softly. Do you really think I'm angry just because Luo Xiu is less likely to join Marine due to the bounty on his head? The adjutant opened his mouth to ask, isn't it, but finally suppressed it. Otherwise, he was afraid that the angry Akainu would beat him. Snort. Akainu glanced at his adjutant lightly and snorted in dissatisfaction. The real reason why I was angry was not that Luo Xiu didn't join Marine. Yes, I admire Luo Xiu very much, but I later realized that Luo Xiu is actually not suitable to be a Marine. In other words, he is suitable for doing other things, because his obsession is too deep, and being a Marine will only limit his development. The adjutant was confused when he listened to his senior officer's explanation. It turned out that this was what his senior officer thought. The reason why I'm really angry is the world government's attitude towards Luo Xiu. They can't bear to see Luo Xiu as an unstable factor growing up, but Luo Xiu is too arrogant. Conflicts are almost inevitable, and Akainu frowned. This kid's talent is too high. In just 2 months, he has the strength to kill Doflamingo, a level that is not even matched by strong men. Such a speed of strength improvement is simply unheard of. And there is no trace of the origin of his ability, as if it comes from another world. If a conflict breaks out between a guy who is almost certain to become a top powerhouse in the future and the world government, the consequences will be too great. At the end of Akainu's words, his face turned extremely ugly. He could even foresee the day when the conflict between world government and Luo Xiu would break out in the future. Advertisement. Is Luo Xiu fighting against the world government? The relationship between world government and Marine has always been criticized by many people, but it is obvious that the contradiction between the two has become deeper and deeper. The adjutant opened his mouth in surprise. He didn't expect that his parents were worried about such a thing, but Luo Xiu is just one person. How can one person's power resist the world government? Do your parents think too much? But after hesitating for a while, the adjutant finally asked in a low voice. If it really happens one day, then sir. Akainu narrowed his eyes and did not answer the question. The adjutant nodded silently, not sure whether he understood or not. Seemingly remembering something again, the adjutant reminded. I heard that Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors, has begun to order a search for Luo Xiu. He seems to have malicious intentions. I heard that Doflamingo has interests in contact with him. Is Luo Xiu in danger? Should we provide some assistance? As a Marine, the adjutant still had a good impression of Luo Xiu, who had killed many pirates. No need. That guy's wings have gradually become fuller. He is no longer a young eagle that needs to be protected. I can't see this guy's future. Perhaps. Akainu narrowed his eyes and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. This guy can give us a surprise in the future. Destroy all pirates, or can this guy really do it? Akainu is looking forward to meeting Luo Xiu next time. Advertisement. Chapter 33 The disappearance of Luo Xiu and the appearance of 3 young Marines. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Luo Xiu's Paradise City slaughtered everyone, killing nearly 10,000 pirates in the entire city. No one dared to call himself a pirate anymore, and then he and Dressrosa killed one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo. All of this proves that Luo Xiu is a strong man with huge potential, and he has made such a big noise in just a few months. If we count down the people who can compete with Luo Xushang in this age group over the past few decades, we can hardly find anyone, not even One Piece Roger. And just when everyone thought that such a figure who rose like a comet could grow into a powerful person like the 4 emperors, he actually disappeared. Yes, gone. After the Battle of Dressrosa, Luo Xiu became famous and appeared in the field of vision of major forces. 4 emperors Kaido even publicly offered a reward for Luo Xiu's name. They wanted him to go to Wano Kuni. The Whitebeard pirates and the 4 emperors and also showed their concern for Luo Xiu one after another. Even the most mysterious red-haired shanks of the 4 emperors, according to some people, also wants to get acquainted with Luo Xiu. Many young people in New World even regard Luo Xiu as their idol. After all, Luo Xiu can kill Doflamingo at such a young age, and each of his deeds is more domineering than the last. And just after this situation, the person at the center of the storm suddenly disappeared. There was no news about Luo Xiu in the entire New World, including the rest of the world. And it disappeared for several years, as if it had disappeared from the entire world. Some people speculate that this high-profile young man has been secretly assassinated for touching 4 emperors Kaido. Others say that this young man has secretly joined other forces and has served that force ever since. Some people even say that Luo Xiu is a murder weapon secretly cultivated by the celestial dragons. Anyway, various speculations continue to appear, but no one can prove the truth or falsehood. This miraculous boy rose like a comet and fell like a comet. Let many people feel sorry. However, talents have emerged from generation to generation, and each has been leading the way for hundreds of years. As Roger started the Great Pirate Age, strong men seemed to appear like a spurt, and young strong men emerged one after another throughout the New World. Advertisement. Their appearance has made many people gradually forget the existence of Luo Xiu, forget that there was a boy who single-handedly challenged the pirates in the entire city, and forgot that there was a boy who single-handedly defeated the 7 warlords of the sea. But this world is like this. New changes are happening every day, which is so unexpected. Time passed by like a fleeting moment, and 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. See Circle Calendar 1520. This year is called the beginning of the extremely evil era, because during this time many young pirates began to rise to prominence. Their strength and record have truly been recognized by the real strong men on the sea. Of course, the most important thing is that they have attracted the attention of Marine. They are called supernovae. Each one of them is a big pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. Among them was a boy from East Blue, who often wore a straw hat and had a big smile on his face. This young man known as the Straw Hat Boy seems to have achieved inhuman results in just half a year, just like Luo Xiu back then. He actually defeated 2 of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile and Gecko Moria, and destroyed the world government's flag, launching a war against the world government. For this reason, his bounty reached an astonishing 300 million. In addition to him, several other supernovas have also achieved amazing results, such as Eustace, Kid, and Trafalgar, Luo, Capone, Bej and others from the same 4 seas. Their strength is equally astonishing, and they are already kings and hegemons in their respective sea areas. The bounty is also ridiculously high. Advertisement. But such a powerful group of people chose to gather at the Symbiote Archipelago today. Because the regular route from the Grand Line to the New World is officially controlled and passes through the naval headquarters, pirates must go to the Symbiote Archipelago to record hands and coatings for diving. It's like sneaking across. The New World is where the truly powerful pirates compete, and they must come. Marine seems to have gotten some information, so it is sending a large army to Symbiote Archipelago, hoping to stop or capture them. Naval headquarters sent a strong lineup for this purpose, especially Akainu, one of the most militant marine admirals. He personally sent his own direct troops here. Boom. As a warship approached the coast of Symbiote Archipelago, rows of fully armed marine soldiers began to disembark neatly, and then lined up in 2 rows. With firm eyes, they waited for their superiors to come and inspect them. This made the local marines from Symbiote Archipelago, and the marines who also came here to support him, immediately began to secretly express their anger. At that moment, several people muttered dissatisfiedly. Tisk tisk, these guys from naval headquarters really like to make a show. Who says it's not the case? Those guys like to show off the most. But I don't think the marines in this department are better than us. Now many powerful pirates have begun to gather in Symbiote Archipelago. I hope the guy sent by our headquarters is not a loser. Okay, stop making noise, someone is coming down. Someone quickly reminded him, and several middle-aged marines stationed at the Symbiote Archipelago at the rank of colonel immediately puffed up their chests. The disciplines that should be observed must still be observed. Boom, boom, advertisement. And with the sound of crisp footsteps, people finally started to get off this huge warship. 2 men and 1 woman. The woman in the middle has a very cool high ponytail, and she looks very heroic, while the other 2 young men have stern faces and some eye-catching tattoos on their faces. The older young man on the left has a green dragon-like tattoo on his face, while the smaller young man on the right has a white tiger-like tattoo on his face. The faces of these 2 men are very imaginary, as if they were carved from the same mold. But what struck the middle-aged marines most was that these 3 people seemed to be very young. Not even 20 years old, only 17 or 18 years old. This made the middle-aged marines mutter dissatisfiedly. Damn, am I reading that right? These are 3 children. Are these the strong men sent by our headquarters? Damn it, did the headquarters actually send these little kids here? Doesn't this mean we don't take our lives seriously? It's over, it's over. Several people looked indignant. They all thought that the headquarters had not done anything. Symbiote Archipelago had gathered so many strong pirates now, and they didn't send real strong marines. So how could they do it? Buzz. As if they heard the dissatisfaction of these marines, the 3 young men actually looked at these marines at the same time, and even the marine standing guard also looked at them. In just one moment, the middle-aged marine felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar. 28%. Chapter 34 Strange Mysterious Man. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Looking at the looks that were directed at them, several middle-aged marines immediately panicked, even Buka, who was a senior colonel. Because the eyes of those 3 young marines were so sharp, as if they were facing top experts, which put a lot of pressure on him. Buka still remembers the last time he felt like this when he faced Aokiji, one of the 3 admirals of Marine. At that time, the other party gave him such an unfathomable feeling. But this young man is too young. Buka was secretly shocked, but the 3 young marines didn't seem angry. Only a young man with a white tiger tattoo on his face came out and whispered to Janice. May I have your name? The young man's voice was very soft, but in Buka's ears it had an inexplicable and unquestionable meaning. Jenny's. Buka answered immediately, but soon a trace of anger flashed across his face. He was actually frightened by a child. But what the young man said the next moment made Buka freeze on the spot. Hello, Colonel Buka. I am one of the commanders sent by naval headquarters to support Symbiote Archipelago this time. You can call me by my code name. Tianyu, Tianyu. Listening to the last 2 words of the young man, Janice's eyes widened and he almost jumped out of his skin, because the meaning of these 2 words was really too great. Several marines who were responsible for receiving visitors from naval headquarters also immediately became excited, as if the name had some kind of magic power. Are you the Tianyu Vice Admiral under Akainu Admiral? Are you the one who once singled out several senior cadres of Kaido without defeat, and killed a big pirate with a bounty of over 100 million and escaped unharmed? Last year, we blocked another operation of the Whitebeard pirates and defeated several captains of the opponent in a row. Advertisement. And there's more. Janice's face turned red, and his mouth was like a machine gun as he recounted the amazing deeds of the young man in front of him. It was not because of him, because this young man was so famous. It could even be said that anyone who works as a marine would have heard of this name. Tianyu Vice Admiral, a marine vice admiral who is only about 18 years old, not because his boss is Akainu, who is known as the marine third admiral. But simply because of his strong strength and more powerful battle achievements, he is almost one of the biggest new stars born in marine in the past 10 years. If pirate supernova is the glory of the pirate era, then this young man codenamed White Tiger is the glory of marine. Since his official appearance at naval headquarters as an Akainu soldier a few years ago, he has made everyone understand what a true genius is. At the age of 15, he began to carry out ultra-high-risk missions issued by the naval headquarters and completed them independently. Then at the age of 16, he began to travel among the top pirate groups. Last year, we fought against both the Beasts pirates and the Whitebeard pirates and achieved impressive results. He has become the idol of many young people in contemporary marine. Isn't the epaulette on the young man's right shoulder that the burqa has just finally reached is the rank of Vice Admiral? The 18-year-old marine Vice Admiral, this is the first one in so many years. Oh, you know me. The young man who called himself Tianyu also seemed to find it interesting. He glanced at Buka and said softly, and the latter immediately nodded sharply. I think there will be no one in the entire Marine who doesn't know about your deeds. You are the pillar of the Marine Admiral of our generation. Many people already think that you will be a candidate for the Admiral. Tianyu seemed to be used to these compliments, so he just spoke in a low voice. Those false names just mean nothing to me. All I have to do is kill pirates. And now I come to Sabayati Archipelago for this purpose. A group of pirates who call themselves Supernova cannot be allowed to grow anymore. Tianyu narrowed his eyes and said coldly, I'm going to kill them all here. The sound is not loud, but it is deafening. Advertisement. After speaking, the young man walked directly to the front and walked with the other two young Marines. Buka stared at their backs blankly. It seems that those are the Tianlong Vice Admiral and the Sword Girl who are as famous as the Tianyu Vice Admiral. This time Sabayati Archipelago has a few of them taking action. Maybe none of the pirates can really escape. The moment Buka saw Tianyu, he quickly thought of the identities of the other two. Tianlong, Tianyu, Sword Girl. A conference was held to confirm the title of the three Marine Vice Admiral Naval Headquarters specially approved, the first time in so many years. These three Marine top rookies are truly top players, and they all came from Akainu's account. The records of the latter two are not inferior to Tianyu Vice Admiral at all, or even worse. Now the pirates of Sabayati Archipelago were in trouble, and Buka followed the large group happily. The three young Marines walked at the front of the Marine team, separated from everyone by a certain distance. The civilians passing by along the way seemed to understand and stepped aside. Xiaohu, there is no need to explain some insignificant things to others. This will waste a lot of our time. You have already talked a lot with others along the way. That's it. The purpose of our coming here is just to kill the pirates. There is no need to involve anything else. We should complete the task as soon as possible and call it a day. We will have to go on another mission in a while. I heard that Big Mom Pirates the group is not very honest. If Buka were here, he might be surprised, because the young man he idolized was being trained like a doormat here. But the problem is that this young man seems to be enjoying it. Sorry bro, and Conan. The stern young man who had called himself Tianyu just now scratched his head with an embarrassed expression and explained to the man and woman next to him. Isn't this a great trip? I just want to get in touch with new things. The girls and young man on the side didn't say much, they just shrugged indifferently. After all, this guy had a somewhat out-of-the-box temperament. If Luo Xiu were here, he might be surprised to find that these three young Marines who were respected by many people are his long-lost brothers and sisters, aren't they? Xiaolong, Xiaohu and Conan. It's just that the appearance of these people has changed drastically from before. Even Conan, who was the most cowardly at the time, is extremely heroic now, and his anger is more than that of many pirates. Advertisement. Maybe Luo Xiu was standing here. If there was no reminder, he might not be able to recognize him. The three of them soon skipped this topic and started discussing the details of the current mission. It seems that the eldest young man, the Tianlong Vice Admiral specially approved by Naval Headquarters, skillfully brought out the information he brought. This information shows that since the third day, multiple pirate groups have secretly logged into Sabayati Archipelago, and their purpose is to use Sabayati Archipelago as a transit point to enter the new world. The list of these pirates includes Luffy, one of the Supernovas, the Straw Hat Boy, and all his crew members. Kid, Luo, and Bej who are also from one of the four seas. A few people seem to be naturally alert to this kind of thing, and they quickly discussed a rough task step and arranged it. All we are doing now is to try not to let a single pirate escape. The goal this time has been determined, which is to completely kill them, especially the Straw Hat Boys. Those guys made too much noise. We must not let him escape. The stern young man with a blue dragon tattoo on his face said coldly. The two people behind them immediately smiled and nodded, as if they didn't take these pirates seriously at all. Supernova. Haha. Boom, boom. The three men led the Marines to move again soon, and after all the Marines left, a figure wrapped in a black robe slowly emerged from an alley. The large black robe covered most of the figure, making it impossible to tell the person's gender, someone who might be forgotten after just one glance on the street. The only special thing is that this figure wears a special Uzumaki mask, and a pair of dark red blood pupils looks a bit scary. The mysterious man looked at the backs of the Conan trio who had just left, and murmured to himself. It feels so familiar. Could it be them? A rare smile appeared on the dead man's expressionless face. If it were the three of them, that would be really interesting. I hope these little guys won't affect my plan, otherwise it will be really difficult. The mysterious man muttered a few words to himself, and then his figure disappeared into the alley again, as if he had never existed. Chapter 35 The Sabayati Archipelago is about to begin. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Because the Sabayati Archipelago is the only way to the new world from all over the world, there are usually a lot of strong people here. Here, pirates with tens of millions of bounties can no longer dominate the world like they did in the world. On this magical island, they can only keep their heads down to avoid causing the displeasure of the real boss. The big pirate with a bounty of over 100 million here is the real master who can run amok here. For example, those supernovae who were rated as the most evil era, but even these supernovae with a bounty of over 100 million choose to keep a low profile today. Because several major events have happened in the Sabayati Archipelago in the past few days. Even the celestial dragons, known as the real world nobles, actually showed up in the Sabayati Archipelago, and it seems that more and more Marines are showing up from here. Noodle. This makes the group of supernovas who want to go to the new world safely more cautious. After all, they don't want to face Marine head on. Time passed like a fleeting moment, and after Sabayati Archipelago had been so strangely peaceful for several days, it finally started to get lively one day. Because the coding work is about to begin, no matter how wretched and tolerant these supernovas are, they have to get it done, otherwise it will be difficult to go to New World again. Advertisement. As if there was a tacit understanding among the pirates, this group of supernovas began to appear one after another. Haha, this Sabayati Archipelago is different, it is indeed the gateway to the New World. You can indeed meet some interesting people here. Ha ha ha, this is where the strong should come. At this moment, a man with long dark red hair started to walk out with an unruly smile. He looked arrogant as if the whole world belonged to him, causing many passers-by to frown and retreat. Of course, this person is so arrogant because he is really powerful, because his name is Kid, one of the top 10 supernovas. Why he is the top 10 will be mentioned later. The bounty has reached more than 400 million Baileys. And his reward amount was based on actual killings. He was considered a murderer by everyone in his area and had massacred many innocent villages. Kira, who was wearing an iron mask on the side, looked at the captain's appearance and could only shake his head and stand silently. Nothing else, because he is a normal person. What about those guys? Why don't any of them dare to show up? Are they all scared out of their wits by those Marines? Advertisement. After a while, looking at the boring streets, Kid said dissatisfiedly. I also want to test the strength of those guys, especially the straw hat guy. I'm really interested in this guy. Captain, since they are not here, why not go to the nearest auction house? I heard it is very lively there. Maybe you can encounter something interesting. In the end, it was Kira who reminded Kid from the side so that he would not continue to go crazy here as if no one else was around. Seeing this, the latter also scratched his head and agreed. Soon, the two arrived at the largest auction house in Sabayati Archipelago. Looking at the brilliant scene in front of them, even Kid was filled with excitement. I heard that this auction house would sell some items that even the world government banned from auctioning, and it was even nicknamed the black market. The two of them narrowed their eyes and quickly slipped in through the hidden intersection with curiosity. This underground auction house is very dark. If you don't look carefully, you can't see people clearly. But the moment Kid stepped into this underground auction house, his brows immediately furrowed. But then he revealed an excited smile. Advertisement. Because he felt many powerful auras in this auction house, and some even made him feel threatened. Kid, who likes to cause trouble the most, immediately knew that he was in the right place. Without any hesitation, he found a secret location and sat down with Kira, hiding his body tightly in the darkness. Kid is waiting for something to happen with a smile on his face. As time went by, more and more people began to come to the auction house, and powerful auras emerged one after another. Kid seemed excited, and he also paid special attention to a few people. A young man who looks like a fool wearing a straw hat, and a tall and thin young man with a dead face and a white Madara hat. Of course, what caught Kid's attention the most was the person sitting in the front row of the auction venue. The man was wearing heavy white clothes and a transparent fiberglass on his head. Although his aura was as weak as a grasshopper that could be easily stepped on, it made Kid look solemn. Because this person is a celestial dragons who are called descendants of gods. Even the world government exists for them. They have supreme power. Killing people will not violate the law, and they themselves will not be bound by the law. 30%. Chapter 36 Kid Luffy takes action. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Due to the existence of Luo Xiu and what he has done in the past few years, some plots of the original work will definitely change, so please understand. The book continues the story. Kid looked at this scene with a solemn expression. Even he was extremely afraid of the celestial dragons. He could only hope that nothing big would happen. But things seemed to come as they were feared. Halfway through the auction, when it was still normal, a fish man actually came up in the end. You must know that it is illegal to auction a fish man, and there is also an unshaven old man with white hair who was auctioned together with this fish man. The moment the two people were pushed out, Kid instinctively felt something was wrong, because he had noticed that the young man wearing a straw hat that he had noticed before had stood up. The latter's breath fluctuates. At this time, the celestial dragons wearing a transparent glass tank also seemed to be interested in the fish man. He laughed loudly and walked up to the front desk to kidnap the fish man. The next moment, the straw hat young man also moved. Just as Kid squinted his eyes and stared blankly, the conflict suddenly broke out. The unruly celestial dragon seemed to be annoyed, so he just raised his pistol and pulled the trigger decisively. Boom, boom. His eyes were full of indifference. He didn't take the other person seriously at all, and he didn't care at all whether the gun would kill someone, but obviously, it wouldn't. After dodging these bullets one by one, the straw hat young man made a leap and came to the front of the celestial dragons. Under the unbelievable eyes of the other party, he punched out. Boom. The unlucky celestial dragon smashed through several walls and fell into the ruins, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. The whole room was shocked when the straw hat boy knocked away the celestial dragons. Celestial dragons, this kid actually dares to attack celestial dragons. How dare he? It's over, it's over. This guy in the straw hat is dead. The celestial dragons will definitely kill him. This boy is going to be in trouble. The constant exclamations made the protagonist of this attack, Straw Hat Luffy, very confused. He was so arrogant that he didn't even know what celestial dragons seemed to be, and he didn't know what would happen if he attacked celestial dragons. But even if he knew it, he would not change his current behavior at all. This is why he, Monkey, D, and Luffy became pirates. Free, unrestrained, do whatever you want. Kid was shocked when he saw this scene, but soon his expression became relieved again. Interesting, really interesting. He thought he should know the identity of the young man wearing a straw hat. He was Luffy, the straw hat boy who was one of the supernovas with him. The guy who was rumored to have defeated 7 warlords of the sea. Advertisement. There are many people who have similar reactions to Kid in the entire auction venue. These people are without exception the supernovas of the extremely evil era. After being shocked, they all had sneers on their lips. This group of outlaws likes nothing more than to cause trouble, and they also like to make friends with such people. Straw Hat Luffy's actions just now undoubtedly won the approval of a group of people. It looks like there will be complete chaos soon. It's interesting. Let's have a good time here before leaving. That's natural. We are both one of the supernovas. Let's use this good opportunity to see who is the strongest. Then let's go together. This group of supernovas laughed ferociously and chose to take action immediately. Buzz, 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 boom, boom, boom. The entire auction venue instantly turned into a mess. Just the moment the celestial dragons were attacked, the entire auction venue immediately started to move. Countless marines hidden in it and the guards of the celestial dragons themselves stopped hiding and launched an attack on this group of big pirates. St. Charlos, the celestial dragons who had just been knocked away, roared again and again. Kill them all for me. How dare these untouchables take action against the noble celestial dragons? Catch them. I want his family and friends to be my slaves. Luffy, let's go. Gone. This is so scary. Chopper, Usopp and others on the side were about to get off the stall, and they pulled Luffy and ran away quickly, but there were too many marines and they were about to surround them. Luffy had no choice but to cut off the rear. And ask your crew to gather at the agreed location. And he himself smiled innocently, bumped his fists, his eyes were full of fighting spirit. He is the least afraid of fighting or anything like that. Jamo Ruo. Luffy laughed loudly and immediately activated his rubber fruit ability. He made fists with both hands and shot countless afterimages in the air, but he defeated a large number of marines in an instant. Kid's side was the same. He raised one hand and immediately used his devil fruit ability to condense it into a huge moving extreme hand, and then smashed it. The momentum was like thunder, and those marines with average strength could not withstand this blow at all, and many people fell directly to this blow. Advertisement. Blood splatters. Kid laughed wildly and continued to kill the marines. And the tall and thin young man in the distance who had been watching the show finally took action. He pressed down with one hand, and shouted softly. Room. The moment the voice fell, a group of marine soldiers found that their bodies were out of control, and when the young man moved again, there were several more hearts in his hands. Yes, the heart is still beating. Because his name is Luo, a user with op fruit ability who can easily remove part of an object without directly causing death. Boom, boom, boom. The other supernovas also took turns using their own methods. These poorly prepared marines were no match for them at all, and they soon suffered heavy casualties. You evil pirates are not allowed to run away. A stubborn marine soldier tried to stop Kid and others, but was smashed to pieces by the latter with a casual blow. You are so weak, you marines. Kid laughed evilly. If you don't have the strength, don't get in Lousy's way. This is a battlefield for the strong. The killings resumed. Marine quickly suffered heavy losses due to insufficient main force and began to call for help. Luffy and others also took advantage of the chaos and ran out of the auction house. Just out of the gate, the three leaders, Luffy, Kid, and Luo, looked at each other and smiled. They all had inexplicable feelings. They seemed to be very unconvinced by the other two, but they also wanted to understand each other very much. Hello, my name is Monkey, D, Luffy, and I am the man who will become the Pirate King in the future. In the end, Luffy said hello with a silly smile. He was very interested in these two powerful guys. This was the first time he met a peer who could threaten him. Are you the Straw Hat Boy? But when he heard Luffy say he wanted to become the Pirate King, Kid couldn't help but sarcastically said. The man who will become the Pirate King in the future must be lousy, my kid. Is your kid also worthy? Luffy immediately argued loudly, I will become the Pirate King. I can. It's me, kid. You don't deserve it. Advertisement. I will become the Pirate King. The two of them actually got into an argument over this topic, and it looked like they were going to fight. Luo on the side crossed his arms and shook his head and sighed. It was obvious that he had no interest in being associated with two young mentally retarded people. At this time, other supernovas finally felt that the situation was not good and reminded them. I think you two should stop arguing for now. If nothing else happens, I think we will be in big trouble. Beiji pointed forward with a cigar in his mouth, and everyone followed his gaze. Suddenly, I saw rows of soldiers coming here. They were uniformly prepared and they could feel the murderous aura even though they were so far apart. Especially the ones headed by that one. Attention, all teams, seal all the intersections of this street. This group of troublemaking pirates must not be allowed to remain unpunished. A man with the rank of Marine Vice Admiral on his shoulder ordered expressionlessly. The soldiers replied, yes. Several supernovas immediately became serious when they saw this, because they saw a few familiar people in the crowd. Those few were clearly the Rear Admiral and even the Vice Admiral from Naval Headquarters. They had fought against each other before, and none of them were easy to deal with. See this situation. At this moment, all the supernovas put away their contempt, because they knew that the next step should be a tough battle. Several supernovas immediately started discussing, but it was obvious that this group of proud pirates could not come up with a solution. How should I say? Are they fighting separately or together? This group of Marines looks menacing. Fight together. Do you think you guys are worthy of Lousy's trust? Of course we will fight separately. Who can leave then? Let each of you do it on your own. Good. The end result was naturally an unhappy breakup. Kid glanced at the group of fellow supernova pirates with disdain and sneered. A bunch of cowards. Why would you want to enter the new world if you're afraid of death? Since you don't dare to enter, let Lousy open the way for you. Kid laughed loudly, and the magnet fruit power exploded and immediately condensed a mechanical arm as big as a mountain. He went straight to kill all the Marines. Luffy did the same. He punched twice, turned on the third gear, and punched out. Chapter 37 Fight. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Seeing that Kid and others did not run away but attacked their Marines, it immediately ignited the anger of these Marines. These damn pirates are looking for death. At that moment, several Marine Rear Admirals from Naval Headquarters spontaneously stepped forward to greet him. A Marine Rear Admiral with a sword approached Luffy directly, another middle-aged Marine with a very large body approached Kid, and the remaining Marines who were not weak also immediately picked their opponents. No nonsense. Everyone started fighting instantly. Boom, boom. The entire field instantly became chaotic, and all kinds of energy attacks could be seen here, because some top powerhouses gathered here. Even in the New World, it is a group that is difficult to defeat. Demon fruit power that is hard to find in other sea areas is like cabbage on the roadside. A collision between a group of truly top-notch experts, even the aftermath could cause some ordinary people to die directly, so a group of innocent people stayed far away, and poked their heads out to see again. But at this moment, not far from the center of the storm, there was an old man with gray hair and an unkempt beard who was watching the battle tirelessly and making tut-tut sounds from time to time. Advertisement. It is truly a generation of talented people. The strength of these little guys was pretty good for my time, especially the red-haired kid. It kind of reminds me of an old friend. And that young man who was very eye-catching is worthy of letting the red-haired boy look at him and give him a straw hat. This guy's strength is also very strong, but I feel that this guy's strength should be more than that, and his foundation is not enough. Obviously it can be stronger. But, the old man squinted his eyes and finally landed on Luo. For some reason, he always felt that there was something extraordinary about this young man. Because he felt that this young man seemed to be hiding something. But it seems that this group of pirates are not well prepared. This group of people alone should not be able to stop these brats from the most evil era. He said softly, as if he was extremely confident in the result, and that seemed to be the case. After fighting fiercely for a while, Marine began to gradually fall into a disadvantage. The pirate supernova headed by Luffy quickly gained an advantage, especially Luffy and Kid, who almost overwhelmed the Marine they were fighting against. With one move after another, the opponent was defeated step by step. The pirates whose bounties can reach hundreds of millions of belly are indeed amazing. The average Marine Rear Admiral may not be an opponent. Shang, Kid and others can even fight against the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Ha ha ha. The guys from Naval Headquarters are nothing more than that, a bunch of trash, just don't bother blocking Lousy's way. Advertisement. With a strong effort, Kid's robotic arm directly threw the Marine Rear Admiral away. The latter directly knocked down several walls before getting up with difficulty. He looked at the arrogant Kid with an embarrassed look. Damn it. As he said this, the Marine Rear Admiral planned to risk his life with Kid, even if he and the other party died together. But when he saw a few familiar figures at the end of the street out of the corner of his eye, he immediately stopped thinking about dying together. He turned to look at Kid with a joking expression and said coldly. You're dead, pirate. Kid and others also noticed something unusual and turned their attention to the end of the street. They saw the end of the street. There are three figures leading a group of Marines coming here. The three figures at the front, 2 men and 1 woman, all carry swords at their waists. Their gazes are determined. Even if they are extremely far away, these supernovas can feel each other's astonishing murderous intent and powerful momentum. Everyone knows that the real opponent is coming. Advertisement. Kid is also full of fighting spirit at this moment. What he likes most is fighting, especially fighting with powerful opponents. Ha ha ha, let's fight. Kid took the lead and dragged a mechanical arm as heavy as a mountain directly towards the group of Marines. The speed is staggering. However, almost instantly, a young man with a white tiger tattoo on his face jumped up and charged up a punch, directly towards Kid. The fists of the two collided violently in the air. Boom. A huge sonic boom sounded instantly, and the huge strong wind caused everyone to subconsciously close their eyes, and waited for the storm to subside. A figure also hit the ground hard, creating a huge pit. Everyone frowned and looked curious. Who lost? Chapter 38 The Powerful Conan, Xiaohu, Xiaolong, Trio. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Who lost? Everyone discovered that after the huge collision, one person was directly thrown into the pit, and they immediately became curious. Of course, based on Kid's previous battle performance, everyone still believed that the latter was more likely to win. After all, the Marine who was fighting against Kid, they had just noticed it. He seems to be an extremely young man. What kind of strength can such a young Marine have? All the supernovas thought so too, but when they actually saw the figure in the pit, their eyes immediately widened and their breathing became rapid. Because the figure lying in the pit has dazzling red hair and an unruly face. Who else could it be if he wasn't the arrogant Kid from before? At this moment, Kid was lying in the deep pit, panting violently, obviously suffering from the blow just now. As for the young Marine, his clothes were in a mess, and it seemed like nothing was wrong. Everyone gasped when they saw this. The old man who had been watching the battle calmly frowned and then smiled. Interesting. Ignoring everyone's shock, the young marine tilted his head and walked towards the pit with a nonchalant expression. Then he looked down at Kid condescendingly and said in a deep voice. Kid, with a bounty of 31,500 belly, is a vicious pirate from all over the world. He has massacred many villages without any reason, resulting in the death of thousands of innocent people. Young marine quickly told the secret information about Kid, especially the latter's murderous behavior. It was simply outrageous. After finishing speaking, the young marine looked at Kid with a sullen expression and continued. Do you really think you can get away with it? This is the Symbolize archipelago, an island controlled by my marine. This is not a place for you pirates to run wild. Listening to the young marine's preaching, Kid was furious. He stood up suddenly, and then made a leap to attack the young marine again. He said with a cruel smile, I, Kid, can do whatever I want. You sanctimonious marines are not qualified to judge me. Advertisement. But the young marine didn't panic at all and punched him hard again. Compared with Kid's huge mechanical arm, young marine's fist was almost invisible, but just such a fist burst out with power that amazed everyone. Boom. Kid was beaten hard into the pit again. Obviously, he couldn't compete with this young marine in terms of strength. No matter how hard he tried, this young marine just relied on his physical strength to hold him down and beat him. Buzz, buzz, boom. The ground spread out like a spider web, causing everyone to retreat in fear. All the supernovas looked at this scene in stunned silence. Kid was actually pressed and beaten by a young marine. Kid, this guy actually lost to that marine in a duel. How is this possible? That marine looks younger than us. How could he be so strong? Who the hell is this guy? The supernovas exclaimed. Although they didn't want to admit it, they had noticed during the battle that Kid was perhaps one of the most powerful among their group of supernovas. And this young marine can actually beat Kid in a duel, which is simply shocking. In the end, Bej, who was extremely knowledgeable, recognized the identity of the person coming and said in a solemn voice. If I'm not mistaken, that young marine should be the super rookie of naval headquarters who has become famous in recent years. Marine Vice Admiral, who was given the code name, Sky Tiger, at the age of 18. He once worked with the Whitebeard pirates. They have fought against each other in the Beast Pirates, and achieved great results. Listening to Bej talking about the deeds of this young marine, the faces of several supernovas immediately became solemn. They didn't expect to meet a marine of this level here, but they were so shocked that they couldn't do anything like running away. Together, several supernovas immediately decided to besiege the young Tianyu Vice Admiral. No matter how powerful this guy is, can he still withstand the siege of a group of us? Let's go together, kill this marine. Someone laughed evilly and was about to take action. At this time, Luffy also defeated the enemy marine rear admiral and ran over eager to fight. Are we going to fight again? Leave the strongest one to me. Luffy smiled naively, as if he didn't care at all about what everyone said. But he was immediately dissuaded by Bej. Luffy looked at Bej angrily, only to see that the latter's face was unprecedentedly solemn. Advertisement. He was even more shocked than when he saw Tianyu take action just now. He was stunned when he realized that Bej was staring at the other two young marines who were slowly walking towards him. One man and one woman. The man is cold and stern, the woman is heroic. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Sword Girl, Tianlong, an existence on the same level as Tianyu, has blocked the Whitebeard pirates many times, and the Beasts Pirates boarded the Four Emperors group, is a candidate for this Admiral of Headquarters. Quote. Bej said solemnly, taking a few steps back unconsciously, but Luffy scratched his head and said with an indifferent expression. What's Tianlong? Tianyu, such a strange code name, but it looks really strong. Luffy pointed at Xiaolong and Conan and said with a hearty smile. Hey, let's have a fight. I think you guys are interesting. With that said, Luffy jumped over and attacked. Faced with Luffy's attack, the two young marines were still discussing it unhurriedly. This guy should be the Straw Hat Boy, who's coming? Let me do it. I have long disliked this guy. This guy has made the situation a mess. Okay. The young man with a green dragon tattoo on his face took a step back and stretched out a hand in a very gentlemanly manner, as if to say please. In the end, Conan stood up. She looked at Luffy with an indifferent expression, and her right hand was already holding the handle of the knife at her waist. Stay calm and focused. The moment Luffy was about to reach her, Conan suddenly drew his sword, and a huge sword light shot out immediately. The momentum is like thunder. Everyone gasped, and the white-haired old man's expression finally became rare and solemn. This man's sword power is really strong. Even if he has been traversing the sea for so many years, there are not many people who are stronger than this girl. Everyone was amazed. This man is so powerful with the sword. Buzz. The sword light led Luffy back continuously, smashing through countless walls, and then fell directly into the ruins. Advertisement. Ah, Luffy's screams could be heard from far away, and the young marine, known as the Knife Girl, did not hesitate at all and chased after him again with the knife. Boom, boom. Soon, Luffy was beaten to the point of running away. His rubber fruit ability was unable to deal with Conan's sword light, and the beating was extremely painful. The two most powerful supernovae were suppressed and beaten in the blink of an eye. This scene really made the group of supernovae uncomfortable. Conan and Xiaohu, that is, Dao Nu and Tianyu Vice Admiral's actions immediately excited Marine's side. Let this group of supernovas continue to be arrogant. Now the opponent is going to be finished. Damn, we are really in trouble now. These guys seem to be really tough. What should we do? Let's join forces, shall we? Someone suggested with difficulty. At this juncture, everyone immediately put aside their pride and prepared to join forces to fight the enemy. Okay, Bej, you are in charge of fire support. Bej, Bay. Someone suggested, and then they were stunned to see where Bej, who had just spoken, could be seen in the field. They looked back. Bej has already run away for 2 miles. Damn it, Bej, you actually ran away alone. Someone yelled angrily, but Bej turned a deaf ear and just ran for his life. He knew Tianyu, Tianlong and Dao knew the best, and he knew immediately that they were invincible. Still joining forces. What a bunch of idiots. Lousy ran away first. You idiots stay here and have fun. Bej sneered and then increased the speed again. And at this moment, Qinglong, who had never made a move, finally stood up. The powerful observation hockey directly locked all the remaining pirate supernovas present. The rest of you, just fight with me. With that said, the stern young man took a step forward. The ground shattered like a spider web. He snorted and punched everyone directly. He actually wanted to fight 1 against 7. Chapter 39 Akainu's Loneliness. Where's Luo Xiu? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. On the other side Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Inside Akainu's office. At this moment, Akainu has not changed much compared to 5 years ago. He just has a little more wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, but it is not unusual for him who is almost 60 years old. At this moment, they were smoking cigars neatly, crossing their legs and listening to the intelligence officer reporting some recent maritime intelligence to him. When the news about the Symbolize archipelago was mentioned, the intelligence officer's expression was obviously a little solemn. According to the intelligence department at the front, it seems that this time the Symbolize archipelago has gathered the largest number of pirates with the most powerful lineup in history. The top 10 supernovas of the era are all among them, as well as countless famous big pirates. Mixed in among them, the celestial dragon St. Charlos is also there. Sir, do we have to deal with those pirates ourselves? The spy suggested. After all, in his knowledge, only their marine admiral level experts could deal with pirates who had been there for so many years. Hearing this, Akainu just raised his eyebrows and said something. I have sent 3 marine vice admirals, Tianlong, Tianyu, and Sword Girl, to solve this matter. With just a simple sentence, the spy immediately lost his panic and grinned confidently. Since the 3 of them have taken action, I think nothing big will happen this time. Advertisement. Akainu nodded. The tone of the 2 of them was very natural, as if this was a matter of course, and that was the fact. Tianlong, Tianyu, Knife Girl, perhaps only Akainu, who truly knows them, knows how powerful these 3 marine vice admirals are. It can be said that the talents of these 3 people are the only ones Akainu has seen in his life. Perhaps only under Luo Xiu, who has never shown up. These 3 children from Conch Village, Akainu almost treats them as treasures. He put a lot of effort into them, and even personally taught them and led them on tasks. You know, Akainu is a marine admiral, and his time is really extremely precious. But he still thought it was worth it, because the talents of Conan, Xiaohu, and Xiaolong were so terrible that they mastered marine 6 styles in just 1 month, and mastered armament hockey in the same year. Then came observation hockey, when these 3 children were only 13 years old. This is not over yet, and Xiaolong and Xiaohu also obtained a devil fruit respectively when they went on a mission. The Zone Phantom Beast devil fruit obtained by Xiaohu can transform into a white giant tiger. Its power is amazing. The little dragon also received a Zone Phantom Beast, the devil fruit, which can transform into a cyan dragon, somewhat similar to Kaido's devil fruit ability. The 2 brothers seemed to have divine help, and they were progressing very quickly anyway. Although Conan did not obtain the devil fruit, he had extremely terrifying talents in the art of swordsmanship. At the age of 15, he had defeated many swordsmanship masters in the Admiral of Headquarters and was self-taught to practice swordsmanship alone. The growth rate of these 3 children shocked not only Akainu but also everyone in Naval Headquarters. When the current Marine Marshal Sengoku saw these 3 children, he wanted to pass his mantle to them. Nay, he was directly rejected, but this also shows how talented these 3 children are. Advertisement. Of course, what Akainu values most about them is not their talent, but hard work. Akainu squinted his eyes and inadvertently recalled the stubborn figures of these 3 children. Yes, there is no shortage of geniuses in this world, but there must be a shortage of hardworking geniuses. This is the case for the 2 Conan and the 3 others. Because the obsession in their hearts is too powerful, and their obsession is also very simple. That is, kill all the pirates. The power of hatred may be the most magical and terrifying thing in the world. I have witnessed my family being massacred by pirates, and I have watched my brother give up the chance of life for them. How could they waste their hard-earned lives? For them, every minute and every second that can improve their strength is precious. This means that they are only 17 or 18 years old and already have extremely strong strength. Among the Marine Vice Admirals in Naval Headquarters, they are also extremely strong. This is the first time these 3 children have gone on a mission together in so many years. I hope those pirates can be more durable. Don't make it too easy. In the office, Akainu also rarely showed an arrogant smile. There was no way Conan and the others gave Akainu such confidence. The intelligence officer also echoed from the side. Having 3 of them in our Marine generation is really a blessing to our Marine. Ha ha ha, advertisement. Akainu laughed heartily. Indeed, he really couldn't find anyone among his peers who could defeat Conan and the 3 of them. Akainu was thinking about this, but a special figure emerged subconsciously in his mind. It was an equally stubborn young man. The unique pair of my blood eyes left Akainu fresh in his memory. Akainu still remembers the shock that boy gave him. He fought alone in a city and killed all the pirates who dared not show his face, and he also killed Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, in a traffic jam. The boy was only 13 years old at that time. It is so terrifying that no one can compare with it if we count decades or even hundreds of years of history. His name is Luo Xiu, blood-eyed Luo Xiu. After a moment of silence, Akainu suddenly asked the intelligence officer beside him. Still no news about the child. The intelligence officer naturally knew what Akainu was asking, and he answered calmly. No, Akainu's eyes suddenly looked lonely. The boy who kept saying that he wanted to kill all the pirates in the world and determined to change the world. Is he really dead? P.S. If readers who see the design think it is good, can you please leave a reminder or book review, and send a small gift. This book will be on the shelves soon. Thank you very much for your data. 33%. Chapter 40 Kids Conquerors Hockey. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Sabayati Archipelago. At this moment, the battlefield between Supernova and Marine has reached a fever pitch, except for Bej who was being chased by other Marine main forces. On the battlefield at this moment, Conan and the 3 of them were fighting 1 against 3 without falling behind. That's right, each of them can resist the attack of 3 supernovas. It's so scary. Xiaohu vs Kid, Drake, and Kira. Xiaolong vs Luo, Arouge, and Bonnie. Conan vs Luffy, Apu, Hawkins. The battle between these people directly destroyed buildings with a radius of several hundred meters, and even a small aftermath was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Naturally, those members of the Supernova Pirates fought with the remaining Marines, and the scene was very chaotic. These 3 little guys from Marine are so powerful. They are actually 1 level stronger than these little guys called Supernovas. Is this the heritage of Marine's generation? I don't know whose handiwork it is, whether it's that Sengoku guy or Garp, or the current Marine admirals. The old man with white hair, and shaven beard and a worn-out slipper didn't seem to be afraid of the aftermath of the attack at all. He leaned against a corner and watched the battle intently. The old man is actually one of the top strong men in the old era. His name is Pluton Rayleigh. He is the former deputy of Roger, the Pirate King, and a real top pirate. He has fought many times against Sengoku, Garp and others who are now Marine's top-level combatants. But after Roger was voluntarily arrested and the pirate group was disbanded, he has been living in seclusion in the Sabayati Archipelago as a ferryman. But after meeting Luffy a few days ago, she discovered that the latter was actually wearing Roger's straw hat, and that he was also related to the red-haired boy. Rayleigh immediately became interested. He has been observing Luffy and his crew in the past few days, and found that they are very similar to their past. Rayleigh has actually secretly wanted to pass on their mantle. Maybe, the next Pirate King is the Straw Hat Kid. But now that she found out that Lu Fan was actually suppressed by Marine in the same age group, Rayleigh's face instantly turned ugly. A man who wants to become the Pirate King must surpass his contemporaries. He didn't want to see Luffy fail here. Am I going to be exposed today after hiding for many years? Rayleigh's eyes narrowed slightly, full of hesitation. While Rayleigh was hesitating, the battle was coming to an end. Advertisement. Xiaohu has seriously injured Kira, the weakest of the 3. At this moment, the latter's chest has been dented. One can imagine how serious his injuries are now. But even so, he was still fighting Xiaohu like a madman. And now the little tiger who has transformed into 2 pairs of tiger claws seems to be still at the peak of his energy and blood. Although there are many scars in front of his eyes, he doesn't seem to care at all. His eyes are full of perseverance. Die to me, pirate. He roared angrily, and the power of the tiger fruit reached its ultimate. His whole body was raised again, and a pair of huge tiger claws slapped down directly towards Kira. The huge power actually distorted the space. Kira, who was seriously injured, could not dodge at all and could only watch the blow fall. Drake, who was unfamiliar with Kira, teleported away without any hesitation. He didn't want to die for these unfamiliar pirates. Kira, no, Kid roared violently, forcibly gathering the power of devil fruit, and the huge mechanical arm was about to stop directly in front of Kira. And try to block the blow with your body. Kira is his kid's partner, and he won't allow him to die in front of him like this. But Kira, who knew that Kid could not block this blow, how could he watch his captain die? Kira simply smiled indifferently. I'm sorry, Captain, I may not be able to accompany you on the journey to the new world, please continue to help me complete my dream. Don't want, Kid yelled in panic. After saying that, Kira forcibly gathered his energy and blood, and rushed directly towards Xiaohu. This was Kira's last blow. For this reason, he ignited his own life force. There was really no other way. This young Marine Vice Admiral was really too strong. Even if the three of them work together, they can't defeat each other. Next moment, boom, without any hesitation, Kira laughed ferociously and forcefully detonated his remaining power, directly colliding with the blow. Boom, the huge force caused Xiaohu to fly backwards, smashing countless walls. When he got up, he found that his chest was full of blood. It was obvious that the injury was serious. Xiaohu's face was so ugly that he didn't expect the latter to be so decisive. Advertisement. But, Kira became the first supernova to die. At this moment, Kid was holding Kira's body, his eyes filled with tears. His whole body began to tremble violently. Ah, Kid let out a shocking roar, and a powerful force began to pour out of him. The huge strong wind and the great sense of oppression made everyone change their colors. This is Conqueror's Haki. Everyone's pupils shrank in disbelief. They didn't expect Kid to be able to awaken Conqueror's Haki under such circumstances. Rayleigh was also shocked by this scene. Although he knew that Kid was the most talented among them with his eyesight, the awakening of Conqueror's Haki was beyond his expectation. Although it is a forcibly awakened Conqueror's Haki, it is not very stable, but it is enough to cause great changes in this battle. Rayleigh nodded thoughtfully. What he didn't notice was that in his shock. On another battlefield, a tall and lanky young man who was fighting fiercely with Tianlong Vice Admiral, also known as Xiaolong, noticed the changes here. He frowned and murmured, did Kid actually awaken Conqueror's Haki? I didn't expect such a change to occur. I hope it won't affect the leader's plan, otherwise. Luo, who was also one of the supernovas, narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Don't force me to take action in advance. Kira, didn't you promise to accompany me to explore the new world? Why did you just leave? Asshole, you're such a bastard. It's hard to imagine that Kid, who has always been unruly and even decisive, would be so out of his mind after Kira's death. Maybe this is a person's contradiction. Everyone has two sides. Everyone in the field was fighting against the strange movement here. These supernovas were curious about how strong Kid would be after awakening Conqueror's Haki, and whether he could defeat this group of Marines. The knife girl who was suppressing Luffy and beating her with a few people changed her face slightly and was about to rush towards Xiaohu, but was immediately stopped by Xiaolong on the side. The stern young man said expressionlessly, advertisement. Believe Xiaohu, he can solve it by himself. We knew a few years ago that the only one we can rely on in this world is ourselves. So, believe him. The reason why they have been able to progress so fast in the past few years is because they are not afraid of death. Each of them has climbed out of the pile of stupid people. Only by facing death every time can they become stronger. Conan was silent for a while and nodded heavily, but unable to release her anger, she turned around and stared at Luffy and the others. Just raise the knife and slash furiously. You damn pirates, can't you just die? Boom, the battle begins again. At this moment, Xiaohu managed to get up despite the severe pain. Feeling the condition of his body, he looked at the extremely angry Kid. Suddenly, he grinned. Pirate, isn't it a good feeling to have your dead comrade? Just one word made Kid start fighting, and he looked directly at Xiaohu with a pair of red tiger eyes. What did you say? Say it again. Hearing this, Xiaohu smiled. He shrugged slightly and spoke word by word. I said you deserve it. You damn pirates all deserve it. Don't you know how many innocent villagers you have killed and how many innocent families you have destroyed along the way? Now that your partner has been killed, you are starting to get angry. Do you pirates deserve it? Few people know that Marine's most famous Sky Tiger, Vice Admiral, besides being extremely powerful, is also particularly scary because of his mouth. What he likes most is to anger those damn pirates and then kill them, because he feels that killing them normally is not enough to vent his anger. You pirates should all die. Xiaohu, who was still young and angry, remembered a trace of the past and yelled at Kid. Ah, you die, you insulted my comrades. I'm going to kill all of you Marines. Kid, who had been rubbing salt into his wounds, finally couldn't bear it anymore and went straight to kill Xiaohu. The newly awakened Conqueror's Haki has solidified a bit again. Xiaohu didn't say anything, he just raised his arms to kill again. Chapter 41 Kizaru encounters a mysterious man, water style, water spout. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. When the Sabayati archipelago was in a mess, what many people didn't know was that it was on the sea not far from the Sabayati archipelago. Several more warships are heading here. Yes, the troops sent by naval headquarters this time are actually far more than the Conan trio. Although the three of them are strong, they are still not enough to arrest all the supernovas. After all, Marine has always known that Sabayati archipelago also hides some of the top powerhouses in the pirate camp. Therefore, naval headquarters sent Kizaru, one of the three Marine admirals, to follow him just to be on the safe side, firstly to protect the stability of St. Charles, and secondly to ensure the smooth progress of this event. On the deck, Kizaru folded his arms and was enjoying the sea breeze. He murmured sleepily. Hey, why do you have to send me to do everything? Can't you just let me rest peacefully for a while? It's really annoying. I don't know what that guy Sengoku was thinking. Isn't it enough that Tianlong's children are gone? A straw hat boy, plus a few supernovas who can't get on the stage, really make me take action personally. Why? With a long sigh, Kizaru was helpless. He hated running around the most. Although he owned the fastest sparkling fruit, he just didn't want to run. Your Excellency, if you don't want to run away, it's good to stay here for a while. Suddenly a whisper sounded in Kizaru's ears. The voice was very strange, as if it was transmitted directly into his brain. Advertisement. All the Marines also heard this voice, and their expressions changed greatly and they raised their weapons. There is an enemy attack. Buzz, buzz. Several warships immediately started a chain reaction, and everyone with observation Haki immediately launched, but found nothing. Only Kizaru's lazy face tightened slightly. He looked at the cabin behind him and pointed directly at it with one finger. Buzz, boom. The extremely thin light burst out with huge power, piercing through the cabin in an instant. Not only that, Kizaru squinted his eyes, and his palms clicked like a pistol. In the blink of an eye, countless lasers exploded from the field. Aren't you going to show up yet, Your Excellency? Kizaru whispered casually, his eyes fixed on a certain place. Buzz, buzz. Finally, the space trembled slightly, and a figure slowly appeared out of thin air. First an arm stretched out from the empty space, then a head, then a body. Soon a figure shrouded in red clouds and black robes appeared on the scene. The man was wearing a very strange mask, like an uzumaki that was spinning and getting smaller from the outside to the inside. A pair of scarlet eyes was heart-stopping. Advertisement. He laughed softly and said, as expected of Kizaru, one of the 3 admirals of naval headquarters, observation Haki's attainments must have reached a terrifying level. Even if I tried my best to hide it, you accidentally discovered it. What are you pretending to be? This strange scene made all the Marines present change their expressions, and they all pointed their guns at this strange figure. Boom, boom, boom. Gunshots continued to sound, but the next moment everyone's expressions changed dramatically again. Because their bullets penetrated the figure directly and did not affect the other party at all. Everyone was shocked, but the mysterious man shook his head lightly. I don't have any ill will towards you, Marine, right now, so you don't need to be so hostile towards me. Who are you, sir, and what do you want to do by breaking into my Marine camp? After stopping the soldiers' movements, Kizaru finally spoke. Although his expression was still as lazy as ever, his breath immediately rose. Who am I? Just a nobody. The purpose of coming here is also very simple. I just want you Marines to stop going up to the Symbolize archipelago for the time being. The mysterious man smiled, and Kizaru narrowed his eyes and kept looking at him. He could feel that the aura of this mysterious man was very powerful, and he even felt a faint threat from him. Advertisement. It stands to reason that such a strong man must have already become famous on the sea. Kizaru must know him as one of the 3 Marine admirals, but he really feels that this mysterious man is very strange. Although I don't know what your purpose is, I still can't promise you. After all, I promised that guy Sengoku, so you'd better retreat. Finally Kizaru shook his head and said calmly, why? The mysterious man sighed deeply, as if he had expected it. In that case, I'm sorry to offend you. I have to let you all stay here for a while. Then he started to form seals with his hands and shouted softly. Water style, water spout, buzz, buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the sea surface began to surge violently, as if something terrible was about to come out. In the last blink of an eye, several huge water dragons began to rise, with body lengths up to hundreds of meters. Boom. In everyone's surprised eyes, the water dragon directly hit the warship. There was chaos in the field instantly. Chapter 42 Xiaohu's fruit power awakens. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Symbolize archipelago. The battle between Marine and the pirates is still going on, and it is more intense than before, because Kira, one of the pirate supernovas, has died here. This has inspired everyone to risk their lives. Because people will really die this time. Moreover, supernova has always been suppressed in the past. Even the most famous in terms of strength and reputation, Straw Hat Luffy, Kid, Luo, the 3 of them are absolutely suppressed. They faced off against Marines Tianlong, Tianyu and Sword Girl alone. Marine Vice Admiral was no match at all and could only resist by pulling in the other 2 supernovas. But what everyone didn't expect was that Kid would awaken Conqueror's Haki early due to Kira's death, which finally changed the situation of the war. As the top power in the One Piece world, Conqueror's Haki is a power possessed only by the truly top strong men. It can be used in many ways, such as momentum suppression, offense, or defense. As long as Conqueror's Haki is added, the power will change qualitatively. Especially for the suppression of ordinary people, it is extremely pervert. Most people will faint directly if they cannot bear this pressure. Kid's Conqueror's Haki is naturally aimed at Marine, so this directly reduces the combat power of Marine's camp by 10% or 20%. The Sword Girl and Tianlong were also affected, let alone Tianyu who faced Kid directly. Several pirate supernovas knew that Kid was the key to breaking the situation, so they tried their best to stop Daonu and Tianlong from leaving. Luffy simply thought that he had met a real opponent, so he wanted to defeat the opponent, and also wanted to have a one-on-one fight with Conan. This was decisively rejected by the other 2 supernovas, who angrily called Luffy a cerebral palsy and seeking death, so Luffy had no choice but to cooperate with the 2. This Miss Marine. You have to be careful with the next attack, second gear. Rubber machine gun. Luffy shouted angrily, and countless fist shadows began to attack Conan. The other 2 supernovas also hurriedly moved to cooperate. Advertisement. Under the combo attack of 3 people, the latter was forced to resist. But Conan still dealt with it relatively easily. She stared at Straw Hat Luffy and the 3 of them calmly, as if she were looking at dead people. Glancing slightly at the still trembling blade, she narrowed her eyes and said expressionlessly. Not even close, comma. At this moment, Xiaohu finally felt great pressure from Kid. After awakening Conqueror's Haki, the latter's strength was completely on the same level as him, and even began to suppress him faintly. After all, Kid is only the awakened junior Conqueror's Haki. If he is the second stage of Conqueror's Haki, he will not be able to defeat Xiaohu at all. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, Kira, did you see it? Lousy will avenge you soon, use this power you gave me. Kid kept waving his robotic arm, and the huge force caused the space beside him to explode. He had a ferocious smile on his face, and his expression was close to madness. Although Kid was a murderer, he was also passionate. Kira was his companion who had been with him through life and death for many years, someone he could trust completely, and now he was actually killed by Marine under his nose. How could this make him not crazy? Now he wants to kill all the Marines present and bury Kira with him. Is this the real Conqueror's Haki? I didn't expect this pirate to realize it faster than me. Xiaohu's face, which had been defeated by Kid, finally showed a slight change. It was obvious that Kid's power was beyond his expectation. And this guy has a tendency to get stronger as he fights, and his own armament Haki may not be able to withstand it. Xiaohu's brows frowned deeply. Is this young Marine going to lose? It's such a pity. This boy's talent may be higher than Sengoku Garp back then. Rayleigh narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured, frankly speaking, as a pirate, he naturally hopes that the pirate side can win. But the death of a young genius still made him a little sad. Advertisement. Is Tianyu Vice Admiral going to lose? No. How could Tianyu Vice Admiral lose to a pirate? He is our Marine's faith. The Marines who were still fighting fiercely with other pirates immediately became restless, and several Marine Rear Admirals tried their best to break through to help Tianyu Vice Admiral. In his opinion, Tianyu Vice Admiral is the future of their Marine, and it is worth trading his humble life for Tianyu Vice Admiral's life. But these pirates also saw the problem, so it was impossible to let these Marines succeed. Gia. You pesky Marines, just watch your commander die. Ha ha ha. They laughed loudly and ferociously, as if victory was just around the corner. But the next moment, a powerful exploding ore like a wild beast made everyone's pupils widen. On the battlefield, the little tiger who was fighting madly with Kid suddenly slapped Kid away with a pair of tiger claws. Then the Tianyu Vice Admiral just stood there. His eyes were closed, but he suddenly opened them the next moment. His body began to undergo strange changes. Not only a pair of tiger claws began to grow larger and larger, but even his body began to swell, then his legs, and finally his head. Boom. Finally, after a huge roar, a giant tiger nearly 50 meters long and over 10 meters tall appeared in the field. This tiger is all white, and has a pair of surprisingly large claws. Each claw on it is as sharp as a blade, and the most noticeable thing is its pair of blood pupils. It is breathtaking. The powerful aura exuded by this giant beast that suddenly appeared shocked everyone. What is this? How did Tianyu Vice Admiral become like this? What a powerful force. Some marines are weak pirates who didn't understand it murmured in shock. Only a few pirates, including Rayleigh, saw this scene and said solemnly. This is the second awakening of Devil Fruit's ability. Advertisement. Rayleigh was really shocked this time by a young man. Not only was his physical skills amazing, but his Devil Fruit ability had also been developed ultimate. This is simply ridiculous, considering this boy seems to be only a teenager. The second awakening of Devil Fruit's ability is almost the same as the awakening of Conqueror's Haki in a sense. Buzz. Xiao, who was the giant beast at the moment, he shook his head and gasped violently in his chest. In fact, he does not fully control this power, so every time he uses it, he will pay a huge price, and he may even completely lose his mind and turn into a beast that can only kill. But now, there's no other way. He was seriously injured by Kira's last blow, and his current state is no match for Kid who has awakened Conqueror's Haki. Xiao, who can only choose to use this power forcefully. Even if he loses his mind and becomes a monster, he can't just watch these pirates wreak havoc. This is a decision he made a few years ago. No regrets even if I die. The giant white tiger exuded an astonishing aura, rushed directly towards Kid, then jumped up, and slapped it down with one palm. Die to me, pirate. Then come on. Kid also roared ferociously. Conqueror's Haki exploded in full force. Buzz. Bang. Two huge forces directly bombarded each other, and this time the fight was obviously evenly matched. The seriously injured Xiao who forcibly uses Devil Fruit to awaken his power. First awakening Conqueror's Haki, Kid rapped in anger. In fact, the states of the two are almost the same. The outcome of the two depends on who can last longer. Chapter 43 Pluden Rayleigh takes action. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The battle between Kid who awakened Conqueror's Haki and Vice Admiral who awakened his Devil Fruit ability for the second time is naturally considered by everyone to be the key to deciding this battle between Marine and Pirates. After all, as long as either of them wins the battle and joins other battlefields, it will immediately cause a series of chain reactions. But, what everyone didn't expect was that it was another battlefield that changed this time. That is, the battle between Sword Girls Conan and Luffy, Apu and Hawkins. The stalemate between the four of them began to fall apart in the next moment. The young Marine, who had been given the special codename, Knife Girl, by Marine, after a fierce fight, retreated hundreds of feet before standing still. Just when Luffy and the others were about to attack again. She raised her head slightly, flipped her wrist slightly, holding the extremely sharp long knife across her chest, she narrowed her eyes slightly, and an indescribable aura began to burst out. Buzz. The girl's hair was blown by the huge strong wind, showing her heroic appearance. A pair of orange eyes actually shimmered slightly at this moment. In fact, what few people know is that Tianlong, Tianyu, and Sword Girl, the three young Marines who are known as the most talented Marines in the contemporary era, actually have always been the youngest girl among the three with the highest talent and strongest strength. Because she has developed her own sword skills, she has learned a fighting method that is unique to her. This method is called gaining momentum. Gather up your momentum. This girl can actually accumulate her sword power, that is, strength, bit by bit, and finally release it at a certain point in time, which means that she can really become stronger the more she fights. Advertisement. It's just that she may not be able to withstand the powerful power she accumulated in the end, but now the power the girl can accumulate is enough to deal with these pirates in front of her. Actually, what I dislike the most is the knife. It's too sharp. I don't like such dangerous things. My favorite thing when I was a child was the little flower. Watching it grow up little by little is what I like to do most in my life. It's over. Conan's concentrated sword power began to pour out, and the three Luffy people facing Conan clearly felt that a huge murderous intention had enveloped them. And they seemed to know clearly in their hearts that they could not dodge this blow, and Luffy's smiling face finally turned serious. He felt the threat of death. Conan didn't care about everyone's reaction and continued to mutter, but his tone was full of sadness. But I still remember that day. My favorite flower in my family died in the fire caused by you pirates. So, I raised my least favorite knife, so that one day, I can use it to destroy all of you pirates. No one knows how much pressure the three last survivors from Conch Village have endured over the years. The last hope of countless people has been left to them. How could their small shoulders bear it, so they had to practice hard. Rather than saying that they were gifted, it would be better to say that the efforts of a few of them surpassed their talents. So today, I will use this knife to destroy the hopes of all pirates in your era. This group of pirates, called Supernova by the pirates, are naturally the kind of people Conan hates the most. The girl known as the Knife Girl looked at Luffy and the others and said in a deep voice. Wazon, wind and rain fall. Buzz. Advertisement. After her words fell, Conan's figure disappeared directly into the field. No one could clearly see her next movements. After images continued in the field, and the space made bursts of hissing sounds. All I know is that the next moment, Apu, who was in front of the three Luffy people, immediately screamed in pain, and a cut mark deep enough to the bone appeared on his chest. What speed is this and how is this possible? Next up is Hawkins. Although he can use the Devil Fruit ability to use a double, he is still hit by constant attacks. The battle defeat rate is 99%. The escape success rate is 15%. The defense evasion rate is 30%. The more Hawkins calculated, the uglier his face became. He might not be able to block this move. The same goes for Luffy. The rubber fruit ability is a bit afraid of slashing, not to mention that such a powerful slash soon caused many wounds on his body. Conan actually launched an attack on three people at the same time, and then found an opportunity to come to Apu, who seemed to be the weakest among the three. Die, the girl said softly, and then slashed with an unstoppable force. Even if the latter exploded with all his strength, he only resisted for a while, and then directly broke through the defense. The long knife cut directly along the waist, without giving him a chance to react. His speed and strength have reached ultimate, and there is no way a pirate of his level can stop him. Apu's limp body began to fall to the ground, becoming the second supernova to die. Then Conan teleported to Hawkins and slashed him with a knife, but the latter managed to avoid it even though he used his life-saving skills. Conan was not angry, and came to Luffy with a more powerful attack. Advertisement. Her face was determined. This sword may be her most powerful blow in a long time. He is confident that even the four emperors or Marine Admiral may be injured by this blow. Go to hell, Straw Hat. She shouted softly and slashed at Luffy. Even Luffy felt as if death would be realized in the next second. But the next moment, a sudden voice sounded from his ears. Little girl, I'm sorry. I want to protect this child. Please Marine, please give me some face. Uncle. Luffy looked at the familiar figure in front of him in disbelief. At some point, a figure appeared in front of Luffy. The man had white hair and an unkempt beard, and he had a slipper on his feet. It was Pluden Rayleigh who took action at the last moment, to help Luffy block the blow. He still didn't want to see Luffy die. Everyone looked over in shock, because the old man who suddenly appeared actually blocked the sword girl's charged blow with a sword in one hand. Who is this guy? P.S. Dear readers and friends, my debut show has officially begun. I hope you can remind me of updates and send book reviews or send small gifts. The following plot will be very exciting, the protagonist will appear soon, and there will be some unexpected plots and characters. For example, why are there only 10 supernovas? Where did Zoro go? And who are the members of the Akatsuki organization? 36%. Chapter 44 Sudden, Kamui. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Who is this guy? The eyes of everyone present were attracted, and they all looked towards the sword girl, staring at the old man who blocked the sword girl's full blow with a single sword. You must know that almost everyone present is not sure that they can catch the sword girl's full blow, but this old man who looks very thin can, and it doesn't seem to be very strenuous. Obviously this old man's strength is not at the same level as everyone present, but it stands to reason that they should all know such a top powerhouse. But most of the people present really don't know Pluton Rayleigh, the former deputy of Roger, the Pirate King, and a real top powerhouse. After all, he has disappeared in the sea for 20 years, and his appearance is now very different from before. Perhaps only old friends who have really fought with Rayleigh can know the other party's identity. There were also some people who had investigated Rayleigh, and some Marines who were in charge of espionage, watching all this intently, and began to prepare records. Who are you? Conan tried for a while to attack again, but after realizing that he couldn't do anything to the opponent, he asked with a cold face. Hearing this, Rayleigh just said lightly, I'm just a dying old man. I don't like to cause unnecessary trouble. I only protect this one child. I won't interfere with the rest, and I don't want to offend you, Marine. I hope you Marines can give me some face. It's already a headache for Rayleigh to be exposed in advance now. He really doesn't want to continue to conflict with Marine. If Luffy wasn't really too important, he wouldn't have taken action, even if all the pirates present were slaughtered. I don't care who you are, but let me let Straw Hat go. Are you kidding me? As a Marine, I can't let any pirate go so casually. What's more, for a leader of pirates like Straw Hat, if he is allowed to leave, he will definitely make the whole world breed more pirates. Straw Hat Luffy, the information about him. The three sword girls have a thorough understanding of each other, and they know that the other party is the enemy of their Marine, and the latter often says that he wants to become the next Pirate King. One Pirate King, Roger, has completely thrown the sea into chaos, ushered in an era of great pirates and made many people in the sea areas miserable. For this Straw Hat boy to also become the Pirate King, that is simply unimaginable. Therefore, he must die. Conan's answer made Rayleigh's face slowly darken. He has been hiding for so many years. He has always shown a kind face to others, but only those who really know him know how murderous he used to be. Not even 10,000 but 8,000 people died at his hands, otherwise his title would not be Pluton. I only protect this boy, just one. Advertisement. Rayleigh still said seriously. Conan still had the same attitude. No, you can only take this pirate with you unless you step on my body. The bloody lesson she had learned as a child was that she should not be merciful to pirates. Rayleigh finally got a little angry. He is a pirate after all. Everyone in the field watched this scene with bated breath, because this old man's decision may completely affect the outcome of this battle. Uncle, the naive Luffy on the side couldn't understand the situation. At that moment, he wanted to reject Rayleigh's kindness, and prepared to fight the opponent alone. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Rayleigh. Rayleigh directly mentioned Luffy and threw it away. Your companions are waiting there to pick you up. You go and join them first. Conan raised his knife and was about to stop him, but was immediately knocked away by Rayleigh's knife. He said coldly. Today I just want to take this little guy away. Let me see how you can stop me. As he spoke, he stepped on one foot. His powerful aura was directly revealed. Rayleigh narrowed his eyes and stared at Conan, and his aura directly suppressed it. Countless people looked at this scene with shocked eyes. See you again, Conqueror's Haki. Among the millions of people, no one can awaken the top Haki, but two of them appeared one after another today, and at first glance, this old man's Conqueror's Haki is not the kind that has just awakened, but the kind that has been practicing for a long time, the real top Conqueror's Haki. Some weak Marines and pirates actually fainted and completely lost their fighting power. This is the power of the top Conqueror's Haki. Even a strong man of Conan's level was directly suppressed by this amazing Conqueror's Haki. Sweat was dripping down his heroic face at this moment. The sword force that had just been gathered was actually suppressed directly. Conan, Xiaohu and Xiaolong, who were fighting fiercely with Luo and Kid, roared in shock and anger. The moment lousy Conqueror's Haki was revealed, they knew that Conan was no match for the old man. Perhaps only the three Marines and admirals can truly fight against such powerful men. Advertisement. This old man's fight with them was simply bullying the young. They wanted to go over and help Conan fight the old man, but how could the other supernovas do so? They all burst out and refused to let these two people go over to support. Although the strange old man only cares about Luffy, if he can deal with those Marines, he is their friend. Buzz. The powerful Conqueror's Haki made the now old Rayleigh seem decades younger. His emotionless eyes looked at Conan in front of him who wanted to continue chasing Luffy. He whispered, son, I really don't want to have a grudge with you Marine anymore, so I'll give you one last chance. Don't go after the Straw Hat Kid. I won't do anything to any of you Marines. I'll continue to be the good-for-nothing old man I am. But what answered him was Conan's fierce sword strike. Seeing this, Rayleigh sighed and had no choice but to take action. Although he couldn't kill the young Marine, he could still temporarily defeat the opponent. Although Rayleigh hasn't used a sword for a long time, he still quickly regained the original feeling when he picked it up. He held the sword in his right hand and immediately faced Conan. Although each move seemed extremely slow, he was able to block Conan's sword every time and move forward step by step. All the experts present knew that Conan was suppressed. The old man's swordsmanship is obviously a level higher than Conan's. Boom, boom, boom. Every collision will produce a huge sonic boom, and the huge wind generated by the battle between the two will cause pain. Conan roared and swung the knife rapidly, even though every collision would hurt his internal organs, even if blood began to slowly seep out of his arm. But she still didn't stop, because her heart did not allow her to stop like this, even if she died in battle. No one in Conch village was afraid of death. She still remembered how the people in the village sacrificed their lives to save them, and the figure about the same size as them whose face she had almost forgotten. How decisively did that man give up the chance of survival and give up the boat to them? Yes, no matter how hard Conan tried, she still couldn't avoid the fact that she was suppressed by the old man. All her abilities were directly crushed. Advertisement. Although she is a genius, isn't Pluton Rayleigh, who once served as Pirate King Roger's deputy, not a genius. What's more, he is still a fully developed genius. Just because of his age, Rayleigh's face turned a bit pale after countless rounds of fighting, and his breath began to become disordered. There is no way. He is old, and his physical functions are no longer at their peak, and now he can barely retain 50% of his strength. Hoo-hoo, this girl is really stubborn and terrifying, and her talent is extremely good. Maybe if she continues to grow, it may really affect a lot of things. Rayleigh was also shocked by Conan's stubbornness, but at the same time, a murderous intention quietly arose in her heart. This girl is too scary, and he looked in another direction. If these three people grew up, he seriously doubted that Luffy would be able to compete with them. Finally, after Rayleigh hesitated for a while, with a cold look in his eyes, he suddenly raised his sword. The huge force caused the space beside him to shake. Sorry, Rayleigh doesn't plan to kill Conan, but he plans to destroy her directly, to eliminate such a threat. Buzz, buzz, the long knife slowly began to fall. Is it over? A group of pirates gloated and sneered. They were looking forward to seeing such a marine genius fall. Conan, the little tigers and little dragons were extremely anxious, but there was nothing they could do. Conan panted heavily and looked straight at the sword, but still raised his sword to fight with determination in his eyes. Death, what's the problem? Seeing this, Rayleigh speeded up expressionless, and the sword began to advance inch by inch. Conan couldn't resist the blow, and the sword began to break inch by inch. But at the last moment the sword was about to fall on her. A soft murmur sounded from the field. Kamui, Chapter 45 The Weird Red Cloud and Black Robe. Three-sword style. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Kamui. A very sudden sound exploded from the field. Everyone present almost shuddered subconsciously when they heard the sound, because the sound was really too cold. It's like it's not a sound that humans can make. But as the strange voice fell, soon, something magical happened in the field. Rayleigh's swift blow towards the sword girl actually missed the target. Yes, empty. The sword girl vice admiral disappeared out of thin air as if this space did not exist. Everyone was stunned. Even Rayleigh frowned. Observation Haki turned on the observation Haki and immediately turned around. At the end of the long street, a mysterious man shrouded in red clouds and black robes appeared. He wore a special Uzumaki mask on his face, with only one pair of eyes exposed. And it is worth noting that the eyes of this mysterious man are blood red, terrifyingly red. There are also symbols similar to darts in the pupils, which makes the temperament of this mysterious man even more weird. This man's aura seemed to be extremely low, so low that no one could feel his presence. The sword girl who had just disappeared was standing next to this mysterious man, looking like she was in a state of shock. Hey, what a weird and mysterious person. Who is this person? It seems to be the sword girl he saved. Advertisement. Another big boss. Today's big events are happening one after another. Although no one knew the identity of the masked man, everyone present was not a fool. They all knew that the sudden appearance of the masked man was not simple. What no one noticed was that the moment Rayleigh, who had just taken action, saw the masked man appear, his face became terrifyingly solemn. Boom, boom. The place was eerily silent for a few seconds, and the sword girl who was finally rescued couldn't help but ask the masked man on the side. Who are you? Why did you save me? Conan's voice was a little cold, but the masked man didn't even turn around and ignored her. Instead, he looked at Rayleigh opposite and let out a cold laugh. Gia, what a pluten Rayleigh, who was once the deputy of Roger, the pirate king, is this how a legendary pirate bullies the younger ones? This is really ridiculous. As soon as the masked man finished speaking, the venue immediately erupted in discussions. Pluten Rayleigh, this old man is actually Pluten Rayleigh. No wonder this old man is so powerful. He turned out to be the deputy of Roger, the former pirate king. He was a truly legendary existence. Hiss. Rayleigh narrowed his eyes and looked at the masked man with a cold expression. Who exactly are you? Logically speaking, I should know someone of your level. But I feel a little strange to you. Advertisement. This masked man really makes him feel afraid. He hopes that the other person is not looking for trouble for him, but simply wants to help Marine. But the next moment, the cold voice of the masked man came. Who am I? The masked man seemed to think for a moment and replied. The people who came to kill you. The answer was concise, causing Rayleigh's expression to change drastically. His brows furrowed into a frown, and the pirates present were also stunned. This guy is too arrogant. He directly threatened to kill Pluten Rayleigh. You must know that the other party was the former deputy of the pirate king, not a cat or a dog. Your Excellency, I don't seem to have any grudge against you. Rayleigh frowned, and the right hand holding the sword was already using strength. When the masked man heard this, he sneered and said, do you need any high-sounding reason to kill a pirate? If you have to give a reason, then I am happy. And, I'm not saying that I want to kill you, a pirate. Even if you are Pluten Rayleigh, you are not worthy of my planning for so long. What I want to kill is... The masked man's scarlet eyes looked at everyone present. All of you, Buzz. The faces of all the pirates changed dramatically, but before anyone could react, the masked man clapped his hands again and said softly. Advertisement. Okay, let's not talk nonsense with you. If you delay for a while, there's a troublesome guy who is coming again. Holding him is a waste of my time, otherwise I wouldn't be so slow to come. Quote. So, let's clear the field first. I want this extremely evil era that has just begun to be cut off. All the pirates present must die. The masked man looked in a certain direction and said in a serious tone. Take action. Yes, I've been waiting for a long time, Chief. He was answered by two very indifferent voices. One was from Luo, who was fighting against Tianlong Vice Admiral on another battlefield. At this moment, the latter suddenly became violent and pointed his butcher knife at the two supernovas beside him. Laugh, laugh. Blood splattered and everyone was horrified. Why did Luo, who was originally a supernova, do something to his own people? But what surprised them was not just that. A figure also wearing a red cloud and black robe had appeared on the battlefield where Kid and Tianyu Vice Admiral were fighting. It's just that the man wearing a red cloud and black robe did not wear a mask. He had short flowing green hair, a bandage on his forehead, and 3 knives on his waist. He said with a sneer. Finally, is it my turn? Chapter 46 The War Begins. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Red cloud and black robe. See the red cloud and black robe again. Just now, the masked man wearing a red cloud and black robe defused Pluten Rayleigh's attack. Everyone present knew that the masked man's strength was definitely at the level of a boss, not to mention that he later threatened to hunt down Rayleigh, and even said that he would hunt down Rayleigh. Kill all pirates present. And now another person in red clouds and black robes has appeared. Even fools know that these two people are connected. Not only that, Luo on another battlefield suddenly attacked the pirates on the side, which is also related to the masked man. In other words, these 3 people come from the same force. A group of secret agents from various major forces who were hiding in the dark saw this scene and began to record it with solemn expressions. And secretly send an emergency report. Attention. There are several powerful unknown people appearing in Symbiote Archipelago. They are suspected to be from the same force, but the ownership of the force is unknown. Threatening to destroy all pirates present, please be vigilant. The mysterious man is wearing a black robe with red clouds, and his face is. These intelligence officers keenly smelled a different smell, and something big might really happen to Symbiote Archipelago next. Except for Pluten Rayleigh, the pirates present were almost all the rookies of this generation of pirates, if they all died here. The pirate side is almost completely disconnected. The moment the young man with 3 knives on his waist appeared, Rayleigh turned around almost reflexively. A pair of old eyes stared at this uninvited guest with a glimmer of light. This man is so powerful. With just one glance, Rayleigh felt that this young man was unusual. This young man, who seemed to be only around 20 years old, put more pressure on him than the pressure brought by the Marine Champion's sword girl, Tianlong, and Tianyu. although this young man only showed up but did not take action. Advertisement. As if he felt Rayleigh's sharp gaze, the young man with 3 knives on his waist turned to look at him and said to Rayleigh with excitement on his face. You seem very strong. I want to fight you. Hearing this, Rayleigh frowned. This young man seemed to be a militant. As he spoke, he smiled evilly, and his right hand was already on one of the 3 swords on his waist. His whole aura suddenly changed, like a sword waiting to be unsheathed. Rayleigh instinctively released his momentum, but found that it only affected the latter a little. His conqueror's haki was actually useless against this young man. But before Rayleigh could continue to speak, the masked man spoke. He looked at the young man with a pair of dazzling scarlet blood eyes and said coldly. Complete the mission first. If you want to fight with strong men, there will be plenty of opportunities later. Yes, leader. The young man immediately restrained himself and seemed to be extremely afraid of the masked man. And everyone present also heard what the young man called the masked man. Leader. What kind of leader? What is the relationship between these 2 people? Everyone looked confused. Rayleigh's breath was already a little unstable. It seemed that something unpredictable was really going to happen today. Who are you? Who are you? What do you want to do? His old eyes were fixed on the masked man's eyes. He had already clenched the knife in his hand and was about to take action immediately, but he heard the masked man put one hand in front of his mouth. Shish, don't make any noise, just keep reading. The masked man continued in an extremely calm tone. Pluten Rayleigh, aren't you a strong man from Roger's old era? And you inherited Roger's legacy. Do you want more pirates to go out to sea freely in this sea? Is there a problem? This sea is free, Rayleigh said with an ugly face, and the masked man just smiled. Advertisement. Freedom. What a ridiculous word. Is the freedom of you pirates based on depriving other people? You keep talking about freedom, but isn't it just a good excuse for plunder? No, that's not the case. Pirates go to sea just to better fulfill their dreams, not just to plunder. Rayleigh argued, and the masked man's eyes became even redder. Oh, do you want me to tell you and your pirate king's glorious achievements in detail? See Circle Calendar in 1588, when you were passing by an island in the Grand Line, just because you took a fancy to some particularly gorgeous treasures on this island, you decided to dig it all out at once. Do you know that it is the basis for the survival of the residents of that island? See Circle Calendar 159. When you passed through a kingdom, there was some conflict between this king and your crew, and then you killed the protector of their country, and... Every time the masked man told something about their past, Rayleigh's face became a little uglier, and then it became completely gloomy. He wanted to argue that there was a reason why they took those resources, and even those people took the initiative to give them, and thus accumulated astonishing wealth. That's the big secret treasure. Okay. You don't have to say any more. Rayleigh almost roared out the last sentence. Her long hair flew up like a furious lion, and her chest heaved violently. Seeing Rayleigh break through the defense, the masked man seemed even more satisfied. His blood-red eyes brightened again, and his cold laughter made people feel heart-stopping. Only Conan, the sword girl who had been quiet beside her, changed her face after hearing this. She looked at the masked man beside her with a complicated expression. For some reason, she felt that the masked man next to her looked familiar. Gia, pirates are pirates. No matter what, you can't get rid of the fact that you are thieves. The masked man continued to speak slowly. That straw hat boy Luffy is your chosen successor, right? That's good. That guy is actually quite extraordinary. He may really have a chance to achieve something that none of you have ever achieved. But unfortunately, you met my generation. I once promised others that I would personally destroy this absurd era, and now that I have accumulated enough strength, it is time to announce to the world. I am coming. I want you pirates to live in fear and regret for the next few days. Today I want you, a remnant of the old era, to watch how the era of great pirates you created was destroyed. Advertisement. Start today. The masked man looked at the young man who was also wearing a red cloud and black robe and said coldly. Do it. Completely crush this era. With pleasure, chief. The young man with 3 knives on his waist laughed evilly, and his sharp eyes were already focused on the nearest supernovae. That is to say, when several supernovas on Kid's side saw this young man looking at them, their hearts trembled for some reason, as if they were being targeted by Shinigami. Clang, clang, clang. With several sounds of the knife being unsheathed, the young man had already assumed a strange posture, holding the knife in both hands and holding a knife in his mouth. He actually had to use 3 knives at the same time. Everyone was horrified. There was actually someone in this world who could fight with 3 swords at the same time. He had to become a top swordsman, but this young man would slap everyone in the face with the facts. The young man holding a knife in his mouth spoke vaguely. 3-sword style, ghost slaying, buzz. The next moment, his figure had disappeared from the spot, setting off a gust of wind. At the same time, there were waves of exclamations coming from the battlefield of Luo Nadu, which had just exploded. Aruj and Bonnie looked at Luo, who suddenly attacked them with disbelief. Room, slaughterhouse, the latter said softly, his eyes full of indifference. Chapter 47 Luo and Zoro from the Akatsuki organization. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Room, slaughterhouse. Luo chuckled and pressed down with one hand. The 2 of them immediately felt varying degrees of pressure, as if the entire space was squeezing and dividing against them. Yes, Aruj and Bonnie never thought that Luo, who was fighting together, would attack them, and they were hit by this move without paying attention. Aruj's right hand was cut off directly, as if another sharp scalpel had cut it off, but the difference was, there was not a drop of blood left at the cut place. Bonnie's side was even worse. Because she was closer to Luo, her right hand was cut off directly, including the shoulder where it was connected to the food. A quarter of the body's limbs were burned off in one go. This is the terrifying ability of Op Fruit. After everything was over, the 2 of them reacted and roared at Luo, who had just taken action. Asshole, what the hell are you doing? Aren't we all pirates? Lousy didn't mess with you, so why did you help those damn marines attack us? Hearing this, Luo smiled lightly. His current state seemed a bit strange, and he had the same aura as the masked man who just appeared. Pirate, I have never been a pirate. You are a little too naive. If you want to know my origin, you can call me a member of the Akatsuki organization. My code name is Nan. Everyone present was dumbfounded. This Luo was actually not a pirate, so how did he comment on the pirate supernova? Disguise. And, what is the Akatsuki organization? A layer of gloom fell directly into everyone's hearts. Advertisement. Intelligence officers from all major forces immediately wrote down the name Akatsuki organization. They had a hunch that this small organization would cause a bigger storm in the future. Aruj and Bonnie looked solemnly at the member of the Akatsuki organization who claimed to be codenamed Nan. Even the Tianlong vice admiral on the side, Xiaolong, was frowning, because judging from Luo's sudden movements just now, it was obvious that the latter was hiding his strength. I felt a real threat from the other party. What exactly did the other party want to do? Okay, the greetings are over. Now we can send you 2 on your way. Luo squinted his eyes and smiled lightly and glanced at Tianlong vice admiral not far away. Your Excellency, you don't need help. I can do it alone. This is an assessment task assigned to me by the leader. Test your uncle. Aruj and Bonnie roared and went straight towards Luo, with devil fruits powerfully erupting. Now they hate Law more than they hate those Marines. Room, baton, room, scan. However, Luo didn't seem to be shaken at all by the two's crazy attacks. He simply used a few op fruit abilities to dodge all the two's attacks, and even made them spin around. The two are not on the same level at all, Luo was just pretending. His strength far exceeds that of these supernovas. Laugh, laugh, advertisement. Arouge and Zala were both injured more seriously in just a short period of time than when they fought against Tianlong Vice Admiral. At this moment, they had already felt the loss of life force. They no longer cared about the dignity of pirates, and immediately turned around and ran away. Yes, escape. These two supernovas decisively planned to escape. The speed was staggering, and he disappeared from the field in the blink of an eye. Xiaolong frowned and was about to chase him, but there was a figure faster than him. It was Luo who had just taken action. At this moment, Luo had already raised his right hand and shouted softly. Death Scalpel, buzz. In just an instant, Luo's aura changed from dull to explosive. He walked as fast as flying, and chased after him at an extremely fast speed. Wherever the scalpel passes, there is a slight explosion sound, like thunder. Those who are knowledgeable have already seen that this Luo Shansho fruit ability has almost awakened, because the general characteristic of the awakened Paramecia fruit ability is to change the surrounding environment for his use. But, this Luo seems to be only 20 years old. So scary. Just a few minutes later, I saw two black spots suddenly falling towards this side from a distance. Boom, boom. The black dots fell and hit the ground hard, with blood splattering everywhere. They were the heads of the two supernovas who had just escaped, Arouge and Bonnie. The two of them died with eyes closed, their eyes full of unwillingness. They became the third and fourth supernovas to die this time. A group of people looked at the tall and thin young man standing next to the two heads with fear in their eyes. Advertisement. The man named Luo claimed to be a member of the Akatsuki organization and was codenamed Nan. He simply killed two supernovas, which was so powerful. What about his companions? After the battlefield here ended, everyone on the ground slowly moved their attention to another place, which was Kid, Tianyu Vice Admiral, and another supernova battlefield. But now because of the intervention of the young man who used the three-sword style, the situation of the battle immediately changed. A fight is breaking out between Kid who has awakened Conqueror's Haki and Xiao who has awakened his Devil Fruit ability for the second time, so the only thing left now is Drake and Hawkins, who had just fought against the sword girl Conan. Feeling the strong oppression brought by the youth, the two decided to join forces almost without any hesitation. Drake used the Devil Fruit ability to immediately transform into a huge dinosaur monster, while Hawkins used the Scarecrow Devil Fruit ability to generate crazy scarecrows to share the damage. The moment the two of them prepared in a hurry, the attack of the three-sword style youth had already come. Buzz, buzz. The two of them couldn't see clearly the figure of the young man. They could only feel the powerful force of the sword and slashes coming towards them, and then the huge pain coming from their bodies. Boom, boom. Drake's body began to have large wounds and blood splattered. Hawkins turned pale, and the scarecrows began to wither one after another. How is this possible? How can this young man be so powerful? The two murmured in disbelief. Chapter 48 Zoro's Memories, First Encounter with the Masked Man. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Weak, weak, weak. Why can you be so weak? As a big pirate with a bounty of over 100 million in the pirate supernova, do you only have this kind of strength? Disappointed. So disappointing. The young man used the three-sword style to shuttle between Drake and Hawkins like a ghost. The speed was so fast that the two could not touch each other at all. They could only continue to be beaten passively, and listen to the heart-wrenching words that the young man kept saying. Drake and Hawkins were depressed and silent, especially since Hawkins had just received a heavy beating from the knife girl. He had already lost most of his strength, and several scarecrows were already dead. Now I have met a swordsman who is even more powerful. How do I play this? Even Hawkins, who has always regarded himself as a gentleman, couldn't help but break his guard. Am I weak? I didn't know where you, the damn bastard, was when I was riding that sea area. You, a nobody, deserve to humiliate me. Ah, Hawkins roared angrily, breaking through the young man's instant attack, and slapped him directly with a palm. But the young man didn't change his expression and directly raised the knife to block it, and said calmly. Insulting you? No, I'm just stating a fact. You don't know how I got here all these years, and you don't know how powerful the person I'm fighting against is. Your power is so weak compared to him, it doesn't even allow me to rise to the point of death, a feeling of. What this group of people didn't know was that the young man's name was actually Roronoa, Zoro. He comes from East Blue, which is known as the weakest sea in the world. His childhood experiences have made him dream of becoming the best swordsman in the world. So he started working in the East Blue when he was very young, and in a very short period of time he became a famous bounty hunter in that sea area. Advertisement. Many pirates were frightened when they heard his name, which made him proud for a while. He also thought that he could become stronger little by little in this way, and eventually become the world's greatest swordsman. Until that day, while Zoro used the three-sword style to repel the two, he unconsciously began to recall the unforgettable past in his mind. Zoro can't remember the specific day now. He only knows that one day a few years ago, he was exercising at the beach as usual. A man wearing a black robe with red clouds and a vortex mask suddenly came to him while he was exercising. It wasn't until he finished exercising that he realized there was an extra person in front of him. Just as he was about to speak, the masked man spoke up. Weak, really too weak. You want to become the best swordsman in the world with this level of training. It's simply ridiculous. Always living in this weakest piece of East Blue is like a frog in the well. You can never become a truly strong person. When the masked man came up, he was humiliated by Ultimate. At that time, I couldn't bear the anger. I immediately raised my sword and faced him. I was bound to make this masked man pay the price of humiliating me. The masked man just picked up a short sword and replied calmly as if he was fighting a child. There is no knife smaller than this, just use this. Then, there was a burst of horrible memories. Even now, Zoro clearly remembers how the other party humiliated him at that time. Just using that short sword directly defeated all his sword skills, but he couldn't even touch the opponent's closed kakuzu. He was as weak as a child in front of the opponent. At that time, he was immediately confused. It turned out that he had really been sitting in a well and watching the sky, and there was such a big gap between him and the real strong people. Am I so weak? At that time, I murmured absent-mindedly, but at the same time, my desire to become stronger was also unprecedentedly powerful. Because he already had a goal that was close at hand, and he wanted to surpass the man in front of him. Want to become stronger, Roronoa, Zoro. The masked man suddenly looked at him and said, I can give you the best training methods and be your most qualified sparring partner, so that you can become stronger in the shortest time, and become the true #1 swordsman in the world. Advertisement. I'll give you time to catch up to the real end of this world. At that time, he looked at the other person in disbelief. He could not see the face of the masked man, only the scarlet blood eyes of the other person. At that time, I naively asked such a question. Aren't you afraid that I will surpass you? I'm waiting for the day when you surpass me, the man said expressionlessly. After being silent for a long time, he finally nodded. Since then, I have joined the other party and learned that the other party is the leader of an organization called Akatsuki, and I naturally became a member of it. Codename, North. Even now I, Zoro, don't fully understand this organization. He doesn't know who is in it. This is not something he should consider. From then on, he followed the masked man, who seemed to understand him very well and gave him the best way to become stronger. Within a few years, his strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. After receiving this great favor, Zoro naturally asked the masked man who changed his life during this period what he needed to do to repay him. But the latter has always been the saying, you just need to continue to become stronger. You are not qualified to help me right now. At that time, I was a little unruly and argued that I already had enough strength and wanted to challenge him. Then, he was easily defeated. The gap between himself and the opponent seemed to have always been so big, not narrowing at all, and even tending to expand. Zoro had no idea how strong that guy was. Until now, Zoro got the other party's first mission request for the first time. He wanted to come here and kill the pirates here called Supernova, so of course he took on this task. Advertisement. Put away the chaotic thoughts. Zoro once again used the three-sword style to repel Drake and Hawkins, and then held his breath and struck a weird pose again. Buzz. Zoro's aura began to rise slowly, and the expressions of Hawkins and Drake on the opposite side changed. This time they really felt the strong smell of death. Is there such a way to increase attack power? This young swordsman who uses the three-sword style is really strong. Even Rayleigh couldn't help but praise. After saying that, he looked at the masked man in front of him with a complicated expression. Two young men who were extremely powerful in succession respectfully called this man their leader. Who is the identity of this masked man? Rayleigh really wants to know, but after decades of experience, he has never imagined that there is such a powerful person above the sea that he doesn't know. Rayleigh was about to speak when the masked man suddenly made a silencing gesture. Shish, look next, are your pirate supernovas not dead yet? Rayleigh was shocked and saw Zoro starting to move again, and he shouted softly. Three sword styles, blue dragon seal, and flowing water. Buzz. The next moment, he flashed and suddenly disappeared from everyone's eyes again. Everyone could only see an afterimage flashing away, and when it reappeared, it was already behind Drake and Hawkins. He slowly put away the knife. Hawkins looked at his empty chest in disbelief, and kept muttering how this was possible. Then he crashed to the ground, becoming the fifth supernova to be killed. Drake was the same, but unlike Hawkins, he looked at Zoro with a confused look, and then fell to the ground in disbelief. Became the sixth pirate supernova to be killed. Chapter 49 The Fall of Six Supernovas. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. As Drake and Hawkins fell to the ground, everyone present fell into a complete silence. Everyone was speechless with their mouths wide open, and their throats felt like they were being strangled, unable to speak. In just half an hour, 6 supernovae fell one after another. Kira, Apu, Aruj, Bonnie, Drake, Hawkins, these 6 people are all top-notch warriors who are famous in the sea area to which they belong. The bounties are all over 100 million, and they are really powerful people who have already started. These people are all very young. They are real pirate geniuses. In time, they may not be able to catch up with the big pirates of the older generation and become the real giants of the new world. But 6 people with such talent and potential were killed one after another, and 2 fell into the hands of the genius marine. There are 4 others who died one after another at the hands of people from the Akatsuki organization. Can you believe this? There were originally 10 pirate supernovas, but now 6 are dead, 2 have escaped, 1 has rebelled, and 1 is still fighting hard. The hidden spies present were going crazy. He had passed on the information he had passed on. His own forces would have thought he was joking, and would have yelled at him. Because after seeing it with his own eyes, it was hard for him to imagine that this was true. New world is really going to change. The intelligence officer looked at the 3 masked men, then at the 3 geniuses from Marine, and including Rayleigh. The fall of the 6 pirate supernovas will definitely detonate public opinion in New World, and the person who calls himself Akatsuki organization. This Akatsuki organization will definitely become the subject of discussion among the major forces, because the other party has only exposed the strength of 2 people, and it is already no weaker than the general 7 warlords of the sea force. What's more, the person called the leader has never taken action, and they have no idea how many people there are in the Akatsuki organization. This small organization is too mysterious. Advertisement. What was the intelligence officer thinking? But his expression soon changed again, because he saw the masked man known as the leader of the Akatsuki organization move. Doesn't that guy still feel that he hasn't made enough trouble? Boom, boom, you. The masked man looked at Conan aside and said hesitantly. You go back to your marine camp, and leave the rest to me. This is a favor I owe to one of you marines. A favor from someone marine. Who is it? Conan looked at the masked man who suddenly spoke to her in a daze. For some reason, she felt that this person whom everyone considered dangerous did not feel any threat to her. The masked man didn't say anything but just strode forward. When the masked man took a few steps to leave, Conan suddenly spoke. Brother, is that you? After the words fell, there was a slight pause under the masked man's feet, but he quickly picked up speed again. South, north, in 10 minutes, regardless of whether the mission is completed or not, retreat immediately. The masked man walked towards Rayleigh and said in a voice. For some reason, everyone felt a hint of rage from the masked animal. What's going on? Did someone mess with him? Yes. Luo and Zoro, whose codenames were Nan and Bei respectively, immediately responded in a deep voice, and then directly turned their attention to Kid. Advertisement. Kid, who was fighting fiercely with Xiaohu, who was in the second awakening state of his devil fruit ability, immediately felt the eager eyes on his back. I'll deal with this, you go chase the fish that slipped through the net. Zoro whispered, licked the corner of his scarlet mouth, and held the knife tightly again. After hesitating for a while, Zoro nodded and agreed, and immediately rushed in the direction of Bei who had just escaped. Everyone was in awe. This Akatsuki organization really did not intend to let go of a pirate supernova. As they said, they would kill them all. What about killing Clued and Rayleigh? Everyone was thinking that the weirdest masked man in the scene was already standing in front of Rayleigh. Change of place. Looking at the person coming, Rayleigh narrowed his eyes and said, the masked man nodded. Good. He didn't want to completely expose his ability to everyone, and Rayleigh just didn't want to destroy the place he had lived in for a long time. Boom. The next moment, Rayleigh's toes shot out like a cannonball, and the huge force caused a large crater to appear on the ground. The masked man narrowed his eyes and slowly disappeared from the field. Yes, disappeared, bit by bit. Soon there were no more 2 figures in the field. What everyone present did not know was that at this moment, hundreds of nautical miles away from the Sabayati archipelago, there was a stream of light speeding towards them. If someone looks closely, they will find that this streamer is clearly a person, a middle-aged man. But what is special is that the real man's face is covered with stubble and he wears orange sunglasses. Filled with a sense of obscenity, she is none other than Kizaru, one of the 3 admirals of naval headquarters. The warship he was riding in front was accidentally attacked by a mysterious man, causing several warships to fall directly into chaos. Advertisement. Many marines who had eaten devil fruit fell directly into the sea, and it took a lot of effort to rescue them one by one, which took a lot of time. When the matter was almost resolved, Kizaru didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately used the ability of Sparkling Fruit to start on his way. Because this abnormal attack let him know that something big was definitely going to happen. Although Kizaru procrastinates on everything, he is still willing to help at critical moments. The masked man has weird spatial abilities, can control sea water, and a pair of blood eyes. As Kizaru hurried on, he remembered the appearance and abilities of the masked man who had just attacked him. For some reason, he felt a bit familiar. It seems that I have heard such a similar description before. After a long time, Kizaru still couldn't think of anything, so he shook his head and increased his speed. I hope it's not too late. Whoosh, the light flashed away. On the other side, in a hidden forest in the Symbiote archipelago. Rayleigh has stood still, her aura has reached its peak, and she is looking at the masked man who appears in front of her little by little. I have never seen so many gifts in my life. Thank you so much. You don't have to spend so much, just give me some power for love, and for every 30 seconds of ads you watch, I'll get a dime. Chapter 50 Masked Man Luo Xiu. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Looking at the figures appearing in front of him bit by bit, after a moment of silence, Rayleigh narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. Your Excellency is really not that confident. Do you really think you can kill me on your own? Although I am old, my current strength is still not weak. Even those guys called the Four Emperors, are powerful beings like Marine, don't have the confidence to defeat me. Rayleigh was really shocked by the indifference and decisiveness of the masked man in front of her. He seemed to have always been calm, and he really regarded himself as an easy prey. It was hard to imagine that he, a former deputy to Roger, the Pirate King, and a person who had seen the most peak scenery in the previous era, would actually become a prey. Rayleigh felt extremely humiliated. No matter how good he was at cultivating his energy, he couldn't resist breaking his defense again and again. Finally, after a while, the masked man's body completely appeared in front of Rayleigh, with a pair of scarlet eyes emitting a strange red light. What others can't do doesn't mean I can't do it either. My confidence comes from my strength. And my strength comes from the suffering I have suffered over the years. The masked man paused and then said, it comes from the suffering given by you pirates, so I am now ready to return these sufferings to all you pirates. Okay, I don't have time to continue talking nonsense with you. In 10 minutes, a troublesome guy is coming. I don't want to have a conflict with him. I want to deal with you quickly. You, a remnant of the old era, must die here. Just one sentence made Rayleigh's expression become serious again. Even from such a distance, he could clearly feel the other party's anger towards the pirates. Rayleigh knew that there was no possibility of reconciliation between the two sides, and someone had to die in this battle. After a moment of silence, Rayleigh still frowned and asked. Before the battle, Doc, can you tell me your name? Advertisement. The masked man raised his head and looked at Rayleigh calmly, as if looking at a dead person. He said calmly. My name is Luo Xiu, Xiu who will fight until death. When he heard the name, Rayleigh's eyes widened instantly, as if he had seen a ghost. Although he has been living in seclusion in the Symbiote archipelago, this does not mean that he is deaf to what is happening outside the window. On the contrary, he was very familiar with some major events. It would have been better if Luo Xiu didn't mention them. He remembered them immediately as soon as he mentioned them. 5 years ago, it seems that a young man named Luo Xiu caused a huge disturbance in the New World. At the age of 13, he single-handedly killed one of the 7 warlords of the sea, leaving that position vacant until now. Moreover, Rayleigh also heard that when he was in North Blue, the boy once suppressed an entire city with his own strength, and all the pirates were unable to lift their heads. That year, the boy named Luo Xiu was recognized by everyone as the most genius boy in history, bar none. Even the resurrection of One Piece Roger would not work. He is synonymous with genius. At only 13 years old, he accomplished feats that many people would never be able to achieve in their lifetime. But such a talented boy disappeared directly from the public eye in the days that followed, completely disappearing, and the entire sea could no longer hear a trace of this talented boy. Some people say that he was assassinated by jealousy, while others said that he died because he practiced too much. Anyway, no one knows what happened to that young man. People in the New World gradually forgot that such a person once existed. Until now, Rayleigh swallowed and looked at the figure in front of her with an unprecedented serious expression. A pair of scarlet blood eyes, suspected of possessing powerful spatial abilities, with various abilities emerging one after another. Everything is right. The masked man in front of me is Luo Xiu, the young genius who has disappeared for 5 years. Advertisement. Rayleigh has no time to think about what it means to suddenly show up today after not showing up for 5 years. Because the next thing they should consider is how to survive. Yes, survive. After Rayleigh found out that the other party was the young genius Luo Xiu, he immediately knew that with his current state, there was a high probability that he was not the opponent. 5 years ago, Doflamingo could defeat 7 warlords of the sea, but now the opponent must be so strong. Without any hesitation, Rayleigh decisively launched one of his strongest killing moves. Conqueror's Haki. Buzz. Conqueror's Haki was even worse than when he fought against the sword girl just now, and swept towards Luo Xiu in an instant. The fierce wind blew the trees nearly a kilometer in radius rustling. Rayleigh's chest rose and fell, directly increasing the intensity of Conqueror's Haki. The green energy aura is terrifying. Oh, Conqueror's Haki. Is this your trump card? That might not be enough. Facing such a powerful Conqueror's Haki, Luo Xiu took his time, and stepped on it with one foot. Buzz. The next moment, with him as the center, the entire ground cracked like a spider web, and then a powerful and ancient aura suddenly appeared in the field. The blood-red energy aura began to spread, and it actually pushed back Rayleigh's green Conqueror's Haki. Boom, boom, Conqueror's Haki. Rayleigh's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect that Luo Xiu had also mastered Conqueror's Haki, and judging from the situation, it was not yet a primary level mastery. The two powerful Conqueror's Haki collided with each other, and no one could suppress the other, but how old was Luo Xiu? Advertisement. Seeing that Conqueror's Haki could not suppress Luo Xiu, Rayleigh immediately chose to fight the enemy with a sword. Armament Haki instantly covered the blade. Then wrap it with Conqueror's Haki. Domineering. This is the attack method of the top powerhouse. He wants to see how strong Luo Xiu is now. Buzz. Kai. Rayleigh directly raised his sword to strike, and the huge sword light rushed directly towards Luo Xiu. The huge power of the sword light caused the space to tremble greatly. But, how could such a substantial attack hit Luo Xiu, who had a double Kamui? Luo Xiu directly used hollow, allowing Rayleigh's attack to directly penetrate his body. Boom. The huge sword light directly bombarded a hill behind and flattened it to the ground. The strong wind blowing in the opposite direction made Luo Xiu's black hair rustle. Luo Xiu has experimented with it over the years, and Kamui's magical skill of avoiding physical attacks is still effective in the world of pirates. It's just that different consumption will occur due to the Armament Haki, Conqueror's Haki or special code name Devil Fruit ability in this world. In other words, to dodge this type of special attack, Luo Xiu has to spend more of Kamui's power, and his body will suffer greater damage. This should be the suppression of buggy skills like Kamui in the pirate world, otherwise Luo Xiu could simply rely on the double Kamui to become invincible in the world. Kamui's skill cannot be used indefinitely. Even Luo Xiu cannot afford such a large consumption. That's why he still has to spend several years searching for the geniuses in this world, getting them in advance to train and brainwash them for his own use. Prepare to use these integrated powers to eliminate all pirates in this world and use their power to restore order. Chapter 51 The Defeat of Rayleigh. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Open HoloLens bracket host. Luo Xiu close HoloLens bracket. Open HoloLens bracket physique. Advanced 50 to 100 times compared to ordinary people close HoloLens bracket. Open HoloLens bracket mental power. Top level 100 times the same as ordinary people close HoloLens bracket. Open HoloLens bracket talent. Mangekyo Sharingan Kamui Conqueror's Haki. Armament Haki. Observation Haki. Hashirama Cell close HoloLens bracket. Open HoloLens bracket ninjutsu. Fire style. Small fireball technique. Water style. Water spout. Earth style. Earth flow wall. Clone technique. Body replacement technique. Transformation technique. Reikiri. Shadow clone technique. Healing jutsu. Sealing technique. Lightning style. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Multiple shadow clone techniques. Lightning style. Kirin. Flying thunder god technique. 8 inner gates technique. Close HoloLens bracket. Open HoloLens bracket revenge point. 3860 close HoloLens bracket. Although the double Kamui cannot truly be invincible to the world, Luo Xiu can secretly kill pirates in every corner of the world during these 5 years. Not only had he successfully awakened Conqueror's Haki, but his revenge points had also accumulated to a terrifying level, and most of the ordinary forbidden ninjutsu Luo Xiu had also been redeemed. With such double blessing, Luo Xiu's strength has completely ranked among the top powerhouses in the pirate world. Rayleigh watched in horror as Luo Xiu silently neutralized his attacks, and then moved towards him step by step. Rayleigh's old eyes couldn't hide the look of shock. This Luo Xiu was much more powerful than 5 years ago. It's pervert, it's only been a few years. Rayleigh felt a great threat from the other party. Is there really such a powerful space ability in this world? That rumor is actually true. The boy who killed Doflamingo had a unique space ability. It can avoid all spaces, and it seems that it can also use the power of space to cut opponents. Advertisement. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, Rayleigh felt a spatial fluctuation coming from his chest, as if he was going to tear himself apart. Fortunately, he used his keen observation Haki to detect it in advance, and immediately retreated. Seeing this, Luo Xiu narrowed his eyes and seemed not too disappointed. Because he has long known that those who have mastered the top observation Haki in the pirate world can effectively restrain Kamui's power, and it is difficult to attack the opponent with Kamui. But, he didn't just have Kamui, he saw Luo Xiu starting to form seals with his hands, and then let out a light drink. Wood style, the birth of the tree world. Rayleigh frowned. It was the first time he had seen Luo Xiu forming seals like this, and he was completely confused about the situation. But as Luo Xiu's words fell, boom, boom, the mutation protruded, and small packages began to appear on the neat ground. Green branches squeezed out of the small packages, and then began to grow at a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, towering trees grew up one after another, directly surrounding Rayleigh, preventing even the sunlight from getting in. What kind of power is this? Rayleigh looked at the horrific scene in front of her with a solemn expression. A forest was created in the blink of an eye. It was so terrifying. Rayleigh had also heard that there seemed to be a person in Marine who had similar woody devil fruit power, but even that person couldn't easily create a forest. Rayleigh took a deep breath and looked at Luo Xiu from a distance through the gap between the trees, and he said in a deep voice, "This level of strength alone is not enough to deal with me." Advertisement. After saying that, Rayleigh just raised his sword and struck. Countless sword lights appeared from the field. Boom, boom, boom. Rayleigh wreaked havoc in the forest. Although the trees seemed extremely strong, it was impossible to trap him. In just a short time, Rayleigh directly destroyed most of the forest with its hard power. But at the same time, he also turned a bit pale and gasped for air. He could already feel the loss of his physical strength. But I haven't even really met Luo Xiu yet. Luo Xiu seemed to know this. He looked at Rayleigh with a sneer. Sensing that the time was right, Luo Xiu launched the second ninjutsu. Wood style, bound to a tree for eternal burial. Click, click. The trees that Rayleigh destroyed grew again, and this time they seemed to have vitality and began to attack Rayleigh. One after another, vines tried to cling to Rayleigh's body and tie him up. Rayleigh was panting, and could only continue to chop off the vines with his sword. His physical strength was passing away bit by bit, and Luo Xiu didn't give him a chance to breathe at all. Just when Rayleigh was about to try his best to destroy everything here with one sword, the mutation happened again. Luo Xiu's hands were seen forming seals again, and even though Rayleigh was far away, he couldn't feel the explosive aura beginning to surge. Tree escape, the world of flowers and trees has arrived. Luo Xiu shouted softly, and the scene changed again. The trees that had grown before began to grow further, but the difference was that after these trees grew to a certain extent, flowers began to appear. Advertisement. Then the flower bones grew again at a speed visible to the naked eye, growing into dark brown flowers in the blink of an eye. Realizing that something was wrong, Rayleigh wanted to destroy the flowers but was too late. Puff, puff, puff. Countless flowers began to bloom together, and countless pollen immediately appeared in the air. When Rayleigh accidentally inhaled a little bit of pollen, she immediately felt a sense of paralysis in her body, and even her expression became a little dazed. No, this pollen is poisonous. Rayleigh's face changed drastically, and a strong death crisis swept over him. He wanted to escape from this place desperately, but he was no longer able to muster such great strength. Maybe I could break through here when I was at my peak, but not now. Click, click. Luo Xiu stood in the distance and watched expressionlessly as Rayleigh continued to struggle, but the strength of the struggle became smaller and smaller. As more and more pollen was sucked in, his steps began to become a little messy. Those vines are starting to catch up with Rayleigh. These powerful wood-style ninjutsu are one of Luo Xiu's real trump cards. When Luo Xiu chose to exchange forbidden items for the second time, he decisively chose Hashirama cells, which are also blood inheritance limits. Its power is not even inferior to the Mangekyo Sharingan that grew up later. Moreover, all kinds of ninjutsu in Mudendu are extremely powerful. In the world of Hokage, the 5 shadows bowed before the advent of the flower and tree world. It's normal for the old Rayleigh to fall under this ninjutsu. Seeing that Rayleigh had begun to be wrapped in vines and gradually lost the ability to resist, Luo Xiu's eyes finally flashed with excitement. It seems that I finally have a chance to redeem that thing. Chapter 52 Death of Pluden Rayleigh. Thanks for the gift, more updates will be added. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It seems, I finally have a chance to redeem that thing. Looking at Rayleigh who was gradually losing her resistance, Luo Xiu's eyes flashed with excitement. A year ago, Luo Xiu's strength had actually reached a bottleneck period again. Luo Xiu had obtained a large amount of revenge points by secretly killing some pirates in various sea areas. He has exchanged most of the forbidden ninjutsu, and his strength has reached a new level, but the double Kamui Sharingan has never evolved. You must know that the double Kamui has always been Luo Xiu's real trump card. But the dual Kamui at the primary stage is no longer enough to cause absolute damage to a strong player like Kaido. It also needs to be improved. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Only by obtaining it can Kamui's power be fully unleashed, allowing him to use the full body of Susanoo. But like the advanced Mangekyo Sharingan, the advanced Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan also needs to be redeemed, and its redemption requirements are higher. You need to kill a billionaire pirate to be able to redeem it, and the revenge points required for redemption have reached an astonishing 5,000 revenge points. Luo Xiu is naturally capable of killing a pirate with a bounty of more than 1 billion, but the death of every pirate with a bounty of more than 1 billion will cause an uproar. Before other members of the Akatsuki organization have fully grown up, Luo Xiu doesn't want to. It was exposed so quickly, so I delayed it until now. Ahem. While Luo Xiu was thinking, Rayleigh had been completely restrained by vines, and due to inhaling a large amount of highly toxic pollen, Rayleigh had almost lost half of his strength. Advertisement. He could only struggle to raise his eyelids and look at Luo Xiu who was walking towards him. Rayleigh smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that for so many years, I, Rayleigh, have been traversing the sea, and even Marine can't do anything to me. In the end, I would die at the hands of a young man. How ironic. What, do you think I'm bullying you for being old? Luo Xiu, who was sure that Rayleigh had no ability to resist, also chose to give the hero a chance to say his last words. No, Luo Xiu, you are really strong. Even when I was at my peak, I dare not say that I could defeat you. Even if Roger comes back to life, I don't think you will be weaker than him. I don't know whether it is a tragedy or a blessing for this era that a being like you was born in this era. Luo Xiu squinted his eyes and looked at Rayleigh, who was breathing weakly. He didn't expect that the other party would think so highly of him. Even when a person is about to die, his words are good, let alone Rayleigh who has already given up life and death. Decades of living in seclusion have made Rayleigh think through many things. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Luo Xiu, who was wearing an Uzumaki mask and only showed a pair of bloody eyes. Maybe you were right. The great pirate era started by Roger is absurd and wrong. I have seen many tragedies from pirates in these years. They are much more crazy than our time. The taste of freedom has gradually changed. They no longer know why they became pirates. Is it a dream or a plunder? Rayleigh took a few more mouthfuls of blood, and her face turned pale again. Luo Xiu frowned and listened, and Rayleigh continued. Advertisement. When I saw Luffy wearing the same straw hat as Roger, I actually observed this kid for several days. I thought this kid might have a chance to change this era, and maybe he would have a chance to make this era a better one. Better. That's why I took the risk of exposure and wanted to protect him, but when I saw you, I felt I was wrong. That child is definitely no match for you. The gap between you is too big, and you will never let him grow up. I remember you said a few years ago that you would eliminate all pirates and change this era. Rayleigh took a few mouthfuls of blood and looked at Luo Xiu longingly. You were exposed to the world again today. I think you are ready to change the times. Can you talk to me, a dying person? Silence. Rayleigh was answered by Luo Xiu's silence. It was obvious that Luo Xiu didn't want to tell him and had no reason to tell him. Yes, I am the pirate you hate the most. I am not qualified to listen to such things, but I sincerely hope that the era created by you can be better. Rayleigh smiled bitterly. He already knew that the outcome was decided, so he did not choose to beg for mercy and embarrassment. As a remnant of the old era and a former peak powerhouse, he has his own pride. One familiar figure after another echoed in Rayleigh's mind, and he murmured. Advertisement. Old friends, I'm here to find you. Rayleigh planned that the breath of life would slowly begin to dissipate until it completely disappeared. So far Rayleigh has fallen. The pinnacle powerhouse of the old era fell directly into Luo Xiu's hands. He is the most powerful pirate that Luo Xiu has killed so far. To be honest, if Rayleigh hadn't been old and frail, and his strength was less than 60% of his peak. Otherwise, Luo Xiu might not have been able to do it in such a short time. Kill the opponent within. Looking at Rayleigh's body, Luo Xiu whispered, the era I want to create will be better. In 5 years, Luo Xiu had completely figured out what he wanted to do. Since the era he chose was wrong, Luo Xiu would directly destroy it and create a new era. Chapter 53 Awakening Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Open hollow lens bracket drop. Congratulations to host for successfully killing a pirate with a bounty of 4 billion Baileys and being rewarded with 4,000 revenge points. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket. Hey, congratulations to host for successfully killing a pirate with a bounty of over 1 billion Baileys and gaining the qualification to redeem the awakened Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Close hollow lens bracket. After Rayleigh died, Luo Xiu's mind immediately heard the long-lost kill announcement. The bounty of 4 billion Baileys converted into 4,000 revenge points may be the first time Luo Xiu has obtained such a large amount of revenge points. At that time, perhaps only the current 4 emperors had this bounty, but the difficulty of killing the current 4 emperors was not comparable to that of killing an old Rayleigh. It can be said that Luo Xiu got a big bargain. Huh, have you finally done it? I have been planning it for so long, and from now on I can really implement my plan at the top level. Even Luo Xiu was excited at this moment, because killing Rayleigh meant that he had the qualification to redeem Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Coupled with the Conqueror's Haki in the pirate world that he possesses, Luo Xiu's strength may break through to an unprecedented level. In that case, then come on, let me see how strong this power I have been waiting for a long time is. Luo Xiu chose to redeem the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan without any hesitation. The moment Luo Xiu made his choice, the familiar feeling came again, and Luo Xiu could feel his eyes changing. The dart-like pattern of the pupils was slowly rotating, then extending, and finally turned into a combination of a hexagram and a circle. Revealing weirdness and mystery, Luo Xiu could easily feel that his vision had become clear again, and everything around him had changed again in his eyes. He could feel even the smallest details. And one word stood out, that is slow. Advertisement. Everything in the world suddenly slowed down in his eyes, and Luo Xiu could easily see the next movement trajectory of something. Besides, Luo Xiu murmured tentatively, Kamui. A black hole vortex immediately appeared in the space in front of it, swallowing a big tree directly into it, and the time it took was extremely short. Luo Xiu smiled with satisfaction. He understood that now Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan's Kamui finally has the strength to threaten the top powerhouses. Ordinary observation Haki cannot prevent it. If Rayleigh is resurrected, Luo Xiu is confident that he can kill the opponent alone with the power of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Boom, boom. While Luo Xiu was still thinking about it, loud noises suddenly came from the distance, accompanied by hoarse roars. Listening to these voices, Luo Xiu suddenly felt an inexplicable familiarity. Listening to this voice, Luo Xiu, under the mask, suddenly pulled out a cold smile. Without any hesitation, he chose to go and take a look. Buzz, buzz. Using Kamui's space transfer ability, Luo Xiu effortlessly arrived at a place in the same forest as him more than 10 kilometers away. Luo Xiu leaned on a giant tree, suppressed his breath to the lowest level, and used Mangekyo Sharingan's ultimate vision to look into the distance. All I could see was the depths of the forest in the distance. A strange scene was taking place. A man as tall as a hill was fighting with a group of people. It is said that it is a battle, but it is actually one side crushing the other side, because although the other side has a large number of people, no matter how hard they try, they cannot hurt the tall man in front of them at all. The tall man with a somewhat ferocious face was also a little strange. Although he looked extremely ferocious, like a criminal, he held a book under his left arm. Combined with his gentle expression when he took action, he looked completely out of place. As a time traveler with foresight, Luo Xiu naturally knew the identity of the other party. Advertisement. This tall and mighty man is a bear. His name is Bartholomew, Bear. One of the current 7 warlords of the sea. And the opponents he faced were naturally all members of the Straw Hat Pirates. The plot that is happening now is that Long, who is an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army, thinks that it is too dangerous for Luffy and the others to enter the new world with their current strength, so he decides to be the villain, and directly shoots them apart one by one, and goes to a place suitable for them to practice and become stronger. Place. Snapped. Snapped. I saw this tyrant bear ignoring the attack of Luffy who had just escaped from the battlefield on the Sword Girl's side, and slapped his partners away one by one. Now Luffy doesn't know that the bear is good for them. He can only watch his friends leave one by one, but he can only scream helplessly. Run, everyone. We are no match for him. Run. But it was no use at all. The bear, who was determined to send Luffy and the others away, slapped all of Luffy's friends away in the blink of an eye. Sanji, Usopp, Nami, Robin, Brook. In the end, he was the only one left, with his mouth open, tears streaming down his face, and his eyes full of despair. Luo Xiu, who was watching this scene from a distance, narrowed his eyes slightly, and smiled with satisfaction. Because he knew that he was right in his bet. The world of pirates seems to have the power of correction. Even if the variable Luo Xiu has made some things in advance that will affect the plot of the original work, it will still be repaired as much as possible. For example, I took away Zoro in advance, who met Luffy in the original work and became his right-hand man, but it still did not affect Luffy's formation of the Straw Hat Pirates and their progress today. Luo Xiu actually just took a look. The overall strength of the Straw Hat Pirates is actually stronger than that of the original work. Especially Luffy's strength must be much stronger than before, which is almost equivalent to the strength of the original work after 2 years of training. It's just that the 4th gear hasn't been turned on yet. This is the magic. For this reason, Luo Xiu had not dared to kill Luffy, a potential stalk, before. Firstly, he was afraid that it would cause unpredictable consequences, and secondly, Luffy was still somewhat useful for his future plans. Advertisement. Luo Xiu watched with indifferent eyes as the bear slapped the last Luffy away. If nothing unexpected happens, the other party will still land on Daughter Island and get to know the Empress. This is important to Luo Xiu's plan, because Luo Xiu wants Luffy to do the same thing as in the original work next. Luffy, I hope you won't disappoint me the next time I meet you. This way I won't feel bored when I kill you. Luo Xiu murmured softly. He still wants to kill Luffy, because the latter may awaken to the 5th gear in the future, which may really threaten his existence. On the road to eradicating pirates, Luffy must die. While Luo Xiu was muttering in a low voice, the tyrant bear over there who had just slapped Luffy away frowned as if he sensed something. Is there no one? Shang looked at the empty frown over there and murmured. For some reason he always felt like someone was watching him just now. After struggling for a long time, Shang finally looked away. Maybe he was worrying too much. He had been thinking about Straw Hat and the others during this period, and he was indeed a lot more nervous. But there is no way. He must save the Straw Hat Kid. This is part of the deal between him and others. Boom, boom. With his keen sense of perception, the bear could hear the huge noise coming from the distance. He knew that a war was breaking out there, but he didn't want to worry about it anymore. Marine or pirate, it doesn't matter who wins. Because the rest of the matter is no longer what he needs to deal with. His mission is over, and he will do it after this operation is over. Sell yourself to that, madman. Could this era be better? Shang suddenly looked at the sky and murmured, not knowing who she wanted to ask. Chapter 54 Kid chooses to self-destruct. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After the bear's figure began to leave, Luo Xiu slowly appeared again, looking at the latter's retreating back with a pair of scarlet blood eyes. Luo Xiu murmured, what a keen sense of perception. He is worthy of being called the Tyrant Bear. As an undercover agent placed in Marine by the Revolutionary Army, he is indeed one of the outstanding ones. If nothing else happens, the price for rescuing Straw Hat and his team this time is to cooperate with Vegapunk to complete the final experiment. Completely destroy your consciousness and become a machine that can only kill. Luo Xiu actually considered the Tyrant Shang when he was considering recruiting members of the Akatsuki organization, but he already had a sound mind when considering a character like him. It was impossible for the other party to follow him wholeheartedly, so Luo Xiu gave up. In addition, Luo Xiu was also very interested in the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Monkey D. Dragon. Because that guy is doing the same thing as himself, but the era they want to create is different. It is very likely that they will meet each other in the future. After all, having read the original work, I don't know what kind of person this so-called most vicious person in the world is. But, this is all for later. Luo Xiu's Sabayati archipelago matter this time has not been completely resolved yet. Among the 10 pirate supernovas, except Luffy who cannot be killed and Luo is one of our own, how many of them are still alive? These supernovas are all people who will grow into pirate giants in a short time in the future. Luo Xiu cannot let them continue to grow. Luo Xiu's eyes flashed with cold light and disappeared again. Advertisement. On the other side of the Sabayati archipelago, after Luo Xiu and Rayleigh disappeared, the battle continued. And because of Luo and Zoro who suddenly had barbecue pork, there was only one strong person like Supernova left on the pirate side. That's Kid. The latter relied on the newly awakened conqueror's haki and the power of Kira's hatred for dying in front of him. He was able to carry Tianyu on his back, and Zoro and others were undefeated in their attacks. As for the remaining pirates from the pirate supernova, they were massacred or arrested by Marine as expected. After all, the available combat power of Tianlong Vice Admiral and Sword Girl was simply not enough. It's not something these people can resist. Even among these pirates there are some big pirates with bounties worth tens of millions. The situation is almost one-sided. Marine has almost never fought such an easy battle, and all these changes are because all the Marines subconsciously looked at the young man who was constantly using the three-sword style to inflict damage on Kid on the battlefield. The latter looked somewhat indescribably excited. It seemed that he was having a lot of fun playing, but Kid was miserable. He had been fighting Tianyu Vice Admiral for a long time. His condition had declined a lot. Now he was no match for the two of them together. He could only watch the damage on his body accumulate more and more, and then let out an angry roar. You bastards, you all deserve to die. Even if I really have to die here today, I will kill you to avenge Kira. Ah, Kid roared again, and Conqueror's haki exploded again. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that the opponent was already burning his life, and he would die even if he won this battle. Xiao Hu looked at the life-threatening Kid and felt deeply troubled because he was afraid that Kid would hurt the weak Marine present, which he couldn't accept. But when he subconsciously looked at Zoro aside, he was dumbfounded. Because what he saw in the latter's eyes was a strong fighting spirit. Yes, that's it. Putting life and death aside is the real battle. Advertisement. Either you live in the battle, or you die, Zoro said excitedly, holding the two knives in both hands and holding the knife in his mouth again in a weird posture. His eyes flashed with cold light and he said softly. The secret of the three-sword style, the vast world. Buzz, boom. The next moment, Zoro turned into a sword light and rushed towards Kid. Kid also roared and attacked. Boom, boom, boom. And when there was a violent collision here, at this moment, a black shadow appeared again in the distant sky, and then the black shadow crashed to the ground in everyone's shock. It was a short man wearing a trench coat with a cigar dangling from his mouth. Surprisingly, he is also a member of the pirate supernova. His name is Bej. He was the one who escaped the fastest and most decisively before the war. But the other party couldn't escape the fate of being killed, and became the 7th pirate supernova to be killed. All the Marines looked at the tall, thin man in front of them with an expressionless expression, holding a long knife. What kind of organization is this Akatsuki organization? Why have we, Marine, never heard of this organization? 5 of the 10 supernovae have already died in their hands. Some intelligence officers secretly thought, but their expressions soon changed and they murmured. Oh no, maybe not 5 anymore. They looked at the battlefield ahead with shocked expressions. At this moment, the smoke had dissipated, revealing the vague figures inside. At this moment, Kid was already half kneeling on the ground, and there was a big wound on his chest, and blood was dripping down. Advertisement. In front of him, stood a young man whose clothes were completely torn and whose chest was dripping with blood. It's just that the latter's situation is much better than Kid's, and the young man is Zoro. Make a decision. Obviously Zoro had the advantage in the fight just now. Conan from a distance looked at this scene. His right hand had already tightened his grip on the handle of the knife. Even this Zoro made her feel great pressure, and it seemed that for the first time she fell behind a peer in kendo. This is a head-on confrontation with a strong man who has awakened Conqueror's haki. You can imagine how strong Zoro is. But it couldn't stop Zoro from getting ready to fully understand and remember, something happened again. Kid's whole body began to swell, and everyone present felt a thump in their hearts. An explosive force spread throughout the entire place. No, he's going to blow himself up. Xiaohu on the side reacted immediately, his face changed drastically and he shouted. Kid is planning to detonate Devil Fruit's power. It's unimaginable how powerful it is, and the ordinary Marines present must have suffered heavy casualties. Die, you all go to death and be buried with me. Ha ha ha, Kid laughs like crazy. Chapter 55 Conan, brother, is that you? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Explode. Kid actually wants to self-destruct. This is an unexpected situation that no one has thought of, because it means that this is a real life and death situation. Even if Kid is defeated now, he still has a chance to survive. After all, pirates usually imprison such pirates and impel down. That is the final destination of the evil pirates. Kid who has just awakened Conqueror's haki, but a true genius. But self-destruction is the real death, the complete kind, because self-destruction is the privilege of those who truly master Devil Fruit's ability, and only they can detonate their own Devil Fruit power. Generally, Demon Fruit power cannot be achieved, but it is undeniable that the power of this self-destruction will be extremely powerful. Ha ha ha. Die with me, you damn bastards. Kid's face turned red and he laughed wildly. Zoro's face also changed. Now it doesn't matter if he fights. It doesn't matter if he doesn't fight, because attacking will accelerate the opponent's self-destruction. In the end, it was Marine Sword Girl, Tianlong, and Tianyu, the 3 vice admirals, who were the first to react. They first cleared out the Marines present as much as possible, and then rushed directly to Kid themselves. Obviously he planned to use his teammates' bodies to block the power of self-destruction. Sir, don't. All the Marines were shocked, especially the officials among the Marines. They knew the importance of these 3 young Marines to the current Marines. They are the real future of Marine and the real confidence to compete with pirates in the future. If they fall or are abandoned here, it will really be a heavy blow to Marine. However, the 3 sword girls rushed over resolutely without any obstruction from the audience. They have followed Akainu in training at naval headquarters for several years. They know that Marine still has many shortcomings, but it is really the best solution for civilians, and they are willing to work hard for such a Marine. Only, a trace of confusion flashed in the sword girl's eyes. There was an old friend she had always wanted to see. She wanted to tell him that the girl he saved at the risk of his own life did not disappoint him. Advertisement. Brother Luo Xiu, goodbye. The sword girl accelerated and directly threw away Xiaolong and Xiaohu. The speed was staggering. The two had no time to stop them, and their expressions changed drastically. Buzz, go to hell. Kid looked at the girl who was so close and smiled cruelly. Kid's body was getting bigger and bigger, and the explosive atmosphere in the field was getting stronger and stronger. Hey, you little girl is still so annoying. Suddenly a sigh sounded from the field, and at some point another figure appeared between the knife girl and Kid. Red cloud robe, whirlpool mask, a pair of breathtaking blood-red eyes. It was Luo Xiu who just arrived. The sword girl looked at this familiar figure. Her beautiful eyes trembled. For some reason the corners of her mouth turned up, and a slight smile appeared. If the group of people in naval headquarters saw this scene, they would be absolutely stunned. The sword girl who is said to be an iron-like woman can actually smile, and she smiles so beautifully. Different from the reaction of the sword girl, Kid's face immediately changed when he saw Luo Xiu's sudden appearance. Kid immediately accelerated and detonated his devil fruit power. His body became like a large balloon. It seemed that the next moment it's going to explode directly. Noisy. Luo Xiu glanced at Kid calmly. The blood-red pupils in his eyes trembled slightly, and Kamui started immediately. The powerful Kamui power immediately created a black hole in front of Kid and directly pulled him in. No, Kid struggled and roared, but he still couldn't avoid being absorbed into Kamui's space. As the last bit of Kid's body disappeared into the field, the heart-stopping explosive power disappeared immediately. Luo Xiu's face turned a little pale. It was obvious that Kid had made a lot of noise in the Kamui space. The shattering of the Kamui space would affect him. Advertisement. He finally got the urge. What's wrong with you? Seeing that Luo Xiu was in something wrong, Conan on the side quickly asked with concern. No, nothing. Luo Xiu didn't want to recognize Conan and the others yet, so he replied coldly and distanced himself, which made Conan stunned. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at Luo Xiu, full of hesitation. Is it him? Is it really him? But that person has not appeared for 5 years. And at this moment, the people who had escaped from Shinigami were looking into the distance in fear, and then they discovered Luo Xiu's figure again. And knew that the other party had just saved them, all of them, Marine. At that moment, a group of people became extremely excited. Ah, that masked man actually saved us. Is this so-called Akatsuki organization a member of our Marine team? Hey, it's really possible. He seems to be killing pirates just like us. Tisk, maybe it's our Marine secret force. This group of ordinary Marines had begun to naively imagine that Luo Xiu was one of them. Only the remaining Marine executives from naval headquarters still frowned and looked at Luo Xiu. These people know that Marine has no secret organization. At this moment, due to Kid's death, 8 of the 10 supernovas have died, leaving only the escaped Straw Hat Boy Luffy and Law, who is part of the Akatsuki organization. The overall situation in the field has been decided. The Marine executives hesitated for a while before thanking Luo Xiu, Zoro and Luo. Thank you so much for helping us Marine kill the pirates. Several people wanted to get acquainted with these powerful mysterious people. After all, at least they were not enemies. But, Zoro and Luo didn't even look at the Marines, and walked directly to Luo Xiu's side, embarrassing the Marines. Advertisement. The people in the Akatsuki organization don't seem to be interested in Marine. What's going on? Zoro had already arrived at Luo Xiu's side, and he said with a heavy expression. Chief, I made a mistake in completing my mission. I didn't kill those pirate supernovas perfectly. Please punish me. After you go back, find your old place to exercise for 3 days. Luo Xiu's indifferent Kaido, Zoro immediately nodded in agreement, and the skilled conversation between the two made everyone dumbfounded again. Ah, I'm not satisfied with killing these pirate supernovas, I have to be punished. How demanding is this small organization? Luo Xiu didn't have the time to care about these people's opinions. He just looked at the battlefield where the smoke had cleared with indifferent eyes. Today's first battle has been a perfect success. Not only did he make the Akatsuki organization famous, but he also eliminated 8 of the top 10 pirate supernovas, and also killed Pluton Rayleigh. This is enough to affect the situation for many years to come, directly causing the pirates to form a big air and a strong fault. This is the meaning of Luo Xiu's first step plan. As for the second step plan, is it to deal with those 4 emperors groups. But, when Luo Xiu frowned and thought, he looked up. A yellow laser suddenly appeared in the distance and seemed to be shooting towards this direction. A troublesome guy is here, we have to go. Luo Xiu suddenly said softly. Zoro and Luo immediately came to Luo Xiu skillfully and put their hands on Luo Xiu. The figures of Luo Xiu and the others soon began to slowly disappear from the sight of everyone. Wait, is it you, brother? Conan's face changed drastically and he was about to rush over, she shouted hurriedly. Luo Xiu frowned. Chapter 56. His name is Luo Xiu, who will fight to the death. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Xiaohu and Xiaolong, who were rushing here, frowned when they saw their little sister acting like this. Elder brother. Apart from their 2 older brothers, does Conan have any other brothers? You know, all the relatives in the village are dead. Ah no, there's another one. Xiaolong and Xiaohu looked at each other, their eyes full of shock and then great surprise. Yes, Conan also has a brother, and they also have a brother, the person who once gave them a chance to live. The pirates in a city that he had killed 5 years ago did not dare to show up, and he single-handedly destroyed the 7 warlords of the Sea Doflamingo, known as the greatest genius in history. His name is Luo Xiu, who will fight to the death. 5 years have made them really think that Luo Xiu had died in an accident, and most likely died on the road to revenge against the pirates. Therefore, they practiced harder, just to avenge Luo Xiu one day. Immediately, the 2 of them rushed towards Luo Xiu excitedly. Brother, wait for me, brother. All the Marines, including Luo and Zoro next to Luo Xiu, were also dumbfounded. What is going on? Is this masked man the brother of the 3 geniuses of Marine? Are you kidding? I've never heard of these 3 geniuses having an older brother or something. Luo Xiu didn't expect that he would be recognized after revealing a little bit of his abilities, but now he really doesn't want to recognize Conan and the others, so he can only frown. Go back and tell your Akainu admiral that someone owed him 2 favors, and he returned one today. Having said that, Luo Xiu used Kamui to directly absorb the bodies of several of his people into the Kamui space. Advertisement. Disappear. Conan, Xiaohu, and Xiaolong jumped into the air, and tears were rolling in their eyes. Why doesn't Brother Xiu recognize us? He is our only relative. I also want to be proud of Brother Xiu. The little brat he saved has not embarrassed him now. Several of the marine geniuses completely lost their composure, completely losing their bravery in front of everyone, because in fact, they are only 17 years old this year. When many people are this age, they are just children, and they also want to have someone to rely on. Luo Xiu was once their idol and support. Seeing this, all the Marines knew that this was not the right time to see their parents' ugly behavior, and they all consciously began to clean up the battlefield. After everyone left the scene, Kizaru finally came belatedly, looking at the scorched battlefield and the many corpses on the field that seemed familiar to him. Kizaru was dumbfounded and directly suspected that he had come to the wrong place. Kid, Hawkins, Bej, Bonnie, all these supernovae died here, really? Kizaru immediately pulled over a Marine rear admiral and asked what happened. I don't know if I don't know. He was shocked when he heard it, and then he realized that this drastic change only happened in just half an hour. 8 of the pirate supernovas were slaughtered, and Pluton Rayleigh was suspected to have died at the hands of the masked man. That is, the period of time he spent being blocked by the mysterious man, and he also learned from their mouths that the person who attacked the pirates was the same mysterious person who attacked him. And they called themselves the Akatsuki organization. At that moment, Kizaru's whole expression became distorted, and his lewd expression was extremely exciting at this moment, if he didn't know that his subordinates would not joke about this kind of thing. Does Kizaru think he is dreaming? Advertisement. Sir, Dot, are you listening? The Marine rear admiral on the side waved his hand in front of Kizaru. His parents' psychological endurance is not good enough. Hiss, tisk tisk. In the end, Kizaru recovered from the shock and waved his hand to let the man leave. Kizaru had a playful smile on his face. Akatsuki organization. The masked man who is called his brother by the 3 little guys, Sword Girl, Tianlong, and Tianyu, has blood eyes, spatial ability. Such a person seems to fit the bill. That guy is the only one, but didn't that guy disappear for several years? It actually appeared again at this time. It's interesting. Kizaru touched his chin and murmured. Seeing the 3 sword girls running towards the warship with excited expressions, he guessed in his mind that these little guys were going to tell the somewhat annoying guy about this important news. Kizaru still remembers the guy with a very annoying mouth, and he seemed to be extremely interested in the boy who became famous a few years ago. After the other party disappeared, he even used his own secret power to investigate, but unfortunately, it had no effect. Luo Xiu, right, if I remember the name correctly, blood-eyed Luo Xiu, this name was very famous back then. Kizaru crossed his arms and murmured as he flew into the air. Although he had a temper, he didn't care much about things other than his duties. But he is still willing to take care of such interesting and important things. Is that kid really that powerful? He can actually kill that guy Pluton Rayleigh. Kizaru was still very good at focusing on key points, and he immediately became curious about the biggest thing in this incident. Killing several supernovas from the extremely evil era was not something that shocked Kizaru. After all, those guys are completely useless. After all, this is what he is interested in. At that moment, with his keen sense of perception, he came to the sky above a dense forest. He felt something unusual below, and hesitated for a moment. He destroyed a large number of trees with just one finger. What came into view were some strange-looking big trees, and these trees seemed to have vitality and actually launched an attack directly on Kizaru. Advertisement. It's just that these things without any control are no match for him at all. Kizaru destroyed them with just one 8-foot Magatama. Kizaru reached the depths easily. Looking at the traces of the battle in front of him, Kizaru's brows darkened. He knew that Pluton Rayleigh should have fought with Luo Xiu here, but it seemed that Rayleigh really lost. But what is strange is that Kizaru checked around and found no body of the other party, but Kizaru guessed that the other party was most likely dead. Kizaru shook his head and sighed helplessly. Can anyone really grow up to be able to kill a former pirate king's deputy who was rewarded with a bounty of 4 billion Baileys in just a few years? Hiss, it seems that this sea is really going to change drastically. It's just that those pirates should have a headache for a while, hee. Kizaru chuckled twice. He was not in the mood to explore the purpose of Luo Xiu and the Akatsuki organization. This thing should be a headache for that old boy Sengoku. I still have a very fond impression of Luo Xiu, even though he is afraid that he will do something bad and will prevent me from coming. But destroying 8 pirate supernovas really helped Marine a lot. Kizaru could predict how shocked the pirates would be. I'm really looking forward to what kind of trouble this kid will make next time. Kizaru murmured. Once again, I would like to report today's results to those curious readers. Alas, almost all of them are declining. Chapter 57. Everyone is shocked. What exactly is the Akatsuki organization? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After Luo Xiu and others left, Marine only spent a little time to completely end the Symbiote Archipelago incident. Nearly 3,000 large and small pirates were captured and killed, and almost no one escaped, because in the later stage, Kizaru Admiral, who came in a hurry, did nothing because he arrived too late. In order to make business, they had to turn their attention to those weak pirates, so they were out of luck. And when all of this was done, Marine subconsciously thought that he was dreaming because it was so unreal. In this battle, they only lost 5% of their combat strength. Not even a single high-end combat force died. At most, a few Marine rear admirals were seriously injured. They achieved such a glorious victory at an extremely small cost. Achievements. 8 big pirates with a bounty of over 100 million were killed, and Pluton Rayleigh, the deputy on the ship of the former pirate King Roger, surrendered. This is the first time in the past 10 years that such a big military achievement has been achieved, and its influence is as great as defeating a pirate group of today's 4 emperors. After all, these young pirates are the future of pirates. So the next day, oh no actually that night, the major events of the Symbiote Archipelago spread to the ears of all the major forces at an extremely exaggerated speed. And then the New World, and then the rest of the world. Everyone in the entire sea was completely shocked. And the Akatsuki organization, which almost occupies the leading role in this incident, has completely become famous. Akatsuki organization. It's just that in the Symbiote Archipelago incident, only 3 people appeared, but each one was stronger than the other. Both Luo and Zoro had the power to crush the pirate supernova. This is simply surprising, because they are too young. Not to mention their leader, the most mysterious masked man. Advertisement. He could actually kill Pluton Rayleigh alone. This was simply unheard of. Killing Pluton Rayleigh alone. Although the latter was old, there were not many people in the sea who could kill the opponent. This masked man's strength is undoubtedly that of standing at the top of the pyramid. It can be compared with the powerful ones like Marine 3 Admiral or Pirate 4 Emperors. So, countless people want to know the information about this masked man and this so-called Akatsuki organization, because their strength is enough to rival some big forces, and they are so mysterious. Their powerful strength and mystery directly suppress the limelight of the geniuses Marine, Sword Girl, Tianlong, and Tianyu in the Marine camp who shined in Symbiote Archipelago. Leaders of countless major forces, such as Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin, and even Shanks, the most low-key red-haired one among the 4 emperors, began to mobilize their espionage personnel, and their own people in other sea areas began to collecting information on Luo Xiu and others. If you don't check, you won't know. If you check, you will be shocked. Relying on the absolute intelligence force, they discovered that the masked man who appeared in the Symbiote Archipelago had actually left some traces around the world in a few years. It's just that the latter seems to be extremely low-key, and the places he chooses to attack are all very remote and small places, and he goes to too many places. The masked man seemed to be able to move instantly, which was why no one noticed him for so many years. But they still encountered resistance when they wanted to find out the other person's true identity. After all, that person seemed to have been wearing a mask and no one had ever seen the face under the mask. So as for the identity of the masked man, all the forces can only guess based on limited clues. There are many people to guess, and everyone's guesses are different anyway. They can only wait until the next time the masked man shows up again to use some abilities to determine the other party's true identity. But there is no doubt that the affairs of the Akatsuki organization have attracted the attention of all major forces, and as long as they show up again, it will definitely cause a huge stir. Advertisement. But to everyone's disappointment, this small organization immediately stopped moving after the Symbiote Archipelago incident and seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. Half a month later, Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Although more than half a month has passed since the Symbiote Archipelago incident, Marineford is still full of prosperity because of the victory in that battle. The pirates were greatly frustrated by this, and they, Marine, were certainly the happiest ones, and taking advantage of this momentum. Akainu led a wave of pirate suppression operations directly in the New World. With the assistance of the 3 Marine Vice Admirals, Tianlong, Tianyu, and Sword Girl, the pirates of New World were once again hit hard. In the past half-month, the pirates in the entire New World have seemed to be wilted, and they are afraid that they will be the next unlucky ones. It's great. I haven't had such a great battle in a long time. Those pirates ran away when they saw us. This has never happened before. It's just, those pirates are almost scared out of their wits now. Thanks to the battle at the Symbiote Archipelago, the great pirates known as the supernova of the extremely evil era were almost wiped out. The extremely evil era is simply ridiculous. We Marine are the most powerful. Several Marines were patrolling Marineford while dancing and discussing. There was no way. This was one of the few highlight moments of their Marines over the years. How could they not be excited? Advertisement. What the Marines didn't know was that there were several figures on the high platform not far away from them listening to all this, and one of the men in a red suit even said with a smile. Sure enough, Marine needs a big victory to boost the already sluggish military morale. Only with good military morale can we unleash the true combat power of our Marine. Very good. The man in the red suit chuckled, obviously extremely satisfied with Marine's current state. The man is of course none other than Akainu, one of the current 3 admirals of Marine. The most bellicose of course, he likes Marine the most in his current state. At this moment, Conan, Xiaohu, and Xiaolong were gathered together for the first time. It was rare for them to meet Akainu at the same time. After hearing Akainu's words, several people nodded in agreement. They who followed Akainu also belonged to the militant faction. They have killed many pirates in the past half-month. The few people discussed for a while, and Akainu suddenly seemed to remember something, squinted his eyes and spoke. Is there any news about that little guy? Akainu asked who he was referring to, and they naturally knew who they were referring to. Then they sighed deeply, and most of the joy they had just felt was gone. No, there's no news about him in the past half-month, just like when he disappeared. Does he want to disappear for a few more years? And he didn't recognize us last time. What exactly does he want to do? Chapter 58 Ace is captured. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Akainu looked at Conan and the 3 of them helplessly. These children were usually very good, they were dignified but warm to their subordinates, and they respected their superiors but did not feel inferior. Only when encountering Luo Xiu's problem, things changed drastically. There was no genius Marine Vice Admiral anymore, only 3 younger siblings who missed their brother sadly. Hey, I don't know what's so charming about that boy that makes you guys so concerned about him. How can he be my Marine Vice Admiral? Akainu said with a dull face, but the 3 people who have known each other for several years and have become very Akainu's character naturally know that the other party will not be angry at all because of this matter. Why? Akainu was helpless. He himself was actually very curious about Luo Xiu. After all, he made no secret of his intention to recruit Luo Xiu into Marine a few years ago, and even used his own power to help Luo Xiu. Several times. However, it failed due to various reasons, and Luo Xiu disappeared directly, which made Akainu feel uncomfortable for a long time. Luo Xiu is the young man Akainu recognizes for the first time, both in terms of strength and style. I didn't expect that the little guy who said he owed me a favor would repay me in this way. It's really surprising. Akainu shrugged and murmured a little sadly. Luo Xiu's growth rate was really beyond his expectation. He thought it would take more than 10 years for Luo Xiu to reach his level, but he didn't expect that it would only take 5 years. Akainu was already a little confused. Moreover, he also founded the extremely mysterious Akatsuki organization. Akainu still remembers what Luo Xiu once said, that he would use his own power to kill all the pirates in the world. Is this the path that the other party will take? It's absolutely terrifying. Akainu looked at the 3 little guys who were still worried about Luo Xiu with his peripheral vision. He felt very complicated in his heart. It seemed that all the major events this year happened after meeting Luo Xiu. That boy seemed to have some kind of magic power. While Akainu and the others were still discussing things about Luo Xiu, a messenger suddenly ran over in a panic. Advertisement. This left several people stunned. Could it be that something big happened again? Report to the officers. Marshal Sengoku invites them to go to the conference room to discuss. There are important matters to be discussed. What's the matter? Akainu asked subconsciously, and the latter hesitated for a moment before speaking. Ace, Hokage, the former captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, was captured. That man is rumored to be the son of the dead pirate King Roger. What? Akainu and others were shocked, and their surprised voices made a group of Marines look at them sideways. Half an hour later, in the most senior conference room of Naval Headquarters, all the current senior officials of Naval Headquarters have gathered here. Those who can come to this conference room are all Marines' real senior officials, or they are future senior officials. The lowest ones here are all professional civilian Marine Rear Admirals, and even the Marine Vice Admiral can only sit at the end. Marine 3 Admiral Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akainu were all present, and at the head of the conference table, a man with a resolute face, wearing a Marine Justice cloak, and a Chinese character face was sitting upright. He is none other than the current Marshal of Naval Headquarters, Sengoku. At this moment, all the Marines are gathered together for one thing, and that is to focus on the newly arrested Ace. There is no way. The latter is the son of Roger, the Pirate King. This is too heavy. What he represents. All the Marines present know it. The atmosphere in the conference room at this moment is extremely depressing. A group of Marine executives frowned, obviously still absorbing this shocking news. Advertisement. I finally spoke. Has this news been confirmed? Is that child, really? The official said solemnly. Is he really the child of Roger, the Pirate King? Why didn't we know that Roger had a child alive before? If it's true, the weight of Roger, the son of the devil, is really too great. Everyone was talking about it, but most of the people talking were Marine Vice Admiral level figures. Similar to the Marine Admiral Aokiji, Kizaru, and Aokiji sitting in front of each other in the conference room, they all sat without saying a word and the old god was there. Boom, boom. In the end, Sengoku knocked on the table hard to silence the noisy conference room. He looked at everyone with a sullen face and said, Portkas, Ace has already confirmed that Ace is the son of Pirate King Roger, so don't worry. But the person who captured him is not from our Marine. It's not from our Marine. Who is that? Someone asked curiously. Sengoku replied. It's Blackbeard Marshal, Teach, and Ace were once both legendary crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates. It's just that this Blackbeard was killed by Whitebeard because he killed his fellow shipmates and stole something equally important from the Whitebeard Pirates. The pirates ordered a hunt. This Ace was the one who was ordered to hunt down Blackbeard, but he was not strong enough and was captured by Blackbeard. Everyone listened to Sengoku's story and was really confused. They didn't expect Ace to be caught by Blackbeard, his former teammate. Some people frowned and asked. Then why did that Blackbeard give the captured Ace to our Marine? Sengoku glanced at the man and said solemnly, because he wants to trade Ace for a position in the 7 Warlords of the Sea. He wants to cooperate with our Marine. Advertisement. What? He wants to be 7 Warlords of the Sea. A group of people were shocked, and even the expressions of several Marine admirals changed. After all, Blackbeard Marshal Teach is not just a cat or a dog. Many people present had fought against him before. Even if the other party tried their best to hide it, everyone still knew that this person was very special. And extremely ambitious. Okay, Blackbeard Marshal, Teach has a sense of responsibility. The focus of our meeting this time is to deal with Ace, the son of the Pirate King Roger. Sengoku waved his hand with a serious look on his face, because what he said next might have a great impact on the Marine behind him. I have imprisoned Ace in the Impel Down at the moment. No one can rescue him and leave. My current plan is to put Ace in Marineford in a few days, and then publicly execute him. And live broadcast all over the world. Let everyone know the fate of Roger, the Pirate King's son. As soon as this statement came out, the conference room became agitated again. Chapter 59 Public Execution of Ace. _back_ios_ new previous chapter next chapter _forward_ios. Advertisement. Sengoku said calmly, this was one of the few major decisions he made. As soon as he finished speaking, there was another commotion in the conference room. The expressions of a group of Marine executives immediately became extremely exciting, and the lazy brows of Kizaru, Aokiji and others could not help but spread. A pirate was publicly executed at Naval Headquarters Marineford. This was the first time in so many years. However, the son of Pirate King Roger does have this qualification. He represents Roger's spirit. Assuming that he is really publicly executed by Marine in Marineford, it will definitely be another heavy blow to the pirates. At that moment, a group of big guys from the main war faction nodded in agreement. The Marshal's plan is good. Let the son of Pirate King Roger be publicly executed. This can once again severely damage the spiritual power of pirates in the entire sea area, and give everyone who wants to go to sea to become pirates a heavy blow. The impact of this operation may be no less than the last Sabayati archipelago incident. It is a new major turning point for our Marine. But the militant faction thought this was an excellent opportunity, but a group of conservatives thought it was inappropriate. This Portkas, Ace seems to be the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. With the character of the Whitebeard Pirates, if we want to publicly execute their crew members in Marineford, it will be tantamount to their provocation. It is very likely to force the Whitebeard Pirates to go to Marineford and start a war with us immediately. The consequences of a head-on war with the 4 Emperors pirate group are too great. We must be cautious and cautious. Unsurprisingly, a heated argument broke out between the two parties on this topic. This is also an extremely common thing that happens in every major Marine meeting. There's almost nothing that two different factions can agree on, and that's the Marine way of balancing things, both good and bad. But everyone knows that there are still a few people who can ultimately make these decisions. Those are the ones sitting at the front of the conference table, the Marine 3 Admiral. Kizaru, Aokiji, Akainu, and the crane known as the think tank, Vice Admiral, Sengoku and, that one. Advertisement. The old man who lowered his head and listened to the heated discussion without expressing any opinions had a complicated expression on his face. He just kept sighing. His name is Garp and he is known as the hero of the Marines. It's just that at this moment, he was a little uncharacteristically depressed. Sengoku, I'm a little tired and want to go out for a while. After a moment of silence, Garp suddenly looked at Sengoku and said. Sengoku hesitated and nodded. Immediately, Garp opened the door of the conference room and walked out, regardless of everyone's gaze. Garp's impolite behavior made a group of people frown, but due to the opponent's title of Marine Hero, they couldn't say anything. Only a few people who knew some inside information knew the reason why Garp did this. Because according to rumors, this ace seems to have a relationship with Garp, but it's very hidden. In the end, Sengoku clapped his hands again to stop the quarrel. He narrowed his eyes and spoke. Let's stick to the old method. Voting. The minority obeys the majority. 1 vote for Marine Vice Admiral and below, 2 votes for Marine Admiral. I have 3 votes. Start. If there is any debate, just vote. Marine's system is still very complete, and everyone started this round of voting without hesitation. However, because this incident is indeed extraordinary and may affect the future situation of Marine and even the sea, everyone seems to be much more cautious in voting. Except a few people. A man wearing a red suit, smoking a cigar and crossing his legs even in the conference room, took the lead and voted in favor. Everyone's lips twitched when they saw this. Akainu is still as tough as ever. Wherever there is a battle, he will be there, without any thought at all. And those who followed Akainu were 3 young people. It was Sword Girl, Tianlong, and Tianyu Vice Admiral. They also quickly voted in favor of the public execution of Ace in Marineford, and then quietly sat back in their own seats. Location. Advertisement. Looking at the 3 youngest Marine Vice Admirals, Tianlong and Tianyu, who barely hesitated, everyone had complicated expressions. As the 3 people with the most potential in Marine currently, most people present actually want to win them over to their own camp. After all, the 3 of them are very likely to become one of the leaders of Marine in the future. But it seems that the bond between those 3 people and Akainu is a little too deep, and they have no chance to recruit each other. Everyone was a little disappointed that 3 more war maniacs would be cultivated. Then Marine would have a headache in the future. Voting continues. Most of the conservatives and militants voted for their own camp, which is also the common acquiescence of everyone. But what is surprising is that even those 2 lazy guys started to move and directly express their support. Everyone looked at Aokiji and Kizaru, who voted in favor with astonishment. These 2 guys are famous throughout naval headquarters for their eccentric temperaments. I just push the blame wherever I can, and I don't want to take any responsibility at all. If it weren't for the fact that no one in naval headquarters can support the position of Marine Admiral, Aokiji and Kizaru would have been replaced long ago, and now these 2 goods are actually support the war. Simply incredible. Kizaru and Aokiji ignored everyone's whispers. After voting, they sat back and pretended to squint in their seats. Only Sengoku crossed his arms and glanced at Aokiji and Kizaru, as if he had already guessed the other's choice. And with the statements of these admirals, and Sengoku's unquestionable vote in favor, it also directly pushed the voting result to an obvious result. That is war. Marineford publicly executed Ace and broadcast it live. If the Whitebeard pirates dare to attack Marineford, then they will go to war. Let the latter never come back. The conservatives scratched their heads and had no choice but to do anything. The militants were very excited, but this was no longer important. The matter was a done deal. Everyone subconsciously held their heads high at this moment. Advertisement. Maybe, if their generation of Marine really makes history again. There was silence for a while. Sengoku looked at the unflinching expressions on everyone's faces and was immediately satisfied. This is Marine. Marine who dares to fight. In that case, at noon 7 days later, Portkas, D. Ace, son of Pirate King Roger, will be publicly executed at Marineford. By then, the Whitebeard pirates will most likely come to Marineford to rob the law. We need to be fully prepared. Sengoku started to discuss preparations for the war with a serious look on his face. Everyone pricked up their ears and listened carefully. Time passed by like a flash, and the meeting on dealing with Ace lasted until late at night, during which no one left early. This meeting also discussed several main contents. The first is to mobilize the excess Marines from various sea areas as soon as possible to come to Marineford to assist in the battle. If you want to fight, then fight in one wave. It is best to destroy the Whitebeard pirates here, so sufficient troops are indispensable. The second is to call on all 7 warlords of the sea to come and help in the battle in the name of world government. In fact, the policies of the 7 warlords of the sea have always been criticized, because each of these 7 warlords of the sea are actually big pirates who have committed many serious crimes, but they have to be balanced to support them. And limited to a controllable range. In a certain sense, it is a win-win situation, but with the development of these years, the 7 warlords of the sea have gradually become uncontrollable. The risk factor is extremely high, so the world government has been considering whether to abolish this system. That's why after Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was killed a few years ago, no one was chosen to take over. The purpose of letting these 7 warlords of the sea come to join the battle this time is to see if these 7 warlords of the sea still need support. If you don't come or don't do anything when you come, then maybe this system really needs to be abolished. The third main content is about the issue of Ace, when to pick up the opponent from impel down, and then who to send to pick him up, the subsequent execution and a series of other issues. All in all, Marine took this public execution of Ace seriously as never before. Chapter 60 Akainu's reminder, Luo Xiu may have changed. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. That night. After most of Marine's senior executives finished the meeting and left, there were only a few people left in the entire conference room. Marine Marshal Sengoku, Marine 3 Admiral Aokiji, Kizaru, Akainu, 4 people. Several people sat in the conference room and looked at each other. They didn't speak for a while, and the conference room seemed a bit silent. Finally, Sengoku broke the calm and spoke. He squinted his eyes full of exhaustion. The pressure on him during this operation was extremely great. If something happens, he will be the center of the entire Marine team. Ace will be publicly executed in 7 days. The Whitebeard pirates will almost certainly appear, so it will be up to you then. The guy who is known as the strongest man at sea is extremely difficult to deal with. Although his current physical condition is not as good as before, and the strength of the captains under him cannot be underestimated. Kizaru raised his eyebrows lightly. Of course, I try my best every time I work. Aokiji also replied calmly. No, only Akainu replied with a majestic look. As long as that guy Whitebeard dares to come, I will do my best to keep everyone in the Whitebeard pirate group. Naval headquarters will not tolerate pirates being unruly. Advertisement. The 3 Marine admirals all gave different answers. Sengoku was really tired, but there was nothing he could do about it. Who told them that of the Marine generation, only Akainu and the others could carry the banner? Aokiji has become depressed since the Ohara incident. Kizaru is confused and has no idea what he is thinking, but Akainu is still as courageous as ever. Although Sengoku sometimes dislikes some of Akainu's methods, in comparison, he is more pleased with Akainu. At this time, Sengoku seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly asked with a serious face. The impact of this public execution is too great. We must rule out possible threats. By the way, have you investigated the information about the Akatsuki organization clearly? This mysterious organization once helped our Marine deal with pirates in the Battle of Sabayati Archipelago. If they can be invited to help hold down some captains of the Whitebeard pirates, then our winning rate in this battle will be good. Improved a lot. Sengoku, as Marine Marshal, was naturally paying close attention to the sudden appearance of the Akatsuki organization, and since they were also dealing with pirates, Sengoku was even more excited. It's just that his intelligence department couldn't find any useful information. I heard Sengoku suddenly ask about the Akatsuki organization that appeared recently. Kizaru and Aokiji's expressions also became serious, especially Aokiji's. In the past few days, this little organization has almost sounded like cocoons in his ears. Considering his temperament, he was also very curious, so he asked softly. Is the so-called Akatsuki organization really that strong? Rumor has it that they killed Pluton Rayleigh. Tisk, tisk, Kizaru crossed his arms and smashed his mouth. He was the only one in the field who had been to Sabayati Archipelago and said with a smile. Perhaps you will understand after you meet him. The kid who mysteriously disappeared 5 years ago has really become a big deal now. Maybe even you and I dare not say that we can beat each other. And the other 2 imps who appeared are also very good. The few imps under Sakazuki may not be as good as them now. Advertisement. Kizaru seemed to be really interested in the so-called Akatsuki organization. He barely spoke during the meeting, but when he talked about the Akatsuki organization, he kept talking. Finally, Kizaru looked at Akainu who was standing aside and suddenly said. Sakazuki, that brat is the Luo Xiu you once mentioned, right? Aokiji and Sengoku immediately turned their attention to Akainu. In fact, the intelligence departments of the major forces had actually guessed that the leader of the Akatsuki organization was Luo Xiu. After all, the latter did not hide too much about his abilities. It's just that I'm not completely sure. That's right, that kid is Luo Xiu, who mysteriously disappeared 5 years ago. Akainu had no reason to deny it, Sengoku asked immediately. Then do you have a way to contact him? Maybe we can talk to him. In the name of Marine, I know that his village was once destroyed by pirates, and revenge against pirates has always been what he wanted to do. Cooperating with our Marine may be his best choice. Sengoku really wants to cooperate with Luo Xiu, and even invites him to join Marine. A person who can kill Pluton Rayleigh, and so young, is really extremely rare. But Akainu's answer disappointed Sengoku. He said quietly with a stern face. I can't contact that kid, and depending on the situation, he is not willing to contact us. Daden. Akainu narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Sengoku and said, I don't know if that kid is the kid I know. What they want to do now, maybe not just kill all the pirates, he may want to do something bigger. Akainu may be one of the few people who can guess what Luo Xiu wants to do. Although they have only met once, they are the same kind of person. Advertisement. What do you mean? Sengoku's face changed slightly. Literal meaning, Akainu had already left the conference table and headed towards the door, but did not forget to remind Sengoku. Don't try to find traces of that little guy, he may be more uncontrollable than you think. Boom, the door is closed. Aokiji Kizaru looked at each other and said nothing, while Sengoku looked in the direction Akainu was leaving with a sullen face, but said nothing. I don't know what you're thinking of.